Chapter 7. The Bolshevik Party in the period of preparation and realization of the October Socialist Revolution, April 1917 to 1918. 1. Situation in the country after the February Revolution. Party emerges from underground and passes to open political work. Lenin arrives in Petrograd. Lenin's April thesis. Party's policy of the transition to socialist revolution. The course of events and the conduct of the provisional government daily furnished new proofs of the correctness of the Bolshevik line. It became increasingly evident that the provisional government stood not for the people but against the people, not for peace but for war, and that it was unwilling and unable to give the people peace, land, and bread. The explanatory work of the Bolsheviks found a fruitful soil. While the workers and soldiers were overthrowing the Tsarist government and destroying the monarchy root and branch, the provisional government definitely wanted to preserve to Nicholas Romanov's brother, Mikhail. But when, at a meeting of railwaymen, Guchkov ended his speech with the words, "Long live Emperor Mikhail," the workers demanded that Guchkov be immediately arrested and searched. "Horseradish is no sweeter than radish," they exclaimed indignantly. It was clear that the workers would not permit the restoration of the monarchy. While the workers and peasants who were shedding their blood making the revolution expected that the war would be terminated, while they were fighting for bread and land and demanding vigorous measures to end the economic chaos, the provisional government remained deaf to these vital demands of the people. Consisting as it did of prominent representatives of the capitalists and landlords, this government had no intention of satisfying the demands of the peasants that the land be turned over to them. Nor could they provide bread for the working people, because to do so would have encroached on the interests of the big grain dealers, and to take grain from the landlords and the kulaks by every available means. And this the government did not dare to do, for it was itself tied up with the interests of these classes. Nor could it give the people peace. Bound as it was to the British and French imperialists, the provisional government had no intention of terminating the war. On the contrary, it endeavored to take advantage of the revolution to make Russia's participation in the imperialist war even more active, and to realize its imperialist designs of seizing Constantinople, the Straits, and Galicia. It was clear that the people's confidence in the policy of the provisional government must soon come to an end. It was becoming clear that the dual power which had arisen after the February Revolution could not last long, for the course of events demanded the concentration of power in the hands of one authority, either the provisional government or the Soviets. It was true that the compromising policy of the Mensheviks and the Socialist Revolutionaries still met with support among the masses. There were quite a number of workers and an even larger number of soldiers and peasants who still believed that, quote, "the Constituent Assembly will soon come and arrange everything in a peaceful way," unquote, and who thought that the war was not waged for purposes of conquest, but from necessity to defend the state. Lenin called such people honestly mistaken supporters of the war. These people still considered the Socialist Revolutionary and Menshevik policy, which was one of promises and coaxing, the correct policy. But it was clear that promises and coaxing could not suffice for long, as the course of events and the conduct of the provisional government were daily revealing and proving that the compromising policy of the Socialist Revolutionaries and the Mensheviks was a policy of procrastination and of hoodwinking the credulous. The provisional government did not always confine itself to a covert struggle against the revolutionary movement of the masses, to backstairs scheming against the revolution. It sometimes attempted to make an open assault on the democratic liberties, to quote-unquote restore discipline among the soldiers, to quote-unquote establish order, that is, to direct the revolution into channels that suited the needs of the bourgeoisie. But all its efforts in this direction failed, and the people eagerly exercised their democratic liberties, namely freedom of speech, press, association, assembly, and demonstration. The workers and soldiers endeavored to make full use of their newly won democratic rights in order to take an active part in the political life of the country, to get an intelligent understanding of the situation, and to decide what was to be done next. After the February Revolution, the organizations of the Bolshevik Party, which had worked illegally under the extremely difficult conditions of Tsardom, emerged from underground and began to develop political and organizational work openly. The membership of the Bolshevik organizations at that time did not exceed 40,000 or 45,000. But these were all staunch revolutionaries steeled in the struggle. The party committees were reorganized on the principle of democratic centralism. All party bodies from top to bottom were made elective. When the party began its legal existence, differences within its ranks became apparent. Kamenev and several workers of the Moscow organization, for example Rykov, Bobnov, and Nogin, held a semi-Menshevik position of conditionally supporting the provisional government and the policy of the partisans of the war. Stalin, who had just returned from exile, Molotov and others, together with the majority of the party, upheld a policy of no confidence in the provisional government, opposed the partisans of the war, and called for an active struggle for peace, a struggle against the imperialist war. Some of the party workers vacillated, which was a manifestation of their political backwardness, a consequence of long years of imprisonment or exile. The absence of the leader of the party, Lenin, was felt. On April 3rd, 16th in the new calendar style, 1917, after a long period of exile, Lenin returned to Russia. Lenin's arrival was of tremendous importance to the party and the revolution. While still in Switzerland, Lenin, upon receiving the first news of the revolution, had written his Letters from Afar to the party and to the working class of Russia, in which he said, quote, "Workers, you have displayed marvels of proletarian heroism, the heroism of the people, in the civil war against Tsardom. You must now display marvels of organization of the proletariat and of the whole people, in order to prepare way for your victory in the second stage of the revolution." Unquote. Lenin, Selected Works, Volume 6, page 11. Lenin arrived in Petrograd on night of April 3rd. Thousands of workers, soldiers, and sailors assembled at the Finland railway station and in the station square to welcome him. Their enthusiasm as Lenin alighted from the train was indescribable. They lifted their leader shoulder high and carried him to the main waiting room of the station. There the Mensheviks, Chekaidze and Skobolev, launched into speeches of so-called welcome on behalf of the Petrograd Soviet, in which they, quote-unquote, expressed the hope that they and Lenin would find a so-called common language. But Lenin did not stop to listen. Sweeping past them, he went out to the masses of workers and soldiers. Mounting an armored car, he delivered his famous speech in which he called upon the masses to fight for the victory of the Socialist Revolution. "Long live the Socialist Revolution," were the words with which Lenin concluded this first speech after long years of exile. Back in Russia, Lenin flung himself vigorously into revolutionary work. On the morrow of his arrival, he delivered a report on the subject of the war and the revolution at a meeting of Bolsheviks, and then repeated the thesis of this report at a meeting attended by Mensheviks as well as Bolsheviks. These were Lenin's famous April theses, which provided the party and the proletariat with a clear revolutionary line for the transition from the bourgeois to the socialist revolution. Lenin's April theses laid down for the party a brilliant plan of struggle for the transition from the bourgeois democratic to the socialist revolution, from the first stage of the revolution to the second stage, the stage of the socialist revolution. The whole history of the party had prepared it for this great task. As far back as 1905, Lenin had said in his pamphlet, Two Tactics of Social Democracy in the Democratic Revolution, that after the overthrow of Tsardom, the proletariat would proceed to bring about the socialist revolution. The new thing in the thesis was that they gave a concrete, theoretically grounded plan for the initial stage of the transition to the Socialist Revolution. The transitional steps in the economic field were nationalization of all the land and confiscation of the landed estates, amalgamation of all the banks into one national bank to be under the control of the Soviet of Workers' Deputies, and establishment of control over the social production and distribution of products. In the political field, Lenin proposed the transition from a parliamentary republic to a republic of Soviets. This was an important step forward in the theory and practice of Marxism. Hitherto, Marxist theoreticians had regarded the parliamentary republic as the best political form of transition to socialism. Now Lenin proposed to replace the parliamentary republic by a Soviet republic as the most suitable form of political organization of society in the period of transition from capitalism to socialism. The specific feature of the present situation in Russia, these theses stated, quote, is that it represents a transition from the first stage of the revolution, which, owing to the insufficient class consciousness and organization of the proletariat, placed the power in the hands of the bourgeoisie, to the second stage, which must place the power in the hands of the proletariat and the poorest strata of the peasantry. Unquote. Ibid, page 22. Quote, not a parliamentary republic. To return to a parliamentary republic from the Soviets of Workers' Deputies would be a retrograde step, but a republic of Soviets of workers, agricultural laborers, and peasants' deputies throughout the country, from top to bottom. Unquote. Ibid, page 23. Under the new government, the provisional government, the war continued to be a predatory imperialist war, Lenin said. It was the task of the party to explain this to the masses and to show them that unless the bourgeoisie were overthrown, it would be impossible to end the war by a truly democratic peace and not a rapacious peace. As regards the provisional government, the slogan Lenin put forward was "No support for the provisional government." Lenin further pointed out in the thesis that our party was still in the minority in the Soviets, that the Soviets were dominated by a bloc of Mensheviks and socialist revolutionaries, which was an instrument of bourgeois influence on the proletariat. Hence, the party's task consisted in the following. Quote, it must be explained to the masses that the Soviets of Workers' Deputies are the only possible form of revolutionary government, and that therefore our task is, as long as this government yields to the influence of the bourgeoisie, to present a patient, systematic, and persistent explanation of the errors of their tactics, an explanation especially adapted to the practical needs of the masses. As long as we are in the minority, we carry on the work of criticizing and exposing errors, and at the same time we preach the necessity of transferring the entire power of the state to the Soviets of Workers' Deputies. Unquote. Ibid, page 23. This meant that Lenin was not calling for a revolt against the provisional government, which at that moment enjoyed the confidence of the Soviets, that he was not demanding its overthrow, but that he wanted, by means of explanatory and recruiting work, to win a majority in the Soviets, to change the policy of the Soviets, and through the Soviets to alter the composition and policy of the government. This was a line envisaging a peaceful development of the revolution. Lenin further demanded that the so-called soiled shirt be discarded, that is, that the party no longer call itself a Social Democratic Party. The parties of the Second International and the Russian Mensheviks called themselves Social Democrats. This name had been tarnished and disgraced by the opportunists, the betrayers of socialism. Lenin proposed that the party of the Bolsheviks should be called the Communist Party, which was the name given by Marx and Engels to their party. This name was scientifically correct, for it was the ultimate aim of the Bolshevik Party to achieve communism. Mankind can pass directly from capitalism only to socialism, that is, to the common ownership of the means of production and the distribution of products according to the work performed by each. Lenin said that our party looked farther ahead. Socialism was inevitably bound to pass gradually into communism, on the banner of which is inscribed the maxim, from each according to his abilities to each according to his needs. Lastly, Lenin, in his theses, demanded the creation of a new international, the Third Communist International, which would be free of opportunism and social chauvinism. Lenin's theses called forth a frenzied outcry from the bourgeoisie, the Mensheviks, and the Socialist Revolutionaries. The Mensheviks issued a proclamation to the workers which began with the warning, "The revolution is in danger." The danger, in the opinion of the Mensheviks, lay in the fact that the Bolsheviks had advanced the demand for the transfer of power to the Soviets of workers' and soldiers' deputies. Plekhanov, in his newspaper Yedinstvo, Unity, wrote an article in which he termed Lenin's speech a so-called raving speech. He quoted the words of the Menshevik Tsekaidze, who said, quote, "Lenin alone will remain outside the revolution, and we shall go our own way." Unquote. On April 14th, a Petrograd city conference of Bolsheviks was held. The conference approved Lenin's theses and made them the basis of its work. Within a short while, the local organizations of the party had also approved Lenin's theses. The whole party, with the exception of a few individuals of the type of Kamenev, Rykov, and Pyatakov, received Lenin's theses with profound satisfaction. 2. Beginning of the crisis of the provisional government. April Conference of the Bolshevik Party. While the Bolsheviks were preparing for the further development of the revolution, the provisional government continued to work against the people. On April 18th, Milyukov, Minister of Foreign Affairs in the provisional government, informed the Allies that, quote, "the whole people desire to continue the world war until a decisive victory is achieved, and that the provisional government intends fully to observe the obligations undertaken towards our allies." Unquote. Thus the provisional government pledged its loyalty to the Tsarist treaties and promised to go on shedding as much of the people's blood as the imperialists might require for a so-called victorious finish. On April 19th, this statement, so-called Milyukov's Note, became known to the workers and soldiers. On April 20th, the Central Committee of the Bolshevik Party called upon the masses to protest against the imperialist policy of the provisional government. On April 20th to 21st, May 3rd to 4th in the new calendar style, 1917, not less than 100,000 workers and soldiers, stirred to indignation by Milyukov's Note, took part in a demonstration. Their banners bore the demands, "Publish the secret treaties," "Down with the war," "All power to the Soviets." The workers and soldiers marched from the outskirts of the city to the center, where the provisional government was sitting. On the Nevsky Prospect and other places, clashes with groups of bourgeois took place. The more outspoken counter-revolutionaries, like General Kornilov, demanded that fire be opened on the demonstrators, and even gave orders to that effect, but the troops refused to carry out the orders. During the demonstration, a small group of members of the Petrograd Party Committee, Bagdatiev and others, issued a slogan demanding the immediate overthrow of the provisional government. The Central Committee of the Bolshevik Party sharply condemned the conduct of these quote-unquote left adventurers, considering this slogan untimely and incorrect, a slogan that hampered the party in its efforts to win over a majority in the Soviets and ran counter to the party line of a peaceful development of the revolution. The events of April 20th to 21st signified the beginning of the crisis of the provisional government. This was the first serious rift in the compromising policy of the Mensheviks and Socialist Revolutionaries. On May 2nd, 1917, under the pressure of the masses, Milyukov and Gotchkov were dropped from the provisional government. The first coalition provisional government was formed. It included, in addition to representatives of the bourgeoisie, Mensheviks, Skobelev and Tseretelli, and Socialist Revolutionaries Chernov, Kerensky and others. Thus the Mensheviks, who in 1905 had declared it impermissible for representatives of the Social Democratic Party to take part in a revolutionary provisional government, now found it permissible for their representatives to take part in a counter-revolutionary provisional government. The Mensheviks and Socialist revolutionaries had thus deserted to the camp of the counter-revolutionary bourgeoisie. On April 24, 1917, the 7th April Conference of the Bolshevik Party assembled. For the first time in the existence of the party, a Bolshevik conference met openly. In the history of the party, this conference holds a place of importance equal to that of a party congress. The All-Russian April Conference showed that the party was growing by leaps and bounds. The conference was attended by 133 delegates with vote and by 18 with voice but no vote. They represented 80,000 organized members of the party. The conference discussed and laid down the party line on all basic questions of the war and revolution: the current situation, the war, the provisional government, the Soviets, the agrarian question, the national question, etc. In his report, Lenin elaborated the principles he had already set forth in the April theses. The task of the party was to effect the transition from the first stage of the revolution, quote, which placed the power in the hands of the bourgeoisie, to the second stage, which must place the power in the hands of the proletariat and the poorest strata of the peasantry, unquote. Lenin. The course the party should take was to prepare for the socialist revolution. The immediate task of the party was set forth by Lenin in the slogan, "All power to the Soviets." The slogan, "All power to the Soviets," meant that it was necessary to put an end to the dual power, that is, the division of power between the provisional government and the Soviets, to transfer the whole power to the Soviets, and to drive the representatives of the landlords and capitalists out of the organs of government. The conference resolved that one of the most important tasks of the party was untiringly to explain to the masses the truth that, quote, the provisional government is by its nature an organ of the rule of the landlords and the bourgeoisie, unquote, as well as to show how fatal was the compromising policy of the socialist revolutionaries and Mensheviks, who were deceiving the people with false promises and subjecting them to the blows of the imperialist war and counter-revolution. Kamenev and Rykov opposed Lenin at the conference. Echoing the Mensheviks, they asserted that Russia was not ripe for a socialist revolution and that only a bourgeois republic was possible in Russia. They recommended the party and the working class to confine themselves to quote-unquote controlling the provisional government. In reality, they, like the Mensheviks, stood for the preservation of capitalism and of the power of the bourgeoisie. Zinoviev, too, opposed Lenin at the conference. It was on the question whether the Bolshevik Party should remain within the Zimmerwald alliance or break with it and form a new international. As the years of war had shown, while this alliance carried on propaganda for peace, it did not actually break with the bourgeois partisans of the war. Lenin therefore insisted on immediate withdrawal from this alliance and on the formation of a new communist international. Zinoviev proposed that the party should remain within the Zimmerwald alliance. Lenin vigorously condemned Zinoviev's proposal and called his tactics, quote, arch-opportunist and pernicious, unquote. The April conference also discussed the agrarian and national questions. In connection with Lenin's report on the agrarian question, the conference adopted a resolution calling for the confiscation of the landed estates, which were to be placed at the disposal of the peasant committees, and for the nationalization of all the land. The Bolsheviks called upon the peasants to fight for the land, showing them that the Bolshevik Party was the only revolutionary party, the only party that was really helping the peasants to overthrow the landlords. Of great importance was Comrade Stalin's report on the national question. Even before the revolution, on the eve of the imperialist war, Lenin and Stalin had elaborated the fundamental principles of the policy of the Bolshevik Party on the national question. Lenin and Stalin declared that the proletarian party must support the national liberation movement of the oppressed peoples against imperialism. Consequently, the Bolshevik Party advocated the right of nations to self-determination, even to the point of secession and formation of independent states. This was the view defended by Comrade Stalin in his report delivered at the conference on behalf of the Central Committee. Lenin and Stalin were opposed by Pyatakov, who, together with Bukharin, had already during the war taken up a national chauvinist stand on the national question. Pyatakov and Bukharin were opposed to the right of nations to self-determination. The resolute and consistent position of the party on the national question, its struggle for the complete equality of nations and for the abolition of all forms of national oppression and national inequality, secured for the party the sympathy and support of the oppressed nationalities. The text of the resolution on the national question adopted by the April Conference is as follows. Quote, "The policy of national oppression, inherited from the autocracy and monarchy, is supported by the landlords, capitalists, and petty bourgeoisie in order to protect their class privileges and to cause disunity among the workers of the various nationalities. Modern imperialism, which increases the striving to subjugate weak nations, is a new factor intensifying national oppression. To the extent that the elimination of national oppression is achievable at all in capitalist society, it is possible only under a consistently democratic republican system and state administration that guarantee complete equality for all nations and languages. The right of all the nations forming part of Russia freely to secede and form independent states must be recognized. To deny them this right, or to fail to take measures guaranteeing its practical realization, is equivalent to supporting a policy of seizure and annexation. It is only the recognition by the proletariat of the right of nations to secede that can ensure complete solidarity among the workers of the various nations and help to bring the nations closer together on truly democratic lines. The right of nations freely to secede must not be confused with the expediency of secession of a given nation at a given moment. The party of the proletariat must decide the latter question quite independently in each particular case from the standpoint of the interests of the social development as a whole and of the interests of the class struggle of the proletariat for socialism. The party demands broad regional autonomy, the abolition of supervision from above, the abolition of a compulsory state language, and the determination of the boundaries of the self-governing and autonomous regions by the local population itself in accordance with the economic and social conditions, the national composition of the population, and so forth. The party of the proletariat resolutely rejects what is known as national cultural autonomy, under which education, etc., is removed from the competence of the state and placed within the competence of some kind of national diets. National cultural autonomy artificially divides the workers living in one locality and even working in the same industrial enterprise according to their various so-called national cultures. In other words, it strengthens the ties between the workers and the bourgeois culture of individual nations, whereas the aim of the Social Democrats is to develop the international culture of the world proletariat. The party demands that a fundamental law shall be embodied in the Constitution, annulling all privileges enjoyed by any nation whatever, and all infringements of the rights of national minorities. The interests of the working class demand that the workers of all the nationalities of Russia should have common proletarian organizations, political, trade union, educational institutions of the cooperatives, and so forth. Only such common organizations of the workers of the various nationalities will make it possible for the proletariat to wage a successful struggle against international capital and bourgeois nationalism." Unquote. Quoted in Lenin and Stalin, The Russian Revolution, pages 52 to 53. Thus the April Conference exposed the opportunist, anti-Leninist stand of Kamenev, Zinoviev, Pyatakov, Bukharin, Rykov, and their small following. The conference unanimously supported Lenin by taking up a precise stand on all important questions and adopting a course leading to the victory of the Socialist Revolution. 3. Successes of the Bolshevik Party in the capital. Abortive offensive of the armies of the provisional government. Suppression of the July demonstration of workers and soldiers. On the basis of the decisions of the April Conference, the party developed extensive activities in order to win over the masses and to train and organize them for battle. The party line in that period was by patiently explaining the Bolshevik policy and exposing the compromising policy of the Mensheviks and Socialist Revolutionaries, to isolate these parties from the masses and to win a majority in the Soviets. In addition to the work in the Soviets, the Bolsheviks carried on extensive activities in the trade unions and in the factory committees. Particularly extensive was the work of the Bolsheviks in the army. Military organizations began to arise everywhere. The Bolsheviks worked indefatigably at the front and in the rear to organize the soldiers and sailors. A particularly important part in making the soldiers active revolutionaries was played at the front by the Bolshevik newspaper Okopnaya Pravda, Trench Truth. Thanks to Bolshevik propaganda and agitation, already in the early months of the revolution, the workers in many cities held new elections to the Soviets, especially to the district Soviets, drove out the Mensheviks and Socialist Revolutionaries, and elected followers of the Bolshevik Party in their stead. The work of the Bolsheviks yielded splendid results, especially in Petrograd. A Petrograd conference of factory committees was held from May 30th to June 3rd, 1917. At this conference, 3/4 of the delegates already supported the Bolsheviks. Almost the entire Petrograd proletariat supported the Bolshevik slogan, "All power to the Soviets." On June 3rd, 16th in the new calendar style, 1917, the first All-Russian Congress of Soviets met. The Bolsheviks were still a minority in the Soviets. They had a little over 100 delegates at this Congress, compared with 700 or 800 Mensheviks, Socialist Revolutionaries, and others. At the first Congress of Soviets, the Bolsheviks insistently stressed the fatal consequences of compromise with the bourgeoisie and exposed the imperialist character of the war. Lenin made a speech at the Congress in which he showed the correctness of the Bolshevik line and declared that only a government of Soviets could give bread to the working people, land to the peasants, secure peace, and lead the country out of chaos. A mass campaign was being conducted at that time in the working-class districts of Petrograd for the organization of a demonstration and for the presentation of demands to the Congress of Soviets. In its anxiety to prevent the workers from demonstrating without its authorization, and in hope of utilizing the revolutionary sentiments of the masses for its own ends, the Executive Committee of the Petrograd Soviet decided to call a demonstration for June 18th or July 1st in the new calendar style. The Mensheviks and Socialist Revolutionaries expected that it would take place under anti-Bolshevik slogans. The Bolshevik Party began energetic preparations for this demonstration. Comrade Stalin wrote in Pravda that, quote, "It is our task to make sure that the demonstration in Petrograd on June 18 takes place under our revolutionary slogans." Unquote. The demonstration of June 18th, 1917, was held at the graves of the martyrs of the revolution. It proved to be a veritable review of the forces of the Bolshevik Party. It revealed the growing revolutionary spirit of the masses and their growing confidence in the Bolshevik Party. The slogans displayed by the Mensheviks and Socialist Revolutionaries, calling for confidence in the provisional government and urging the continuation of the war, were lost in a sea of Bolshevik slogans. 400,000 demonstrators carried banners bearing the slogans, "Down with the war," "Down with the 10 capitalist ministers," "All power to the Soviets." It was a complete fiasco for the Mensheviks and Socialist Revolutionaries, a fiasco for the provisional government in the capital of the country. Nevertheless, the provisional government received the support of the First Congress of the Soviets and decided to continue the imperialist policy. On that very day, June 18th, the provisional government, in obedience to the wishes of the British and French imperialists, drove the soldiers at the front to take the offensive. The bourgeoisie regarded this as the only means of putting an end to the revolution. In the event of the success of the offensive, the bourgeoisie hoped to take the whole power into its hands, to push the Soviets out of the arena and to crush the Bolsheviks. Again, in the event of its failure, the entire blame could be thrown upon the Bolsheviks by accusing them of disintegrating the army. There could be no doubt that the offensive would fail, and fail it did. The soldiers were worn out, They did not understand the purpose of the offensive. They had no confidence in their officers, who were alien to them. There was a shortage of artillery and shells. All this made the failure of the offensive a foregone conclusion. The news of the offensive at the front, and then of its collapse, roused the capital. The indignation of the workers and soldiers knew no bounds. It became apparent that when the provisional government proclaimed a policy of peace, it was hoodwinking the people, and that it wanted to continue the imperialist war. It became apparent that the All-Russian Central Executive Committee of the Soviets and the Petrograd Soviet were unwilling or unable to check the criminal deeds of the provisional government, and themselves trailed in its wake. The revolutionary indignation of the Petrograd workers and soldiers boiled over. On July 3rd, 16th in the new calendar style, spontaneous demonstrations started in the Vyborg district of Petrograd. They continued all day. The separate demonstrations grew into a huge, general armed demonstration demanding the transfer of power to the Soviets. The Bolshevik Party was opposed to armed action at that time, for it considered that the revolutionary crisis had not yet matured, that the army and the provinces were not yet prepared to support an uprising in the capital, and that an isolated and premature rising might only make it easier for the counter-revolutionaries to crush the vanguard of the revolution. But when it became obviously impossible to keep the masses from demonstrating, the party resolved to participate in the demonstration in order to lend it a peaceful and organized character. This the Bolshevik Party succeeded in doing. Hundreds of thousands of men and women marched to the headquarters of the Petrograd Soviet and the All-Russian Central Executive Committee of Soviets, where they demanded that the Soviets take the power into their own hands, break with the imperialist bourgeoisie, and pursue an active peace policy. Notwithstanding the pacific character of the demonstration, reactionary units, detachments of officers and cadets, were brought out against it. The streets of Petrograd ran with the blood of workers and soldiers. The most ignorant and counter-revolutionary units of the army were summoned from the front to suppress the workers. After suppressing the demonstration of workers and soldiers, the Mensheviks and Socialist Revolutionaries, in alliance with the bourgeoisie and White Guard generals, fell upon the Bolshevik Party. The Pravda premises were wrecked. Pravda, Soldatskaya Pravda, Soldier's Truth, and a number of other Bolshevik newspapers were suppressed. A worker named Voinov was killed by cadets in the street merely for selling Listok Pravdy, Pravda Bulletin. Disarming of the Red Guards began. Revolutionary units of the Petrograd garrison were withdrawn from the capital and dispatched to the trenches. Arrests were carried out in the rear and at the front. On July 7th, a warrant was issued for Lenin's arrest. A number of prominent members of the Bolshevik Party were arrested. The Trude printing plant, where the Bolshevik publications were printed, was wrecked. The prosecutor of the Petrograd Court of Sessions announced that Lenin and a number of other Bolsheviks were being charged with high treason and the organization of an armed uprising. The charge against Lenin was fabricated at the headquarters of General Denikin and was based on the testimony of spies and agent provocateurs. Thus, the coalition provisional government, which included such leading representatives of the Mensheviks and Socialist Revolutionaries as Tsereteli, Skobelev, Kerensky, and Chernov, sank to the depths of downright imperialism and counter-revolution. Instead of a policy of peace, it had adopted the policy of continuing war. Instead of protecting the democratic rights of the people, it had adopted the policy of nullifying these rights and suppressing the workers and soldiers by force of arms. What Guchkov and Milyukov, the representatives of the bourgeoisie, had hesitated to do was done by the so-called socialists Kerensky and Tsereteli, Chernov and Skobelev. The dual power had come to an end. It ended in favor of the bourgeoisie, for the whole power had passed into the hands of the provisional government, while the Soviets, with their socialist revolutionary and Menshevik leaders, had become an appendage of the provisional government. The peaceful period of the revolution had ended, for now the bayonet had been placed on the agenda. In view of the changed situation, the Bolshevik Party decided to change its tactics. It went underground, arranged for a safe hiding place for its leader, Lenin, and began to prepare for an uprising, with the object of overthrowing the power of the bourgeoisie by force of arms and setting up the power of the Soviets. 4. The Bolshevik Party adopts the course of preparing for armed uprising. 6th Party Congress. The 6th Congress of the Bolshevik Party met in Petrograd in the midst of a frenzied campaign of Bolshevik baiting in the bourgeois and petty bourgeois press. It assembled 10 years after the 5th London Congress and 5 years after the Prague Conference of the Bolsheviks. The Congress, which was held secretly, sat from July 26th to August 3rd, 1917. All that appeared in the press was an announcement of its convocation. The place of the meeting was not divulged. The first sittings were held in the Vyborg district, the later ones in a school near the Narva Gate, where a house of culture now stands. The bourgeois press demanded the arrest of the delegates. Detectives frantically scoured the city, trying to discover the meeting place of the Congress, but in vain. And so, 5 months after the overthrow of Tsardom, the Bolsheviks were compelled to meet in secret, while Lenin, the leader of the Proletarian Party, was forced to go into hiding and took refuge in a shanty near Razliv station. He was being hunted high and low by the sleuths of the provisional government, and was therefore unable to attend the Congress, but he guided its labors from his place of concealment through his close colleagues and disciples in Petrograd, Stalin, Sverdlov, Molotov, or Johnny Kitse. The Congress was attended by 157 delegates with vote and 128 with voice but no vote. At that time, the party had a membership of about 240,000. On July 3rd, that is, before the workers' demonstration was broken up, when the Bolsheviks were still functioning legally, the party had 41 publications, of which 29 were in Russian and 12 in other languages. The persecution to which the Bolsheviks and the working class were subjugated during the July days, far from diminishing the influence of our party, only enhanced it. The delegates from the provinces cited numerous facts to show that the workers and soldiers had begun to desert the Mensheviks and socialist revolutionaries en masse, contemptuously styling them social jailers. Workers and soldiers belonging to the Menshevik and socialist revolutionary parties were tearing up their membership cards in anger and disgust and applying for admission to the Bolshevik Party. The chief items discussed at the Congress were the political report of the Central Committee and the political situation. Comrade Stalin made the reports on both these questions. He showed with the utmost clarity how the revolution was growing and developing, despite all the efforts of the bourgeoisie to suppress it. He pointed out that the revolution had placed on the order of the day the task of establishing workers' control over the production and distribution of products, of turning over the land to the peasants, and of transferring the power from the bourgeoisie to the working class and poor peasantry. He said that the revolution was assuming the character of a socialist revolution. The political situation in the country had changed radically after the July days. The dual power had come to an end. The Soviets, led by the socialist revolutionaries and Mensheviks, had refused to take over full power and had therefore lost all power. The power was now concentrated in the hands of the bourgeois provisional government, and the latter was continuing to disarm the revolution, to smash its organizations, and to destroy the Bolshevik Party. All possibility of a peaceful development of the revolution had vanished. Only one thing remained, Comrade Stalin said, namely to take power by force, by overthrowing the provisional government, and only the proletariat, in alliance with the poor peasantry, could take power by force. The Soviets, still controlled by the Bolsheviks and Socialist Revolutionaries, had landed in the camp of the bourgeoisie, and under existing conditions could be expected to act only as subsidiaries of the provisional government. Now, after the July days, Comrade Stalin said, the slogan, "All power to the Soviets," had to be withdrawn. However, the temporary withdrawal of this slogan did not in any way imply a renunciation of the struggle for the power of the Soviets. It was not the Soviets in general, as organs of revolutionary struggle, that were in question, but only the existing Soviets, the Soviets controlled by the Mensheviks and Socialist Revolutionaries. The peaceful period of the revolution has ended, said Comrade Stalin. Quote, a non-peaceful period has begun, a period of clashes and explosions. Unquote. Lenin and Stalin, Russian Revolution, pages 139 to 140. The party was headed for armed uprising. There were some at the Congress who, reflecting the bourgeois influence, opposed the adoption of the course of socialist revolution. The Trotskyite Preobrazhensky proposed that the resolution on the conquest of power should state that the country could be directed towards socialism only in the event of a proletarian revolution in the West. This Trotskyite motion was opposed by Comrade Stalin. He said, quote, the possibility is not excluded that Russia will be the country that will lay the road to socialism. We must discard the antiquated idea that only Europe can show us the way. There is dogmatic Marxism and creative Marxism. I stand by the latter. Unquote. Page 146. Bukharin, who held a Trotskyite position, asserted that the peasants supported the war, that they were in a bloc with the bourgeoisie, and would not follow the working class. Retorting to Bukharin, Comrade Stalin showed that there were different kinds of peasants. There were the rich peasants who supported the imperialist bourgeoisie, and there were the poor peasants who sought an alliance with the working class and would support it in a struggle for the victory of the revolution. The Congress rejected Preobrazhensky's and Bukharin's amendments and approved the resolution submitted by Comrade Stalin. The Congress discussed the economic platform of the Bolsheviks and approved it. Its main points were the confiscation of the landed estates and the nationalization of all the land, the nationalization of the banks, the nationalization of large-scale industry, and workers' control over production and distribution. The Congress stressed the importance of the fight for workers' control over production, which was later to play a significant part during the nationalization of the large industrial enterprises. In all its decisions, the Sixth Congress particularly stressed Lenin's principle of an alliance between the proletariat and the poor peasantry as a condition for the victory of the socialist revolution. The Congress condemned the Menshevik theory that the trade unions should be neutral. It pointed out that the momentous tasks confronting the working class of Russia could be accomplished only if the trade unions remained militant class organizations, recognizing the political leadership of the Bolshevik Party. The Congress adopted a resolution on the youth leagues, which at that time frequently sprang up spontaneously. As a result of the party's subsequent efforts, it succeeded in definitely securing the adherence of these young organizations, which became a reserve of the party. The Congress discussed whether Lenin should appear for trial. Kamenev, Rykov, Trotsky, and others had held even before the Congress that Lenin ought to appear before the counter-revolutionary court. Comrade Stalin was vigorously opposed to Lenin's appearing for trial. This was also the stand of the Sixth Congress, for it considered that it would be a lynching, not a trial. The Congress had no doubt that the bourgeoisie wanted only one thing, the physical destruction of Lenin as the most dangerous enemy of the bourgeoisie. The Congress protested against the police persecution of the leaders of the revolutionary proletariat by the bourgeoisie and sent a message of greeting to Lenin. The Sixth Congress adopted new party rules. These rules provided that all party organizations shall be built on the principle of democratic centralism. This meant 1. That all directing bodies of the party from top to bottom shall be elected. 2. that party bodies shall give periodical accounts of their activities to their respective party organizations. 3. That there shall be strict party discipline and the subordination of the minority to the majority. 4. That all decisions of higher bodies shall be absolutely binding on lower bodies and on all party members. The party rules provided that admission of new members to the party shall be through local party organizations on the recommendation of 2 party members and on the sanction of a general membership meeting of the local organization. The Sixth Congress admitted the Mezrayansi and their leader Trotsky into the party. There were a small group that existed in Petrograd since 1913 and consisted of Trotskyite Mensheviks and a number of former Bolsheviks who had split away from the party. During the war, the Mezrayansi were a centrist organization. They fought the Bolsheviks, but in many respects disagreed with the Mensheviks, thus occupying an intermediate, centrist, vacillating position. During the Sixth Party Congress, the Mezrayansi declared that they were in agreement with the Bolsheviks on all points and requested admission to the party. The request was granted by the Congress in the expectation that they would in time become real Bolsheviks. Some of the Mezrayansi, Volodarsky and Uritsky, for example, actually did become Bolsheviks. As to Trotsky and some of his close friends, they, as it later became apparent, had joined not to work in the interest of the party, but to disrupt and destroy it from within. The decisions of the Sixth Congress were all intended to prepare the proletariat and the poorest peasantry for an armed uprising. The Sixth Congress headed the party for armed uprising for the Socialist Revolution. The Congress issued a party manifesto calling upon the workers, soldiers, and peasants to muster their forces for decisive battles with the bourgeoisie. It ended with the words, quote, "Prepare then for new battles, comrades in arms. Staunchly, manfully, and calmly, without yielding to provocation, muster your forces and form your fighting columns. Rally under the banner of the party, proletarians and soldiers. Rally under our banner, downtrodden of the villages." Unquote. 5. General Kornilov's plot against the revolution. Suppression of the plot. Petrograd and Moscow Soviets go over to the Bolsheviks. Having seized all power, the bourgeoisie began preparations to destroy the now weakened Soviets and to set up an open counter-revolutionary dictatorship. The millionaire Rabushinsky insolently declared that the way out of the situation was, quote, "for the gaunt hand of famine, of destitution of the people, to seize the false friends of the people, the democratic Soviets and committees, by the throat." Unquote. At the front, courts-martial wreaked savage vengeance on the soldiers and meted out death sentences wholesale. On August 3, 1917, General Kornilov, the commander-in-chief, demanded the introduction of the death penalty behind the lines as well. On August 12, a Council of State, convened by the Provisional Government to mobilize the forces of the bourgeoisie and the landlords, opened in the Grand Theatre in Moscow. The council was attended chiefly by representatives of the landlords, the bourgeoisie, the generals, the officers and Cossacks. The Soviets were represented by Mensheviks and Socialist revolutionaries. In protest against the convocation of the Council of State, the Bolsheviks, on the day of its opening, called a general strike in Moscow, in which the majority of the workers took part. Simultaneously, strikes took place in a number of other cities. The Socialist revolutionary Kerensky threatened in a fit of boasting at the council to suppress, quote-unquote, by iron and blood, every attempt at a revolutionary movement, including unauthorized attempts of the peasants to seize the lands of the landlords. The counter-revolutionary General Kornilov bluntly demanded that, quote, "the committees and Soviets be abolished," Unquote. Bankers, merchants, and manufacturers flocked to Kornilov at general headquarters, promising him money and support. Representatives of the so-called Allies, Britain and France, also came to General Kornilov, demanding that action against the revolution be not delayed. General Kornilov's plot against the revolution was coming to a head. Kornilov made his preparations openly. In order to distract attention, the conspirators started a rumor that the Bolsheviks were preparing an armed uprising in Petrograd to take place on August 27th, the end of the first 6 months of the revolution. The provisional government, headed by Kerensky, furiously attacked the Bolsheviks and intensified the terror against the Proletarian Party. At the same time, General Kornilov massed troops in order to move them against Petrograd, abolish the Soviets, and set up a military dictatorship. Kornilov had come to a preliminary agreement with Kerensky regarding his counter-revolutionary action. But no sooner had Kornilov's action begun than Kerensky made an abrupt right-about face and disassociated himself from his ally. Kerensky feared that the masses who would rise against the Kornilovites and crush them would at the same time sweep away Kerensky's bourgeois government as well, unless it at once disassociated itself from the Kornilov affair. On August 25th, Kornilov moved the 3rd Mounted Corps under the command of General Krimov against Petrograd, declaring that he intended to quote-unquote save the fatherland. In face of the Kornilov revolt, the Central Committee of the Bolshevik Party called upon the workers and soldiers to put up active armed resistance to the counter-revolution. The workers hurriedly began to arm and prepare to resist. The Red Guard detachments grew enormously during these days. The trade unions mobilized their members. The revolutionary military units in Petrograd were also held in readiness for battle. Trenches were dug around Petrograd, barbed wire entanglements erected, and the railway tracks leading to the city were torn up. Several thousand armed sailors arrived from Kronstadt to defend the city. Delegates were sent to the so-called Savage Division, which was advancing on Petrograd. When these delegates explained the purpose of Kornilov's action to the Caucasian mountaineers, of whom the so-called Savage Division was made up, they refused to advance. Agitators were also dispatched to other Kornilov units. Wherever there was danger, revolutionary committees and headquarters were set up to fight Kornilov. In those days, the mortally terrified Socialist Revolutionary and Menshevik leaders, Kerensky among them, turned for protection to the Bolsheviks, for they were convinced that the Bolsheviks were the only effective force in the capital that was capable of routing Kornilov. But while mobilizing the masses to crush the Kornilov revolt, the Bolsheviks did not discontinue their struggle against the Kerensky government. They exposed the government of Kerensky, the Mensheviks and the Socialist Revolutionaries to the masses, pointing out that their whole policy was in effect assisting Kornilov's counter-revolutionary plot. The result of these measures was that the Kornilov revolt was crushed. General Krimov committed suicide. Kornilov and his fellow conspirators, Denikin and Lukomsky, were arrested. Very soon, however, Kerensky had them released. The rout of the Kornilov revolt revealed in a flash the relative strength of the revolution and the counter-revolution. It showed that the whole counter-revolutionary camp was doomed, from the generals and the Constitutional Democratic Party to the Mensheviks and Socialist Revolutionaries, who had become entangled in the meshes of the bourgeoisie. It became obvious that the influence of the Mensheviks and Socialist Revolutionaries among the masses had been completely undermined by the policy of prolonging the unbearable strain of the war and by the economic chaos caused by the protracted war. The defeat of the Kornilov revolt further showed that the Bolshevik Party had grown to be the decisive force of the revolution and was capable of foiling any attempt at counter-revolution. Our party was not yet the ruling party, but during the Kornilov days it acted as the real ruling power, for its instructions were unhesitatingly carried out by the workers and soldiers. Lastly, the rout of the Kornilov revolt showed that the seemingly dead Soviets actually possessed tremendous latent power of revolutionary resistance. There could be no doubt that it was the Soviets and their revolutionary committees that barred the way of the Kornilov troops and broke their strength. The struggle against Kornilov put new vitality into the languishing Soviets of workers and soldiers' deputies. It freed them from the sway of the policy of compromise. It led them into the open road of revolutionary struggle and turned them towards the Bolshevik Party. The influence of the Bolsheviks in the Soviets grew stronger than ever. Their influence spread rapidly in the rural districts as well. The Kornilov revolt made it clear to the broad masses of the peasantry that if the landlords and generals succeeded in smashing the Bolsheviks and the Soviets, they would next attack the peasantry. The mass of the poor peasants therefore began to rally closer to the Bolsheviks. As to the middle peasants, whose vacillations had retarded the development of the revolution in the period from April to August 1917, after the rout of Kornilov, they definitely began to swing towards the Bolshevik Party, joining forces with the poor peasants. The broad masses of the peasantry were coming to realize that only the Bolshevik Party could deliver them from the war, and that only this party was capable of crushing the landlords and was prepared to turn over the land to the peasants. The months of September and October 1917 witnessed a tremendous increase in the number of seizures of landed estates by the peasants. Unauthorized plowing of the fields of landlords became widespread. The peasants had taken the road of revolution, and neither coaxing nor punitive expeditions could any longer halt them. The tide of revolution was rising. There ensued a period of revival of the Soviets, of a changing in their composition, their Bolshevization. Factories, mills, and military units held new elections and sent to the Soviets representatives of the Bolshevik Party in place of Mensheviks and Socialist revolutionaries. On August 31st, the day following the victory over Kornilov, the Petrograd Soviet endorsed the Bolshevik policy. The old Menshevik and Socialist Revolutionary Presidium of the Petrograd Soviet, headed by Tekaidze, resigned, thus clearing the way for the Bolsheviks. On September 5th, the Moscow Soviet of Workers' Deputies went over to the Bolsheviks. The Socialist Revolutionary and Menshevik Presidium of the Moscow Soviet also resigned and left the way clear for the Bolsheviks. This meant that the chief conditions for a successful uprising were now ripe. The slogan, "All power to the Soviets," was again on the order of the day. But it was no longer the old slogan, the slogan of transferring the power to Menshevik and Socialist Revolutionary Soviets. This time it was a slogan calling for an uprising of the Soviets against the provisional government, the object being to transfer the whole power in the country to the Soviets, now led by the Bolsheviks. Disintegration set in among the compromising parties. Under the pressure of the revolutionary peasants, a left wing formed within the Socialist Revolutionary Party, known as the so-called Left Socialist Revolutionaries, who expressed their disapproval of the policy of compromise with the bourgeoisie. Among the Mensheviks, too, there appeared a group of so-called lefts, the so-called internationalists, who gravitated towards the Bolsheviks. As to the anarchists, a group whose influence was insignificant to start with, they now definitively disintegrated into minute groups, some of which merged with criminal elements, thieves and provocateurs, the dregs of society. Others became expropriators, quote-unquote by conviction, robbing the peasants and small townsfolk and appropriating the premises and funds of workers' clubs, while others still openly went over to the camp of the counter-revolutionaries and devoted themselves to feathering their own nests as menials of the bourgeoisie. They were all opposed to authority of any kind, particularly and especially to the revolutionary authority of the workers and peasants, for they knew that a revolutionary government would not allow them to rob the people and steal public property. After the rout of Kornilov, the Mensheviks and Socialist revolutionaries made one more attempt to stem the rising tide of revolution. With this purpose in view, on September 12, 1917, they convened an all-Russian democratic conference consisting of representatives of the socialist parties, the compromising Soviets, trade unions, zemstvos, commercial and industrial circles, and military units. The conference set up a provisional council of the Republic known as the Pre-Parliament. The compromisers hoped, with the help of the Pre-Parliament, to halt the revolution and to divert the country from the path of a Soviet revolution to the path of bourgeois constitutional development, the path of bourgeois parliamentarism. But this was a hopeless attempt on the part of political bankrupts to turn back the wheel of revolution. It was bound to end in a fiasco, and end in a fiasco it did. The workers jeered at the parliamentary efforts of the compromisers and called the Pred-Parlament Pre-Parliament, a Predbanik pre-bathhouse. The Central Committee of the Bolshevik Party decided to boycott the Pre-Parliament. True, the Bolshevik group in the Pre-Parliament, consisting of people like Kamenev and Theodorovich, were loath to leave it, but the Central Committee of the party compelled them to do so. Kamenev and Zinoviev stubbornly insisted on participation in the Pre-Parliament, striving thereby to divert the party from its preparations for the uprising. Comrade Stalin, speaking at a meeting of the Bolshevik group of the All-Russian Democratic Conference, vigorously opposed participation in the Pre-Parliament. He called the Pre-Parliament a Kornilov abortion. Lenin and Stalin considered that it would be a grave mistake to participate in the Pre-Parliament even for a short time, for it might encourage in the masses the false hope that the Pre-Parliament could really do something for the working people. At the same time, the Bolsheviks made intensive preparations for the convocation of the Second Congress of Soviets, in which they expected to have a majority. Under the pressure of the Bolshevik Soviets, and notwithstanding the subterfuges of the Mensheviks and Socialist revolutionaries, on the All-Russian Central Executive Committee, the Second All-Russian Congress of Soviets was called for the second half of October 1917. 6. October uprising in Petrograd and arrest of the Provisional Government. Second Congress of Soviets and formation of the Soviet government. Decrees of the Second Congress of Soviets on Peace and Land. Victory of the Socialist Revolution. Reasons for the victory of the Socialist Revolution. The Bolsheviks began intensive preparations for the uprising. Lenin declared that, having secured a majority in the Soviets of workers' and soldiers' deputies in both the capitals, Moscow and Petrograd, the Bolsheviks could and should take the state power into their own hands. Reviewing the path that had been traversed, Lenin stressed the fact that, quote, the majority of the people are for us, unquote. In his articles and letters to the Central Committee and the Bolshevik organizations, Lenin outlined a detailed plan for the uprising, showing how the army units, the Navy and the Red Guards should be used, what key positions in Petrograd should be seized in order to ensure the success of the uprising, and so forth. On October 7th, Lenin secretly arrived in Petrograd from Finland. On October 10th, 1917, the historic meeting of the Central Committee of the party took place, at which it was decided to launch the armed uprising within the next few days. The historic resolution of the Central Committee of the party, drawn up by Lenin, stated, quote, the Central Committee recognizes that the international position of the Russian Revolution, the revolt in the German Navy, which is an extreme manifestation of the growth throughout Europe of the World Socialist Revolution, the threat of conclusion of peace by the imperialists with the object of strangling the revolution in Russia, as well as its military position, the indubitable decision of the Russian bourgeoisie and Kerensky and company to surrender Petrograd to the Germans, and the fact that the Proletarian Party has gained a majority in the Soviets, all this taken in conjunction with the peasant revolt and the swing of popular confidence towards our party, in parentheses, the elections in Moscow, and finally, the obvious preparations being made for a second Kornilov affair, the withdrawal of the troops from Petrograd, the dispatch of Cossacks to Petrograd, the surrounding of Minsk by Cossacks, etc. All this places the armed uprising on the order of the day. Considering therefore that an armed uprising is inevitable and that the time for it is fully ripe, the Central Committee instructs all party organizations to be guided accordingly and to discuss and decide all practical questions. The Congress of Soviets of the Northern Region, the withdrawal of troops from Petrograd, the action of our people in Moscow and Minsk, etc., from this point of view." Unquote. Lenin, Selected Works, Volume 6, page 303. Two members of the Central Committee, Kamenev and Zinoviev, spoke and voted against this historic decision. Like the Mensheviks, they dreamed of a bourgeois parliamentary republic and slandered the working class by asserting that it was not strong enough to carry out a socialist revolution, that it was not mature enough to take power. Although at this meeting Trotsky did not vote against the resolution directly, he moved an amendment which would have reduced the chances of the uprising to naught and rendered it abortive. He proposed that the uprising should not be started before the Second Congress of Soviets met, a proposal which meant delaying the uprising, divulging its date, and forewarning the provisional government. The Central Committee of the Bolshevik Party sent its representatives to the Donets Basin, the Urals, Helsingfors, Kronstadt, the Southwestern Front, and other places to organize the uprising. Comrades Voroshilov, Molotov, Dzerzhinsky, or Johnny Kitse, Kirov, Kaganovich, Kuibyshev, Frunze, Yaroslavsky, and others were specially assigned by the party to direct the uprising in the provinces. Comrade Zhdanov carried on work among the armed forces in Shadrinsk, in the Urals. The representatives of the Central Committee acquainted the leading members of the Bolshevik organizations in the provinces with the plan of the uprising, and mobilized them in readiness to support the uprising in Petrograd. On the instructions of the Central Committee of the party, a revolutionary military committee of the Petrograd Soviet was set up. This body became the legally functioning headquarters of the uprising. Meanwhile, the counter-revolutionaries, too, were hastily mustering their forces. The officers of the army formed a counter-revolutionary organization known as the Officers' League. Everywhere, the counter-revolutionaries set up headquarters for the formation of shock battalions. By the end of October, the counter-revolutionaries had 43 shock battalions at their command. Special battalions of Cavaliers of the Cross of St. George were formed. Kerensky's government considered the question of transferring the seat of government from Petrograd to Moscow. This made it clear that it was preparing to surrender Petrograd to the Germans in order to forestall the uprising in the city. The protest of the Petrograd workers and soldiers compelled the provisional government to remain in Petrograd. On October 16th, an enlarged meeting of the Central Committee of the party was held. This meeting elected a party center headed by Comrade Stalin to direct the uprising. The party center was the leading core of the Revolutionary Military Committee of the Petrograd Soviet and had practical direction of the whole uprising. At the meeting of the Central Committee, the capitulators, Zinoviev and Kamenev, again opposed the uprising. Meeting with a rebuff, they came out openly in the press against the uprising, against the party. On October 18th, the Menshevik newspaper, Novaya Zhizn, printed a statement by Kamenev and Zinoviev declaring that the Bolsheviks were making preparations for an uprising, and that they, Kamenev and Zinoviev, considered it an adventurous gamble. Kamenev and Zinoviev thus disclosed to the enemy the decision of the Central Committee regarding the uprising. They revealed that an uprising had been planned to take place within a few days. This was treachery. Lenin wrote in this connection, quote, "Kamenev and Zinoviev have betrayed the decision of the Central Committee of their party on the armed uprising to Rodzyanko and Kerensky, unquote. Lenin put before the Central Committee the question of Zinoviev's and Kamenev's expulsion from the party. Forewarned by the traitors, the enemies of the revolution at once began to take measures to prevent the uprising and to destroy the directing staff of the revolution, the Bolshevik Party. The provisional government called a secret meeting which decided upon measures for combating the Bolsheviks. On October 19th, the provisional government hastily summoned troops from the front to Petrograd. The streets were heavily patrolled. The counter-revolutionaries succeeded in massing especially large forces in Moscow. The provisional government drew up a plan. On the eve of the Second Congress of Soviets, the Smolny, the headquarters of the Bolshevik Central Committee, was to be attacked and occupied and the Bolshevik directing center destroyed. For this purpose, the government summoned to Petrograd troops in whose loyalty it believed. But the days and even the hours of the provisional government were already numbered. Nothing could now halt the victorious march of the Socialist Revolution. On October 21st, the Bolsheviks sent commissars of the Revolutionary Military Committee to all Revolutionary Army units. Throughout the remaining days before the uprising, energetic preparations for action were made in the army units and in the mills and factories. Precise instructions were also issued to the warships Aurora and Zarya Svobody. At a meeting of the Petrograd Soviet, Trotsky, in a fit of boasting, blabbed to the enemy the date on which the Bolsheviks had planned to begin the armed uprising. In order not to allow Kerensky's government to frustrate the uprising, the Central Committee of the party decided to start and carry it through before the appointed time and set its date for the day before the opening of the Second Congress of Soviets. Kerensky began his attack on the early morning of October 24th, November 6th in the new calendar style, by ordering the suppression of the central organ of the Bolshevik Party, Raboki Put, Workers' Path, and the dispatch of armored cars to its editorial premises and to the printing plant of the Bolsheviks. By 10 a.m., however, on the instructions of Comrade Stalin, Red Guards and revolutionary soldiers pressed back the armored cars and placed a reinforced guard over the printing plant and the Raboki Put editorial offices. Towards 11 a.m., Raboki Put came out with a call for the overthrow of the provisional government. Simultaneously, on the instructions of the party center of the uprising, detachments of revolutionary soldiers and Red Guards were rushed to the Smolny. The uprising had begun. On the night of October 24th, Lenin arrived at the Smolny and assumed personal direction of the uprising. All that night, revolutionary units of the army and detachments of the Red Guards kept arriving at the Smolny. The Bolsheviks directed them to the center of the capital to surround the Winter Palace where the provisional government had entrenched itself. On October 25th, November 7th in the new calendar style, Red Guards and revolutionary troops occupied the railway stations, post office, telegraph office, the ministries and the state bank. The pre-parliament was dissolved. The Smolny, the headquarters of the Petrograd Soviet and of the Bolshevik Central Committee, became the headquarters of the revolution, from which all fighting orders emanated. The Petrograd workers in those days showed what a splendid schooling they had received under the guidance of the Bolshevik Party. The revolutionary units of the army, prepared for the uprising by the work of the Bolsheviks, carried out fighting orders with precision and fought side by side with the Red Guard. The navy did not lag behind the army. Kronstadt was a stronghold of the Bolshevik Party and had long since refused to recognize the authority of the provisional government. The cruiser Aurora trained its guns on the Winter Palace, and on October 25th, their thunder ushered in a new era, the era of the Great Socialist Revolution. On October 25th, November 7th in the new calendar style, the Bolsheviks issued a manifesto to the citizens of Russia, announcing that the bourgeois provisional government had been deposed and that state power had passed into the hands of the Soviets. The provisional government had taken refuge in the Winter Palace under the protection of cadets and shock battalions. On the night of October 25th, the revolutionary workers, soldiers, and sailors took the Winter Palace by storm and arrested the provisional government. The armed uprising in Petrograd had won. The Second All-Russian Congress of Soviets opened in the Smolny at 10:45 p.m. on October 25th, November 7th in the new calendar style, 1917, when the uprising in Petrograd was already in the full flush of victory and the power in the capital had actually passed into the hands of the Petrograd Soviet. The Bolsheviks secured an overwhelming majority at the Congress. The Mensheviks, Bundists, and right socialist revolutionaries, seeing that their day was done, left the Congress, announcing that they refused to take any part in its labors. In a statement which was read at the Congress of Soviets, they referred to the October Revolution as a so-called military plot. The Congress condemned the Mensheviks and socialist revolutionaries, and far from regretting their departure, welcomed it, for, it declared, thanks to the withdrawal of the traitors, the Congress had become a real revolutionary Congress of workers' and soldiers' deputies. The Congress proclaimed that all power had passed to the Soviets. Backed by the will of the vast majority of the workers, soldiers, and peasants, backed by the victorious uprising of the workers and the garrison which had taken place in Petrograd, the Congress takes the power into its own hands. The proclamation of the Second Congress of Soviets read. On the night of October 26th, November 8th in the new calendar style, 1917, the Second Congress of Soviets adopted the Decree on Peace. The Congress called upon the belligerent countries to conclude an immediate armistice for a period of not less than 3 months to permit negotiations for peace. While addressing itself to the government and peoples of all the belligerent countries, the Congress at the same time appealed to, quote, the class-conscious workers of the 3 most advanced nations of mankind and the largest states participating in the present war, namely Great Britain, France, and Germany, unquote. It called upon these workers to help, quote, to bring to a successful conclusion the cause of peace, and at the same time the cause of the emancipation of the toiling and exploited masses of the population from all forms of slavery and all forms of exploitation, unquote. That same night, the Second Congress of Soviets adopted the Decree on Land, which proclaimed that, quote, landlord ownership of land is abolished forthwith without compensation, unquote. The basis adopted for this agrarian law was a mandate, nakaz, of the peasantry, compiled from 242 mandates of peasants of various localities. In accordance with this mandate, private ownership of land was to be abolished forever and replaced by public or state ownership of the land. The lands of the landlords, of the Tsar's family, and of the monasteries were to be turned over to all the toilers for their free use. By this decree, the peasantry received from the October Socialist Revolution over 150 million desiatins, or over 400 million acres of land that had formerly belonged to the landlords, the bourgeoisie, the Tsar's family, the monasteries, and the churches. Moreover, the peasants were released from paying rent to the landlords, which had amounted to about 500 million gold rubles annually. All mineral resources, oil, coal, ores, etc., forests and waters, became the property of the people. Lastly, the Second All-Russian Congress of Soviets formed the first Soviet government, the Council of People's Commissars, which consisted entirely of Bolsheviks. Lenin was elected chairman of the first Council of People's Commissars. This ended the labors of the historic Second Congress of Soviets. The Congress delegates dispersed to spread the news of the victory of the Soviets in Petrograd and to ensure the extension of the power of the Soviets to the whole country. Not everywhere did power pass to the Soviets at once. While in Petrograd the Soviet government was already in existence, in Moscow fierce and stubborn fighting continued in the streets several days longer. In order to prevent the power from passing into the hands of the Moscow Soviet, the counter-revolutionary Menshevik and Socialist Revolutionary parties, together with White Guards and cadets, started an armed fight against the workers and soldiers. It took several days to rout the rebels and to establish the power of the Soviets in Moscow. In Petrograd itself and in several of its districts, counter-revolutionary attempts to overthrow the Soviet power were made in the very first days of the victory of the revolution. On November 10, 1917, Kerensky, who during the uprising had fled from Petrograd to the northern front, mustered several Cossack units and dispatched them against Petrograd under the command of General Krasnov. On November 11, 1917, a counter-revolutionary organization, calling itself the so-called Committee for the Salvation of the Fatherland and the Revolution, headed by socialist revolutionaries, raised a mutiny of cadets in Petrograd. But the mutiny was suppressed by sailors and Red Guards without much difficulty by the evening of the same day, and on November 13th, General Krasnov was routed near the Polkovo Hills. Lenin personally directed the suppression of the anti-Soviet mutiny, just as he had personally directed the October uprising. His inflexible firmness and calm confidence of victory inspired and welded the masses. The enemy was smashed. Krasnov was taken prisoner and pledged his quote-unquote word of honor to terminate the struggle against the Soviet power, and on his quote-unquote word of honor he was released. But, as it later transpired, the general violated his word of honor. As to Kerensky, disguised as a woman, he managed to, quote-unquote, disappear in an unknown direction. In Mogilev, at the general headquarters of the army, General Dukhonin, the commander-in-chief, also attempted a mutiny. When the Soviet government instructed him to start immediate negotiations for an armistice with the German command, he refused to obey. Thereupon, Dukhonin was dismissed by orders of the Soviet government. The counter-revolutionary general headquarters was broken up, and Dukhonin himself was killed by the soldiers who had risen against him. Certain notorious opportunists within the party, Kamenev, Zinoviev, Rykov, Shlyapnikov, and others, also made a sally against the Soviet power. They demanded the formation of a so-called all-socialist government to include Mensheviks and socialist revolutionaries who had just been overthrown by the October Revolution. On November 15, 1917, the Central Committee of the Bolshevik Party adopted a resolution rejecting agreement with these counter-revolutionary parties and proclaiming Kamenev and Zinoviev strikebreakers of the revolution. On November 17th, Kamenev, Zinoviev, Rykov, and Milyutin, disagreeing with the policy of the party, announced their resignation from the Central Committee. That same day, November 17th, Nogin, in his own name and in the names of Rykov, V. Milyutin, Teodorovich, A. Shlyapnikov, D. Razanov, Urenev, and Larin, members of the Council of People's Commissars, announced their disagreement with the policy of the Central Committee of the party and their resignation from the Council of People's Commissars. The desertion of this handful of cowards caused jubilation among the enemies of the October Revolution. The bourgeoisie and its henchmen proclaimed with malicious glee the collapse of Bolshevism and presaged the early end of the Bolshevik Party. But not for a moment was the party shaken by this handful of deserters. The Central Committee of the party contemptuously branded them as deserters from the revolution and accomplices of the bourgeoisie, and proceeded with its work. As to the so-called left socialist revolutionaries, they, desirous of retaining their influence over the peasant masses, who definitely sympathized with the Bolsheviks, decided not to quarrel with the latter and for the time being to maintain a united front with them. The Congress of Peasant Soviets, which took place in November 1917, recognized all the gains of the October Socialist Revolution and endorsed the decrees of the Soviet government. An agreement was concluded with the left socialist revolutionaries, and several of their number were given posts on the Council of People's Commissars: Kolegayev, Spiridonova, Proshian, and Steinberg. However, this agreement lasted only until the signing of the Peace of Brest-Litovsk and the formation of the Committees of the Poor Peasants, when a deep cleavage took place among the peasantry and when the so-called left socialist revolutionaries, coming more and more to reflect the interests of the kulaks, started a revolt against the Bolsheviks and were routed by the Soviet government. In the interval from October 1917 to February 1918, the Soviet Revolution spread throughout the vast territory of the country at such a rapid rate that Lenin referred to it as a, quote-unquote, triumphal march of Soviet power. The great October Socialist Revolution had won. There were several reasons for this comparatively easy victory of the Socialist Revolution in Russia. The following chief reasons should be noted. 1. The October Revolution was confronted by an enemy so comparatively weak, so badly organized, and so politically inexperienced as the Russian bourgeoisie. Economically still weak and completely dependent on government contracts, the Russian bourgeoisie lacked sufficient political self-reliance and initiative to find a way out of the situation. It had neither the experience of the French bourgeoisie, for example in political combination and political chicanery on a broad scale, nor the schooling of the British bourgeoisie in broadly conceived crafty compromise. It had but recently sought to reach an understanding with the Tsar, yet now that the Tsar had been overthrown by the February Revolution and the bourgeoisie itself had come to power, it was unable to think of anything better than to continue the policy of the detested Tsar in all its essentials. Like the Tsar, it stood for a so-called war to a victorious finish, although the war was beyond the country's strength and had reduced the people and the army to a state of utter exhaustion. Like the Tsar, it stood for the preservation in the main of big landed property, although the peasantry was perishing from lack of land and the weight of the landlord's yoke. As to its labor policy, the Russian bourgeoisie outstripped even the Tsar in its hatred of the working class, for it not only strove to preserve and strengthen the yoke of the factory owners, but to render it intolerable by wholesale lockouts. It is not surprising that the people saw no essential difference between the policy of the Tsar and the policy of the bourgeoisie, and that they transferred their hatred of the Tsar to the provisional government of the bourgeoisie. As long as the compromising Socialist Revolutionary and Bolshevik parties possessed a certain amount of influence among the people, the bourgeoisie could use them as a screen and preserve its power. But after the Mensheviks and Socialist Revolutionaries had exposed themselves as agents of the imperialist bourgeoisie, thus forfeiting their influence among the people, the bourgeoisie and its provisional government were left without support. 2. The October Revolution was headed by so revolutionary a class as the working class of Russia, a class which had been steeled in battle, which had, in a short space, passed through 2 revolutions, and which, by the eve of the 3rd revolution, had won recognition as the leader of the people in the struggle for peace, land, liberty, and socialism. If the revolution had not had a leader like the working class of Russia, a leader that had earned the confidence of the people, there would have been no alliance between the workers and peasants, and without such an alliance, the victory of the October Revolution would have been impossible. 3. The working class of Russia had so effective an ally in the revolution as the poor peasantry, which comprised the overwhelming majority of the peasant population. The experience of 8 months of revolution, which may unhesitatingly be compared to the experience of several decades of so-called normal development, had not been in vain as far as the masses of the laboring peasants were concerned. During this period, they had had the opportunity to test all the parties of Russia in practice and convince themselves that neither the constitutional Democrats nor the Socialist Revolutionaries and Mensheviks would seriously quarrel with the landlords, or sacrifice themselves for the interests of the peasants. That there was only one party in Russia, the Bolshevik Party, which was in no way connected with the landlords, and which was prepared to crush them in order to satisfy the needs of the peasants. This served as a solid basis for the alliance of the proletariat and the poor peasantry. The existence of this alliance between the working class and the poor peasantry determined the conduct of the middle peasants, who had long been vacillating and only on the eve of the October uprising wholeheartedly swung over towards the revolution, and joined forces with the poor peasants. It goes without saying that without this alliance, the October Revolution could not have been victorious. 4. The working class was headed by a party so tried and tested in political battles as the Bolshevik Party. Only a party like the Bolshevik Party, courageous enough to lead the people in decisive attack, and cautious enough to keep clear of all the submerged rocks in its path to the goal, only such a party could so skillfully merge into one common revolutionary torrent so diverse revolutionary movements as the General Democratic Movement for Peace, the Peasant Democratic Movement for the seizure of the landed estates, the Movement of the Oppressed Nationalities for National Liberation and National Equality, and the Socialist Movement of the Proletariat for the overthrow of the bourgeoisie and the establishment of the dictatorship of the proletariat. Undoubtedly, the merging of these diverse revolutionary streams into one common, powerful, revolutionary torrent decided the fate of capitalism in Russia. 5. The October Revolution began at a time when the imperialist war was still at its height, when the principal bourgeois states were split into two hostile camps, and when, absorbed in mutual war and undermining each other's strength, they were unable to intervene effectively in quote-unquote Russian affairs and actively to oppose the October Revolution. This undoubtedly did much to facilitate the victory of the October Socialist Revolution. 7. Struggle of the Bolshevik Party to consolidate the Soviet power. Peace of Brest-Litovsk. 7th Party Congress. In order to consolidate the Soviet power, the old bourgeois state machine had to be shattered and destroyed, and a new Soviet state machine set up in its place. Further, it was necessary to destroy the survivals of the division of society into estates and the regime of national oppression, to abolish the privileges of the church, to suppress the counter-revolutionary press and the counter-revolutionary organizations of all kinds, legal and illegal, and to dissolve the bourgeois constituent assembly. Following on the nationalization of the land, all large-scale industry had also to be nationalized. And lastly, the state of war had to be ended. The war was hampering the consolidation of the Soviet power more than anything else. All these measures were carried out in the course of a few months, from the end of 1917 to the middle of 1918. The sabotage of the officials of the old ministries, engineered by the socialist revolutionaries and Mensheviks, was smashed and overcome. The ministries were abolished and replaced by Soviet administrative machinery and appropriate people's commissariats. The Supreme Council of National Economy was set up to administer the industry of the country. The All-Russian Extraordinary Commission, Vetcheka, was created to combat counter-revolution and sabotage, and F. Dzerzhinsky was placed at its head. The formation of a Red Army and Navy was decreed. The Constituent Assembly, the elections of which had largely been held prior to the October Revolution, and which refused to recognize the decrees of the Second Congress of Soviets on peace, land, and the transfer of power to the Soviets, was dissolved. In order to put an end to the survivals of feudalism, the estate system, and inequality in all spheres of social life, decrees were issued abolishing the estates, removing restrictions based on nationality or religion, separating the church from the state and the schools from the church, establishing equality for women and the equality of all the nationalities of Russia. A special edict of the Soviet government, known as the Declaration of Rights of the Peoples of Russia, laid down as a law the right of the peoples of Russia to unhampered development and complete equality. In order to undermine the economic power of the bourgeoisie and to create a new Soviet national economy, and in the first place to create a new Soviet industry, the banks, railways, foreign trade, the mercantile fleet, and all large enterprises in all branches of industry, coal, metal, oil, chemicals, machine building, textiles, sugar, etc., were nationalized. To render our country financially independent of the foreign capitalists and free from exploitation by them, the foreign loans contracted by the Russian Tsar and the provisional government were annulled. the people of our country refused to pay debts which had been incurred for the continuation of the war of conquest, and which had placed our country in bondage to foreign capital. These and similar measures undermined the very root of the power of the bourgeoisie, the landlords, the reactionary officials, and the counter-revolutionary parties, and considerably strengthened the position of the Soviet government within the country. But the position of the Soviet government could not be deemed fully secure as long as Russia was in a state of war with Germany and Austria. In order finally to consolidate the Soviet power, the war had to be ended. The party therefore launched the fight for peace from the moment of the victory of the October Revolution. The Soviet government called upon, quote, all the belligerent peoples and their governments to start immediate negotiations for a just, democratic peace, unquote. But the so-called allies, Great Britain and France, refused to accept the proposal of the Soviet government. In view of this refusal, the Soviet government, in compliance with the will of the Soviets, decided to start negotiations with Germany and Austria. The negotiations began on December 3rd in Brest-Litovsk. On December 5th, an armistice was signed. The negotiations took place at a time when the country was in a state of economic disruption, when the war weariness was universal, when our troops were abandoning the trenches and the front was collapsing. It became clear in the course of the negotiations that the German imperialists were out to seize huge portions of the territory of the former Tsarist Empire, and to turn Poland, the Ukraine, and the Baltic countries into dependencies of Germany. To continue the war under such conditions would have meant staking the very existence of the newborn Soviet Republic. The working class and the peasantry were confronted with the necessity of accepting onerous terms of peace, of retreating before the most dangerous marauder of the time, German imperialism, in order to secure a respite in which to strengthen the Soviet power and to create a new army, the Red Army, which would be able to defend the country from enemy attack. All the counter-revolutionaries, from the Mensheviks and Socialist revolutionaries to the most arrant White Guards, conducted a frenzied campaign against the conclusion of peace. Their policy was clear. They wanted to wreck the peace negotiations, provoke a German offensive, and thus imperil the still weak Soviet power and endanger the gains of the workers and peasants. Their allies in this sinister scheme were Trotsky and his accomplice Bukharin, the latter, together with Radek and Pyatakov, heading a group which was hostile to the party but camouflaged itself under the name of so-called left communists. Trotsky and the group of so-called left communists began a fierce struggle within the party against Lenin, demanding the continuation of the war. These people were clearly playing into the hands of the German imperialists and the counter-revolutionaries within the country, for they were working to expose the young Soviet Republic, which had not yet any army, to the blows of German imperialism. This was really a policy of provocateurs, skillfully masked by left phraseology. On February 10, 1918, the peace negotiations in Brest-Litovsk were broken off. Although Lenin and Stalin, in the name of the Central Committee of the party, had insisted that peace be signed, Trotsky, who was chairman of the Soviet delegation at Brest-Litovsk, treacherously violated the direct instructions of the Bolshevik Party. He announced that the Soviet Republic refused to conclude peace on the terms proposed by Germany. At the same time, he informed the Germans that the Soviet Republic would not fight and would continue to demobilize the army. This was monstrous. The German imperialists could have desired nothing more from this traitor to the interests of the Soviet country. The German government broke the armistice and assumed the offensive. The remnants of our old army crumbled and scattered before the onslaught of the German troops. The Germans advanced swiftly, seizing enormous territory and threatening Petrograd. German imperialism invaded the Soviet land with the object of overthrowing the Soviet power and converting our country into its colony. The ruins of the old Tsarist army could not withstand the armed host of German imperialism and steadily retreated under their blows. But the armed intervention of the German imperialists was the signal for a mighty revolutionary upsurge in the country. The party and the Soviet government issued the call, "The socialist fatherland is in danger," and in response, the working class energetically began to form regiments of the Red Army. The young detachments of the new army, the Army of the Revolutionary People, heroically resisted the German marauders who were armed to the teeth. At Narva and Pskov, the German invaders met with a resolute repulse. Their advance on Petrograd was checked. February 23rd, the day the forces of German imperialism were repulsed, is regarded as the birthday of the Red Army. On February 18, 1918, the Central Committee of the party had approved Lenin's proposal to send a telegram to the German government, offering to conclude an immediate peace. But in order to secure more advantageous terms, the Germans continued to advance, and only on February 22nd did the German government express its willingness to sign the peace. The terms were now far more onerous than those originally proposed. Lenin, Stalin, and Sverdlov had to wage a stubborn fight on the Central Committee against Trotsky, Bukharin, and the other Trotskyites before they secured a decision in favor of the conclusion of peace. Bukharin and Trotsky, Lenin declared, quote, actually helped the German imperialists and hindered the growth and development of the revolution in Germany, unquote. Lenin, Collected Works, Russian edition, Volume 12, page 307. On February 23rd, the Central Committee decided to accept the terms of the German command and to sign the peace treaty. The treachery of Trotsky and Bukharin cost the Soviet Republic dearly. Latvia, Estonia, not to mention Poland, passed into German hands. The Ukraine was severed from the Soviet Republic and converted into a vassal of the German state. The Soviet Republic undertook to pay an indemnity to the Germans. Meanwhile, the so-called left communists continued their struggle against Lenin, sinking deeper and deeper into the slough of treachery. The Moscow Regional Bureau of the party, of which the so-called left communists, Bukharin, Osinsky, Yakovleva, Stukov, and Montsev had temporarily seized control, passed a resolution of no confidence in the Central Committee, a resolution designed to split the party. The Bureau declared that it considered, quote, a split in the party in the very near future scarcely avoidable, unquote. The so-called left communists even went so far in their resolution as to adopt an anti-Soviet stand. In the interest of the international revolution, they declared, quote, we consider it expedient to consent to the possible loss of the Soviet power, which has now become purely formal, unquote. Lenin branded this decision as, quote, strange and monstrous, unquote. At that time, the real cause of this anti-party behavior of Trotsky and the so-called left communists was not yet clear to the party. But the recent trial of the anti-Soviet bloc of Rights and Trotskyites, beginning of 1938, has now revealed that Bukharin and the group of so-called left communists headed by him, together with Trotsky and the so-called left socialist revolutionaries, were at that time secretly conspiring against the Soviet government. Now it is known that Bukharin, Trotsky, and their fellow conspirators had determined to wreck the peace of Brest-Litovsk, arrest V.I. Lenin, J.V. Stalin, and Y.M. Sverdlov, assassinate them, and form a new government consisting of Bukharinites, Trotskyites, and so-called left socialist revolutionaries. While hatching this clandestine counter-revolutionary plot, the group of so-called left communists, with the support of Trotsky, openly attacked the Bolshevik Party, trying to split it and to disintegrate its ranks. But at this grave juncture, the party rallied around Lenin, Stalin, and Sverdlov, and supported the Central Committee on the question of peace as on all other questions. The so-called left communist group was isolated and defeated. In order that the party might pronounce its final decision on the question of peace, the Seventh Party Congress was summoned. The Congress opened on March 6, 1918. This was the first Congress held after our party had taken power. It was attended by 46 delegates with vote and 58 delegates with voice but no vote, representing 145,000 party members. Actually, the membership of the party at that time was not less than 270,000. The discrepancy was due to the fact that owing to the urgency with which the Congress met, a large number of the organizations were unable to send delegates in time, and the organizations in the territories then occupied by the Germans were unable to send delegates at all. Reporting at this Congress on the Brest-Litovsk peace, Lenin said that, quote, "The severe crisis which our party is now experiencing owing to the formation of a left opposition within it is one of the gravest crises the Russian Revolution has experienced." Lenin, Selected Works, Volume 7, pages 293 to 94. The resolution submitted by Lenin on the subject of the Brest-Litovsk peace treaty was adopted by 30 votes against 12, with 4 abstentions. On the day following the adoption of this resolution, Lenin wrote an article entitled "A Distressful Peace," in which he said, quote, "Intolerably severe are the terms of peace. Nevertheless, history will claim its own. Let us set to work to organize, and organize. Despite all trials, the future is ours." Unquote. Lenin, Collected Works, Russian edition, Volume 22, page 288. In its resolution, the Congress declared that further military attacks by imperialist states on the Soviet Republic were inevitable, and that therefore the Congress considered it the fundamental task of the party to adopt the most energetic and resolute measures to strengthen the self-discipline and discipline of the workers and peasants, to prepare the masses for self-sacrificing defense of the socialist country, to organize the Red Army, and to introduce universal military training. Endorsing Lenin's policy with regard to the peace of Brest-Litovsk, the Congress condemned the position of Trotsky and Bukharin and stigmatized the attempt of the defeated quote-unquote left communists to continue their splitting activities at the Congress itself. The peace of Brest-Litovsk gave the party a respite in which to consolidate the Soviet power and to organize the economic life of the country. The peace made it possible to take advantage of the conflicts within the imperialist camp, the war of Austria and Germany with the Entente, which was still in progress, to disintegrate the forces of the enemy, to organize a Soviet economic system, and to create a Red Army. The peace made it possible for the proletariat to retain the support of the peasantry and to accumulate strength for the defeat of the White Guard generals in the Civil War. In the period of the October Revolution, Lenin taught the Bolshevik Party how to advance fearlessly and resolutely when conditions favored an advance. In the period of the Brest-Litovsk peace, Lenin taught the party how to retreat in good order when the forces of the enemy are obviously superior to our own, in order to prepare with the utmost energy for a new offensive. History has fully proved the correctness of Lenin's line. It was decided at the 7th Congress to change the name of the party and to alter the party program. The name of the party was changed to the Russian Communist Party Bolsheviks, RCPB. Lenin proposed to call our party a communist party because this name precisely corresponded to the aim of the party, namely the achievement of communism. A special commission, which included Lenin and Stalin, was elected to draw up a new party program, Lenin's draft program having been accepted as a basis. Thus, the 7th Congress accomplished a task of profound historical importance. It defeated the enemy hidden within the party's ranks, the so-called left communists and Trotskyites. It succeeded in withdrawing the country from the imperialist war. It secured peace and a respite. It enabled the party to gain time for the organization of the Red Army, and it set the party the task of introducing socialist order in the national economy. 8. Lenin's plan for the initial steps in socialist construction. Committees of the poor peasants and the curbing of the kulaks. Revolt of the so-called left socialist revolutionaries and its suppression. 5th Congress of Soviets and adoption of the Constitution of the RSFSR. Having concluded peace and thus gained a respite, the Soviet government set about the work of socialist construction. Lenin called the period from November 1917 to February 1918 the stage of the Red Guard attack on capital. During the first half of 1918, the Soviet government succeeded in breaking the economic might of the bourgeoisie. in concentrating in its own hands the key positions of the national economy, mills, factories, banks, railways, foreign trade, mercantile fleet, etc., smashing the bourgeois machinery of state power and victoriously crushing the first attempts of the counter-revolution to overthrow the Soviet power. But this was by no means enough. If there was to be progress, the destruction of the old order had to be followed by the building of a new. Accordingly, in the spring of 1918, a transition was begun, quote, from the expropriation of the expropriators, unquote, to a new stage of socialist construction, the organizational consolidation of the victories gained, the building of the Soviet national economy. Lenin held that the utmost advantage should be taken of the respite in order to begin to lay the foundation of the socialist economic system. The Bolsheviks had to learn to organize and manage production in a new way. The Bolshevik Party had convinced Russia, Lenin wrote. The Bolshevik Party had wrested Russia for the people from the hands of the rich, and now the Bolsheviks must learn to govern Russia. Lenin held that the chief task at the given stage was to keep account of everything the country produced and to exercise control over the distribution of all products. Petty bourgeois elements predominated in the economic system of the country. The millions of small owners in town and country were a breeding ground for capitalism. These small owners recognized neither labor discipline nor civil discipline. They would not submit to a system of state accounting and control. What was particularly dangerous at this difficult juncture was the petty bourgeois welter of speculation and profiteering, the attempts of the small owners and traders to profit by the people's want. The party started a vigorous war on slovenliness in work, on the absence of labor discipline in industry. The masses were slow in acquiring new habits of labor. The struggle for labor discipline consequently became the major task of the period. Lenin pointed to the necessity of developing socialist emulation in industry, of introducing the piece rate system, of combating wage equalization, of resorting, in addition to methods of education and persuasion, to methods of compulsion with regards to those who wanted to grab as much as possible from the state, with regard to idlers and profiteers. He maintained that the new discipline, the discipline of labor, the discipline of comradely relations, Soviet discipline, was something that would be evolved by the laboring millions in the course of their daily practical work, and that, quote, this task will take up a whole historical epoch, unquote. Lenin, Selected Works, Volume 7, page 393. All these problems of socialist construction, of the new socialist relations of production, were dealt with by Lenin in his celebrated work, The Immediate Tasks of the Soviet Government. The so-called left communists, acting in conjunction with the socialist revolutionaries and Mensheviks, fought Lenin over these questions too. Bukharin, Osinsky, and others were opposed to the introduction of discipline, one-man management in the enterprises, the employment of bourgeois experts in industry, and the introduction of efficient business methods. They slandered Lenin by claiming that this policy would mean a return to bourgeois conditions. At the same time, the so-called left communists preached the Trotskyite view that socialist construction and the victory of socialism in Russia were impossible. The quote-unquote left phraseology of the so-called left communists served to camouflage their defense of the kulaks, idlers and profiteers who were opposed to discipline and hostile to the state regulation of economic life, to accounting and control. Having settled on the principles of organization of the new Soviet industry, the party proceeded to tackle the problems of the countryside, which at this period was in the throes of a struggle between the poor peasants and the kulaks. The kulaks were gaining strength and seizing the lands confiscated from the landlords. The poor peasants needed assistance. The kulaks fought the proletarian government and refused to sell grain to it at fixed prices. They wanted to starve the Soviet state into renouncing socialist measures. The party set the task of smashing the counter-revolutionary kulaks. Detachments of industrial workers were sent into the countryside with the object of organizing the poor peasants and ensuring the success of the struggle against the kulaks, who were holding back their grain surpluses. "Comrades, workers, remember that the revolution is in a critical situation," Lenin wrote. Quote, "Remember that you alone can save the revolution, nobody else. What we need is tens of thousands of picked, politically advanced workers, loyal to the cause of socialism, incapable of succumbing to bribery and the temptations of pilfering, and capable of creating an iron force against the kulaks, profiteers, marauders, bribers, and disorganizers." Unquote. Lenin, Collected Works, Russian edition, volume 23, page 25. "The struggle for bread is a struggle for socialism," Lenin said, and it was under this slogan that the sending of workers' detachments to the rural districts was organized. A number of decrees were issued establishing a food dictatorship and conferring emergency powers on the organs of the People's Commissariat of Food for the purchase of grain at fixed prices. A decree was issued on June 11, 1918, providing for the creation of committees of the poor peasants. These committees played an important part in the struggle against the kulaks, in the redistribution of the confiscated land and the distribution of agricultural implements, in the collection of food surpluses from the kulaks, and in the supply of foodstuffs to the working class centers and the Red Army. 50 million hectares of kulak land passed into the hands of the poor and middle peasants. A large portion of the kulaks' means of production was confiscated and turned over to the poor peasants. The formation of the committees of the poor peasants was a further stage in the development of the socialist revolution in the countryside. The committees were strongholds of the dictatorship of the proletariat in the villages. It was largely through them that enlistment for the Red Army was carried out among the peasants. The proletarian campaign in the rural districts and the organization of the committees of the poor peasants consolidated the Soviet power in the countryside and were of tremendous political importance in winning over the middle peasants to the side of the Soviet government. At the end of 1918, when their task had been completed, the committees of the poor peasants were merged with the rural Soviets, and their existence was thus terminated. At the Fifth Congress of Soviets, which opened on July 4, 1918, the so-called left socialist revolutionaries launched a fierce attack on Lenin in defense of the kulaks. They demanded the discontinuation of the fight against the kulaks and of the dispatch of workers' food detachments into the countryside. When the so-called left socialist revolutionaries saw that the majority of the Congress was firmly opposed to their policy, they started a revolt in Moscow and seized Troksvyatitelsky Alley, from which they began to shell the Kremlin. The foolhardy outbreak was put down by the Bolsheviks within a few hours. Attempts at revolt were made by so-called left socialist revolutionaries in other parts of the country, but everywhere these outbreaks were speedily suppressed. As the trial of the anti-Soviet bloc of Rights and Trotskyites has now established, the revolt of the so-called left socialist revolutionaries was started with the knowledge and consent of Bukharin and Trotsky, and was part of a general counter-revolutionary conspiracy of the Bukharinites, Trotskyites, and so-called left socialist revolutionaries against the Soviet power. At this juncture, too, a so-called left socialist revolutionary by the name of Blumkin, afterwards an agent of Trotsky, made his way into the German embassy and assassinated Murbach, the German ambassador in Moscow, with the object of provoking a war with Germany. But the Soviet government managed to avert war and to frustrate the provocateur designs of the counter-revolutionaries. The Fifth Congress of Soviets adopted the first Soviet constitution, the Constitution of the Russian Soviet Federative Socialist Republic. Brief summary. During the 8 months, February to October 1917, the Bolshevik Party accomplished the very difficult task of winning over the majority of the working class and the majority in the Soviets, and enlisting the support of millions of peasants for the socialist revolution. It wrested these masses from the influence of the petty bourgeois parties, socialist revolutionaries, Mensheviks and anarchists, by exposing the policy of these parties step by step and showing that it ran counter to the interests of the working people. The Bolshevik Party carried on extensive political work at the front and in the rear, preparing the masses for the October Socialist Revolution. The events of decisive importance in the history of the party at this period were Lenin's arrival from exile abroad, his April theses, the April Party Conference, and the Sixth Party Congress. The party decisions were a source of strength to the working class and inspired it with confidence in victory. In them, the workers found solutions to the important problems of the revolution. The April Conference directed the efforts of the party to the struggle for the transition from the bourgeois democratic revolution to the socialist revolution. The Sixth Congress headed the party for an armed uprising against the bourgeoisie and its provisional government. The compromising socialist revolutionary and Menshevik parties, the anarchists, and the other non-communist parties completed the cycle of their development. They all became bourgeois parties even before the October Revolution, and fought for the preservation and integrity of the capitalist system. The Bolshevik Party was the only party which led the struggle of the masses for the overthrow of the bourgeoisie and the establishment of the power of the Soviets. At the same time, the Bolsheviks defeated the attempts of the capitulators within the party, Zinoviev, Kamenev, Rykov, Bukharin, Trotsky, and Pyatakov, to deflect the party from the path of socialist revolution. Headed by the Bolshevik Party, the working class, in alliance with the poor peasants, and with the support of the soldiers and sailors, overthrew the power of the bourgeoisie, established the power of the Soviets, set up a new type of state, a socialist Soviet state, abolished the landlord's ownership of land, turned over the land to the peasants for their use, nationalized all the land in the country, expropriated the capitalists, achieved the withdrawal of Russia from the war and obtained peace, that is, obtained a much-needed respite, and thus created the conditions for the development of socialist construction. The October Socialist Revolution smashed capitalism, deprived the bourgeoisie of the means of production, and converted the mills, factories, land, railways, and banks into the property of the whole people, into public property. It established the dictatorship of the proletariat and turned over the government of the vast country to the working class, thus making it the ruling class. The October Socialist Revolution thereby ushered in a new era in the history of mankind, the era of proletarian revolutions. Chapter 8. The Bolshevik Party in the period of foreign military intervention and civil war, 1918 to 1920. 1. Beginning of foreign military intervention. First period of the Civil War. The conclusion of the Peace of Brest-Litovsk and the consolidation of Soviet power, as a result of a series of revolutionary economic measures adopted by it, at a time when the war in the West was still in full swing, created profound alarm among the Western imperialists, especially those of the Entente countries. The Entente imperialists feared that the conclusion of peace between Germany and Russia might improve Germany's position in the war and correspondingly worsen the position of their own armies. They feared, moreover, that peace between Russia and Germany might stimulate the craving for peace in all countries and on all fronts, and thus interfere with the prosecution of the war and damage the cause of the imperialists. Lastly, they feared that the existence of a Soviet government on the territory of a vast country, and the success it had achieved at home after the overthrow of the power of the bourgeoisie, might serve as an infectious example for the workers and soldiers of the West. Profoundly discontented with the protracted war, the workers and soldiers might follow in the footsteps of the Russians and turn their bayonets against their masters and oppressors. Consequently, the Entente governments decided to intervene in Russia by armed force, with the object of overthrowing the Soviet government and establishing a bourgeois government, which would restore the bourgeois system in the country, annul the peace treaty with the Germans, and re-establish the military front against Germany and Austria. The Entente imperialists launched upon this sinister enterprise all the more readily because they were convinced that the Soviet government was unstable. They had no doubt that with some effort on the part of its enemies, its early fall would be inevitable. The achievements of the Soviet government and its consolidation created even greater alarm among the deposed classes, the landlords and capitalists, in the ranks of the vanquished parties, the Constitutional Democrats, Mensheviks, Socialist Revolutionaries, anarchists and the bourgeois nationalists of all hues, and among the White Guard generals, Cossack officers, etc. From the very first days of the victorious October Revolution, all these hostile elements began to shout from the housetops that there was no ground in Russia for a Soviet power, that it was doomed, that it was bound to fall within a week or two, or a month, or 2 or 3 months at most. But as the Soviet government, despite the imprecations of its enemies, continued to exist and gain strength, its foes within Russia were forced to admit that it was much stronger than they had imagined, and that its overthrow would require great efforts and a fierce struggle on the part of all the forces of counter-revolution. They therefore decided to embark upon counter-revolutionary insurrectionary activities on a broad scale, to mobilize the forces of counter-revolution, to assemble military cadres and to organize revolts, especially in the Cossack and Kulak districts. Thus, already in the first half of 1918, 2 definite forces took shape that were prepared to embark upon the overthrow of the Soviet power, namely the foreign imperialists of the Entente and the counter-revolutionaries at home. Neither of these forces possessed all the requisites needed to undertake the overthrow of the Soviet government singly. The counter-revolutionaries in Russia had certain military cadres and manpower drawn principally from the upper classes of the Cossacks and from the Kulaks, enough to start a rebellion against the Soviet government, but they possessed neither money nor arms. The foreign imperialists, on the other hand, had the money and the arms, but could not, so to say, release a sufficient number of troops for purposes of intervention. They could not do so, not only because these troops were required for the war with Germany and Austria, but because they might not prove altogether reliable in a war against the Soviet power. The conditions of the struggle against the Soviet power dictated a union of the 2 anti-Soviet forces, foreign and domestic, and this union was effected in the first half of 1918. This was how the foreign military intervention against the Soviet power, supported by counter-revolutionary revolts of its foes at home, originated. This was the end of the respite in Russia and the beginning of the Civil War, which was a war of the workers and peasants of the nations of Russia against the foreign and domestic enemies of the Soviet power. The imperialists of Great Britain, France, Japan, and America started their military intervention without any declaration of war, although the intervention was a war against Russia, and the worst kind of war at that. These so-called civilized marauders secretly and stealthily made their way to Russian shores and landed their troops on Russia's territory. The British and French landed troops in the north, occupied Archangel and Murmansk, supported a local White Guard revolt, overthrew the Soviets and set up a white, so-called government of North Russia. The Japanese landed troops in Vladivostok, seized the maritime province, dispersed the Soviets and supported the White Guard rebels, who subsequently restored the bourgeois system. In the North Caucasus, Generals Kornilov, Alexeyev, and Denikin, with the support of the British and French, formed a White Guard, so-called volunteer army, raised a revolt of the upper classes of the Cossacks, and started hostilities against the Soviets. On the Don, Generals Krasnov and Mamontov, with the secret support of the German imperialists, the Germans hesitated to support them openly owing to the peace treaty between Germany and Russia, raised a revolt of Don Cossacks, occupied the Don region, and started hostilities against the Soviets. In the Middle Volga region and in Siberia, the British and French instigated a revolt of the Czechoslovak Corps. This corps, which consisted of prisoners of war, had received permission from the Soviet government to return home through Siberia and the Far East. But on the way, it was used by the Socialist Revolutionaries and the British and French for a revolt against the Soviet government. The revolt of the Corps served as a signal for a revolt of the kulaks in the Volga region and in Siberia, and of the workers of the Votkinsk and Izvesk works who were under the influence of the Socialist Revolutionaries. A White Guard Socialist Revolutionary government was set up in the Volga region in Samara and a White Guard government of Siberia in Omsk. Germany took no part in the intervention of this British, French, Japanese, American bloc, nor could she do so since she was at war with this bloc, if for no other reason. But in spite of this, and notwithstanding the existence of a peace treaty between Russia and Germany, no Bolshevik doubted that Kaiser Wilhelm's government was just as rabid an enemy of Soviet Russia as the British, French, Japanese, American invaders. And indeed, the German imperialists did their utmost to isolate, weaken, and destroy Soviet Russia. They snatched from it the Ukraine. True, it was in accordance with a so-called treaty with the White Guard Ukrainian Rada, or Council, brought in their troops at the request of the Rada and began mercilessly to rob and oppress the Ukrainian people, forbidding them to maintain any connections whatever with Soviet Russia. They severed Transcaucasia from Soviet Russia, sent German and Turkish troops there at the request of the Georgian and Azerbaijan nationalists, and began to play the masters in Tiflis and in Baku. They supplied, not openly it is true, abundant arms and provisions to General Krasnov, who had raised a revolt against the Soviet government on the Don. Soviet Russia was thus cut off from her principal sources of food, raw material, and fuel. Conditions were hard in Soviet Russia at that period. There was a shortage of bread and meat. The workers were starving. In Moscow and Petrograd, a bread ration of 1/8 of a pound was issued to them every other day, and there were times when no bread was issued at all. The factories were at a standstill, or almost at a standstill, owing to a lack of raw materials and fuel. But the working class did not lose heart, nor did the Bolshevik Party. The desperate struggle waged to overcome the incredible difficulties of that period showed how inexhaustible is the energy latent in the working class, and how immense the prestige of the Bolshevik Party. The party proclaimed the country an armed camp and placed its economic, cultural, and political life on a war footing. The Soviet government announced that, quote, "the socialist fatherland is in danger," unquote, and called upon the people to rise in its defense. Lenin issued the slogan, "All for the front," and hundreds of thousands of workers and peasants volunteered for service in the Red Army and left for the front. About half the membership of the party and of the Young Communist League went to the front. The party aroused the people for a war for the fatherland, a war against the foreign invaders and against the revolts of the exploiting classes whom the revolution had overthrown. The Council of Workers' and Peasants' Defense, organized by Lenin, directed the work of supplying the front with reinforcements, food, clothing, and arms. The substitution of compulsory military service for the volunteer system brought hundreds of thousands of new recruits into the Red Army and very shortly raised its strength to over 1 million men. Although the country was in a difficult position and the young Red Army was not yet consolidated, the measures of defense adopted soon yielded their first fruits. General Krasnov was forced back from Tsaritsyn, whose capture he had regarded as certain, and driven beyond the River Don. General Denikin's operations were localized within a small area in the North Caucasus, while General Kornilov was killed in action against the Red Army. The Czechoslovaks and the White Guard Socialist Revolutionary bands were ousted from Kazan, Simbirsk, and Samara and driven to the Urals. A revolt in Yaroslavl, headed by the White Guard Savinkov and organized by Lockhart, chief of the British mission in Moscow, was suppressed, and Lockhart himself arrested. The Socialist Revolutionaries who had assassinated comrades Uritsky and Volodarsky and had made a villainous attempt on the life of Lenin were subjected to a Red Terror in retaliation for their White Terror against the Bolsheviks, and were completely routed in every important city in central Russia. The young Red Army matured and hardened in battle. The work of the Communist Commissars was of decisive importance in the consolidation and political education of the Red Army and in raising its discipline and fighting efficiency. But the Bolshevik Party knew that these were only the first, not the decisive successes of the Red Army. It was aware that new and far more serious battles were still to come, and that the country could recover the lost food, raw material, and fuel regions only by a prolonged and stubborn struggle with the enemy. The Bolsheviks therefore undertook intense preparations for a protracted war and decided to place the whole country at the service of the front. The Soviet government introduced war communism. It took under its control the middle-sized and small industries in addition to large-scale industry, so as to accumulate goods for the supply of the army and the agricultural population. It introduced a state monopoly of the grain trade, prohibited private trading in grain, and established the surplus appropriation system, under which all surplus produce in the hands of the peasants was to be registered and acquired by the state at fixed prices, so as to accumulate stores of grain for the provision of the army and the workers. Lastly, it introduced universal labor service for all classes. By making physical labor compulsory for the bourgeoisie and thus releasing workers for other duties of greater importance to the front, the party was giving practical effect to the principle, "He who does not work, neither shall he eat." All these measures, which were necessitated by the exceptionally difficult conditions of national defense and bore a temporary character, were in their entirety known as war communism. The country prepared itself for a long and exacting civil war, for a war against the foreign and internal enemies of the Soviet power. By the end of 1918, it had to increase the strength of the army threefold and to accumulate supplies for this army. Lenin said at that time, quote, "We had decided to have an army of 1 million men by the spring. Now we need an army of 3 million. We can get it, and we will get it." Unquote. 2. Defeat of Germany in the war. Revolution in Germany. Founding of the Third International. Eighth Party Congress. While the Soviet country was preparing for new battles against the forces of foreign intervention, in the West, decisive events were taking place in the belligerent countries, both on the war fronts and in their interior. Germany and Austria were suffocating in the grip of war and a food crisis. Whereas Great Britain, France, and the United States were continually drawing upon new resources, Germany and Austria were consuming their last meager stocks. The situation was such that Germany and Austria, having reached a stage of extreme exhaustion, were on the brink of defeat. At the same time, the peoples of Germany and Austria were seething with indignation against the disastrous and interminable war, and against their imperialist governments who had reduced them to a state of exhaustion and starvation. The revolutionary influence of the October Revolution also had a tremendous effect, as did the fraternization of the Soviet soldiers with the Austrian and German soldiers at the front even before the Peace of Brest-Litovsk, the actual termination of the war with Soviet Russia and the conclusion of peace with her. The people of Russia had brought about the end of the detested war by overthrowing their imperialist government, and this could not but serve as an object lesson to the Austrian and German workers. And the German soldiers who had been stationed on the Eastern Front and who after the Peace of Brest-Litovsk were transferred to the Western Front could not but undermine the morale of the German army on that front by their accounts of the fraternization with the Soviet soldiers and the way the Soviet soldiers had got rid of the war. The disintegration of the Austrian army from the same causes had begun even earlier. All this served to accentuate the craving for peace among the German soldiers. They lost their former fighting efficiency and began to retreat in the face of the onslaught of the Entente armies. In November 1918, a revolution broke out in Germany, and Wilhelm and his government were overthrown. Germany was obliged to acknowledge defeat and to sue for peace. Thus, at one stroke, Germany was reduced from a first-rate power to a second-rate power. As far as the position of the Soviet government was concerned, this circumstance had certain disadvantages, inasmuch as it made the Entente countries, which had started armed intervention against the Soviet power, the dominant force in Europe and Asia, and enabled them to intervene more actively in the Soviet country and to blockade her, to draw the noose more tightly around the Soviet power. And this was what actually happened, as we shall see later. On the other hand, it had its advantages, which outweighed the disadvantages, and fundamentally improved the position of Soviet Russia. In the first place, the Soviet government was now able to annul the predatory peace of Brest-Litovsk, to stop paying the indemnities, and to start an open struggle, military and political, for the liberation of Estonia, Latvia, Belorussia, Lithuania, the Ukraine, and Transcaucasia from the yoke of German imperialism. Secondly, and chiefly, the existence in the center of Europe, in Germany, of a republican regime and of Soviets of workers' and soldiers' deputies was bound to revolutionize, and actually did revolutionize, the countries of Europe, and this could not but strengthen the position of the Soviet power in Russia. True, the revolution in Germany was not a socialist but a bourgeois revolution, and the Soviets were an obedient tool of the bourgeois parliament, for they were dominated by the Social Democrats, who were compromisers of the type of the Russian Mensheviks. This in fact explains the weakness of the German Revolution. How weak it really was is shown, for example, by the fact that it allowed the German White Guards to assassinate such prominent revolutionaries as Rosa Luxemburg and Karl Liebknecht with impunity. Nevertheless, it was a revolution. Wilhelm had been overthrown, and the workers had cast off their chains, and this in itself was bound to unloose the revolution in the West, was bound to call forth a rise in the revolution in the European countries. The tide of revolution in Europe began to mount. A revolutionary movement started in Austria, and a Soviet republic arose in Hungary. With the rising tide of the revolution, communist parties came to surface. A real basis now existed for a union of the communist parties, for the formation of the Third Communist International. In March 1919, on the initiative of the Bolsheviks, headed by Lenin, the first Congress of the Communist parties of various countries, held in Moscow, founded the Communist International. Although many of the delegates were prevented by the blockade and imperialist persecution from arriving in Moscow, the most important countries of Europe and America were represented at this first Congress. The work of the Congress was guided by Lenin. Lenin reported on the subject of bourgeois democracy and the dictatorship of the proletariat. He brought out the importance of the Soviet system, showing that it meant genuine democracy for the working people. The Congress adopted a manifesto to the proletariat of all countries, calling upon them to wage a determined struggle for the dictatorship of the proletariat and for the triumph of Soviets all over the world. The Congress set up an executive committee of the Third Communist International, ECCI. Thus was founded an international revolutionary proletarian organization of a new type, the Communist International, the Marxist-Leninist International. The 8th Congress of our party met in March 1919. It assembled in the midst of a conflict of contradictory forces. On the one hand, the reactionary bloc of the Entente countries against the Soviet government had grown stronger, and on the other, the rising tide of revolution in Europe, especially in the defeated countries, had considerably improved the position of the Soviet country. The Congress was attended by 301 delegates with vote, representing 313,766 members of the party, and 102 delegates with voice but no vote. In his inaugural speech, Lenin paid homage to the memory of Y.M. Sverdlov, one of the finest organizing talents in the Bolshevik Party, who had died on the eve of the Congress. The Congress adopted a new party program. This program gives a description of capitalism and its highest phase, imperialism. It compares two systems of state, the bourgeois democratic system and the Soviet system. It details the specific tasks of the party in the struggle for socialism: completion of the expropriation of the bourgeoisie, administration of the economic life of the country in accordance with a single socialist plan, participation of the trade unions in the organization of the national economy, socialist labor discipline, utilization of bourgeois experts in the economic field under the control of the Soviet bodies, gradual and systematic enlistment of the middle peasantry in the work of socialist construction. The Congress adopted Lenin's proposal to include in the program, in addition to a definition of imperialism as the highest stage of capitalism, the description of industrial capitalism and simple commodity production contained in the old program adopted at the Second Party Congress. Lenin considered it essential that the program should take account of the complexity of our economic system and note the existence of diverse economic formations in the country, including small commodity production, as represented by the middle peasants. Therefore, during the debate on the program, Lenin vigorously condemned the anti-Bolshevik views of Bukharin, who proposed that the clauses dealing with capitalism, small commodity production, the economy of the middle peasant be left out of the program. Bukharin's view represented a Menshevik Trotskyite denial of the role played by the middle peasants in the development of the Soviet state. Furthermore, Bukharin glossed over the fact that the small commodity production of the peasants bred and nourished kulak elements. Lenin further refuted the anti-Bolshevik views of Bukharin and Pyatakov on the national question. They spoke against the inclusion in the program of a clause on the right of nations to self-determination. They were against the equality of nations, claiming that it was a slogan that would hinder the victory of the proletarian revolution and the union of the proletarians of different nationalities. Lenin overthrew these utterly pernicious, imperialist, chauvinist views of Bukharin and Pyatakov. An important place in the deliberations of the 8th Congress was devoted to policy towards the middle peasants. The decree on the land had resulted in a steady growth in the number of middle peasants, who now comprised the majority of the peasant population. The attitude and conduct of the middle peasantry, which vacillated between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat, was of momentous importance for the fate of the Civil War and socialist construction. The outcome of the Civil War largely depended on which way the middle peasant would swing, which class would win his allegiance, the proletariat or the bourgeoisie. The Czechoslovaks, the White Guards, the kulaks, the Socialist Revolutionaries, and the Mensheviks were able to overthrow the Soviet power in the Volga region in the summer of 1918 because they were supported by a large section of the middle peasantry. The same was true during the revolts raised by the kulaks in central Russia, but in the autumn of 1918 the mass of the middle peasants began to swing over to the Soviet power. The peasants saw that victories of the whites were followed by the restoration of the power of the landlords, the seizure of peasants' lands, and the robbery, flogging, and torture of peasants. The activities of the committees of the poor peasants, which crushed the kulaks, also contributed to the change in the attitude of the peasantry. Accordingly, in November 1918, Lenin issued the slogan, quote, "Learn to come to an agreement with the middle peasant, while not for a moment renouncing the struggle against the kulak, and at the same time firmly relying solely on the poor peasant." Unquote. Lenin, Selected Works, Volume 8, page 150. Of course, the middle peasants did not cease to vacillate entirely, but they drew closer to the Soviet government and began to support it more solidly. This to a large extent was facilitated by the policy towards the middle peasants laid down by the 8th Party Congress. The 8th Congress marked a turning point in the policy of the party towards the middle peasants. Lenin's report and the decisions of the Congress laid down a new line of the party on this question. The Congress demanded that the party organizations and all communists should draw a strict distinction and division between the middle peasant and the kulak, and should strive to win the former over to the side of the working class by paying close attention to his needs. The backwardness of the middle peasants had to be overcome by persuasion and not by compulsion and coercion. The Congress therefore gave instructions that no compulsion be used in the carrying out of socialist measures in the countryside, formation of communes and agricultural artels. In all cases affecting the vital interests of the middle peasant, a practical agreement should be reached with him and concessions made with regard to the methods of realizing socialist changes. The Congress laid down the policy of a stable alliance with the middle peasant, the leading role in this alliance to be maintained by the proletariat. The new policy towards the middle peasant proclaimed by Lenin at the 8th Congress required that the proletariat should rely on the poor peasant, maintain a stable alliance with the middle peasant, and fight the kulak. The policy of the party before the 8th Congress was in general one of neutralizing the middle peasant. This meant that the party strove to prevent the middle peasant from siding with the kulak and with the bourgeoisie in general. But now this was not enough. The 8th Congress passed from a policy of neutralization of the middle peasant to a policy of stable alliance with him for the purpose of the struggle against the White Guards and foreign intervention and for the successful building of socialism. The policy adopted by the Congress towards the middle peasants, who formed the bulk of the peasantry, played a decisive part in ensuring success in the Civil War against foreign intervention and its White Guard henchmen. In the autumn of 1919, when the peasants had to choose between the Soviet power and Denikin, they supported the Soviets, and the proletarian dictatorship was able to vanquish its most dangerous enemy. The problems connected with the building up of the Red Army held a special place in the deliberations of the Congress, where the so-called military opposition appeared in the field. This quote-unquote military opposition comprised quite a number of former members of the now shattered group of so-called left communists, but it also included some party workers who had never participated in any opposition, but were dissatisfied with the way Trotsky was conducting the affairs of the army. The majority of the delegates from the army were distinctly hostile to Trotsky. They resented his veneration for the military experts of the old Tsarist army, some of whom were betraying us outright in the Civil War, and his arrogant and hostile attitude towards the old Bolshevik cadres in the army. Instances of Trotsky's practices were cited at the Congress. For example, he had attempted to shoot a number of prominent army communists serving at the front just because they had incurred his displeasure. This was directly playing into the hands of the enemy. It was only the intervention of the Central Committee and the protest of military men that saved the lives of these comrades. But while fighting Trotsky's distortions of the military policy of the party, the military opposition held incorrect views on a number of points concerning the building up of the army. Lenin and Stalin vigorously came out against the military opposition because the latter defended the survivals of the guerrilla spirit and resisted the creation of a regular Red Army, the utilization of the military experts of the old army, and the establishment of that iron discipline without which no army can be a real army. Comrade Stalin rebutted the military opposition and demanded the creation of a regular army inspired with the spirit of strictest discipline. He said, quote, "Either we create a real worker and peasant, primarily a peasant army, strictly disciplined army, and defend the Republic, or we perish." Unquote. While rejecting a number of proposals made by the military opposition, the Congress dealt a blow at Trotsky by demanding an improvement in the work of the central military institutions and the enhancement of the role of the communists in the army. A military commission was set up at the Congress. Thanks to its efforts, the decision on the military question was adopted by the Congress unanimously. The effect of this decision was to strengthen the Red Army and to bring it still closer to the party. The Congress further discussed party and Soviet affairs and the guiding role of the party in the Soviets. During the debate on the latter question, the Congress repudiated the view of the opportunist Sapranov-Osinski group, which held that the party should not guide the work of the Soviets. Lastly, in view of the huge influx of new members in the party, the Congress outlined measures to improve the social composition of the party and decided to conduct a re-registration of its members. This initiated the first purge of the party ranks. 3. Extension of intervention. Blockade of the Soviet country. Kolchak's campaign and defeat. Denikin's campaign and defeat. A 3 months respite. 9th Party Congress. Having vanquished Germany and Austria, the Entente states decided to hurl large military forces against the Soviet country. After Germany's defeat and the evacuation of her troops from the Ukraine and Transcaucasia, her place was taken by the British and French, who dispatched their fleets to the Black Sea and landed troops in Odessa and in Transcaucasia. Such was the brutality of the Entente forces of intervention that they did not hesitate to shoot whole batches of workers and peasants in the occupied regions. Their outrages reached such lengths in the end that after the occupation of Turkestan, they carried off to the Trans-Caspian region 26 leading Baku Bolsheviks, including comrades Shamyan, Fioletov, Dzyaparidze, Maligin, Azizbekov, Korganov, and with the aid of the socialist revolutionaries had them brutally shot. The interventionists soon proclaimed a blockade of Russia. All sea routes and other lines of communication with the external world were cut. The Soviet country was surrounded on nearly every side. The Entente countries placed their chief hopes in Admiral Kolchak, their puppet in Omsk, Siberia. He was proclaimed so-called supreme ruler of Russia, and all the counter-revolutionary forces in the country placed themselves under his command. The Eastern Front thus became the main front. Kolchak assembled a huge army and in the spring of 1919 almost reached the Volga. The finest Bolshevik forces were hurled against him. Young communist leaguers and workers were mobilized. In April 1919, Kolchak's army met with severe defeat at the hands of the Red Army and very soon began to retreat along the whole front. At the height of the advance of the Red Army on the Eastern Front, Trotsky put forward a suspicious plan. He proposed that the advance should be halted before it reached the Urals. The pursuit of Kolchak's army discontinued, and troops transferred from the Eastern Front to the Southern Front. The Central Committee of the party fully realized that the Urals and Siberia could not be left in Kolchak's hands, for there, with the aid of the Japanese and British, he might recuperate and retrieve his former position. It therefore rejected this plan and gave instructions to proceed with the advance. Trotsky disagreed with these instructions and tendered his resignation, which the Central Committee declined, at the same time ordering him to refrain at once from all participation in the direction of the operations on the Eastern Front. The Red Army pursued its offensive against Kolchak with greater vigor than ever. It inflicted a number of new defeats on him and freed of the Whites the Urals and Siberia, where the Red Army was supported by a powerful partisan movement in the Whites' rear. In the summer of 1919, the imperialists assigned to General Yudenich, who headed the counter-revolutionaries in the northwest, in the Baltic countries, in the vicinity of Petrograd, the task of diverting the attention of the Red Army from the Eastern Front by an attack on Petrograd. Influenced by the counter-revolutionary agitation of former officers, the garrisons of two forts in the vicinity of Petrograd mutinied against the Soviet government. At the same time, a counter-revolutionary plot was discovered at the front headquarters. The enemy threatened Petrograd, but thanks to the measures taken by the Soviet government with the support of the workers and sailors, the mutinous forts were cleared of Whites, and Yudenich's troops were defeated and driven back into Estonia. The defeat of Yudenich near Petrograd made it easier to cope with Kolchak, and by the end of 1919 his army was completely routed. Kolchak himself was taken prisoner and shot by sentence of the Revolutionary Committee in Irkutsk. That was the end of Kolchak. The Siberians had a popular song about Kolchak at the time. Quote, "Uniform British, epaulets from France, Japanese tobacco, Kolchak leads the dance. Uniform in tatters, epaulets all gone. So is the tobacco, Kolchak's day is done." Unquote. Since Kolchak had not justified their hopes, the interventionists altered their plan of attack on the Soviet Republic. The troops landed in Odessa had to be withdrawn, for contact with the army of the Soviet Republic had infected them with the revolutionary spirit, and they were beginning to rebel against their imperialist masters. For example, there was the revolt of French sailors in Odessa led by Andrei Marty. Accordingly, now that Kolchak had been defeated, the Entente centered its attention on General Denikin, Kornilov's confederate and the organizer of the so-called Volunteer Army. Denikin at that time was operating against the Soviet government in the south, in the Kuban region. The Entente supplied his army with large quantities of ammunition and equipment and sent it north against the Soviet government. The Southern Front now became the chief front. Denikin began his main campaign against the Soviet government in the summer of 1919. Trotsky had disrupted the Southern Front, and our troops suffered defeat after defeat. By the middle of October, the Whites had seized the whole of the Ukraine, had captured Orel, and were nearing Tula, which supplied our army with cartridges, rifles, and machine guns. The Whites were approaching Moscow. The situation of the Soviet Republic became grave in the extreme. The party sounded the alarm and called upon the people to resist. Lenin issued the slogan, "All for the fight against Denikin." Inspired by the Bolsheviks, the workers and peasants mustered all their forces to smash the enemy. The Central Committee sent Comrade Stalin, Voroshilov, Orjonikidze and Budyani to the Southern Front to prepare the rout of Denikin. Trotsky was removed from the direction of the operations of the Red Army in the south. Before Comrade Stalin's arrival, the command of the Southern Front, in conjunction with Trotsky, had drawn up a plan to strike the main blow at Denikin from Tsaritsyn in the direction of Novorossiysk through the Don Steppe, where there were no roads and where the Red Army would have to pass through regions inhabited by Cossacks, who were at the time largely under the influence of the White Guards. Comrade Stalin severely criticized this plan and submitted to the Central Committee his own plan for the defeat of Denikin. According to this plan, the main blow was to be delivered by the way of Kharkov, Donetsk Basin, Rostov. This plan would ensure the rapid advance of our troops against Denikin, for they would be moving through working class and peasant regions where they would have the open sympathy of the population. Furthermore, the dense network of railway lines in this region would ensure our armies the regular supply of all they required. Lastly, this plan would make it possible to release the Donetsk coal basin and thus supply our country with fuel. The Central Committee of the party accepted Comrade Stalin's plan. In the second half of October 1919, after fierce resistance, Denikin was defeated by the Red Army in the decisive battles of Orel and Voronezh. He began a rapid retreat and, pursued by our forces, fled to the south. At the beginning of 1920, the whole of the Ukraine and the North Caucasus had been cleared of Whites. During the decisive battles on the southern front, the imperialists again hurled Yudenich's corps against Petrograd in order to divert our forces from the south and thus improve the position of Denikin's army. The Whites approached the very gates of Petrograd. The heroic proletariat of the premier city of the revolution rose in a solid wall for its defense. The communists, as always, were in the vanguard. After fierce fighting, the Whites were defeated and again flung beyond our borders, back into Estonia, and that was the end of Denikin. The defeat of Kolchak and Denikin was followed by a brief respite. When the imperialists saw that the White Guard armies had been smashed, that intervention had failed, and that the Soviet government was consolidating its position all over the country, while in Western Europe the indignation of the workers against military intervention in the Soviet Republic was rising, they began to change their attitude towards the Soviet state. In January 1920, Great Britain, France, and Italy decided to call off the blockade of Soviet Russia. This was an important breach in the wall of intervention. It did not, of course, mean that the Soviet country was done with the intervention and the Civil War. There was still the danger of attack by imperialist Poland. The forces of intervention had not yet been finally driven out of the Far East, Transcaucasia and the Crimea, but Soviet Russia had secured a temporary breathing space and was able to divert more forces to economic development. The party could now devote its attention to economic problems. During the Civil War, many skilled workers had left industry owing to the closing down of mills and factories. The party now took measures to return them to industry to work at their trades. The railways were in a grave condition, and several thousand communists were assigned to the work of restoring them, for unless this was done, the restoration of the major branches of industry could not be seriously undertaken. The organization of the food supply was extended and improved. The drafting of a plan for the electrification of Russia was begun. Nearly 5 million Red Army men were under arms and could not be demobilized owing to the danger of war. A part of the Red Army was therefore converted into labor armies and used in the economic field. The Council of Workers' and Peasants' Defense was transformed into the Council of Labor and Defense, and a state planning commission, Gosplan, was set up to assist it. Such was the situation when the 9th Party Congress opened. The Congress met at the end of March 1920. It was attended by 554 delegates with vote, representing 611,978 party members and 162 delegates with voice but no vote. The Congress defined the immediate tasks of the country in the sphere of transportation and industry. It particularly stressed the necessity of the trade unions taking part in the building up of the economic life. Special attention was devoted by the Congress to a single economic plan for the restoration, in the first place, of the railways, the fuel industry, and the iron and steel industry. The major item in this plan was a project for the electrification of the country, which Lenin advanced as, quote, a great program for the next 10 or 20 years, unquote. This formed the basis of the famous plan of the State Commission for the Electrification of Russia, Goel-Row, the provisions of which have today been far exceeded. The Congress rejected the views of an anti-party group which called itself the Group of Democratic Centralism, and was opposed to one-man management and the undivided responsibility of industrial directors. It advocated unrestricted, so-called group management, under which nobody would be personally responsible for the administration of industry. The chief figures in this anti-party group were Sapronov, Osinski, and Y. Smirnov. They were supported at the Congress by Rykov and Tomsky. 4. Polish gentry attack Soviet Russia. General Wrangel's campaign. Failure of the Polish plan. Rout of Wrangel. End of the intervention. Notwithstanding the defeat of Kolchak and Denikin, notwithstanding the fact that the Soviet Republic was steadily regaining its territory by clearing the Whites and the forces of intervention out of the Northern Territory, Turkestan, Siberia, the Don region, the Ukraine, etc., notwithstanding the fact that the Entente states were obliged to call off the blockade of Russia, they still refused to reconcile themselves to the idea that the Soviet power had proved impregnable and had come out victorious. They therefore resolved to make one more attempt at intervention in Soviet Russia. This time they decided to utilize both Pilsudski, a bourgeois counter-revolutionary nationalist, the virtual head of the Polish state, and General Wrangel, who had rallied the remnants of Denikin's army in the Crimea, and from there was threatening the Donetsk basin and the Ukraine. The Polish gentry and Wrangel, as Lenin put it, were the two hands with which international imperialism attempted to strangle Russia. The plan of the Poles was to seize the Soviet Ukraine, west of the Dnieper, to occupy Soviet Belorussia, to restore the power of the Polish magnates in these regions, to extend the frontiers of the Polish state so that they stretched, quote-unquote, from sea to sea, from Danzig to Odessa, and in return for his aid to help Wrangel smash the Red Army and restore the power of the landlords and capitalists in Soviet Russia. This plan was approved by the Entente states. The Soviet government made vain attempts to enter into negotiations with Poland, with the object of preserving peace and averting war. Pilsudski refused to discuss peace. He wanted war. He calculated that the Red Army, fatigued by its battles with Kolchak and Denikin, would not be able to withstand the attack of the Polish forces. The short breathing space had come to an end. In April 1920, the Poles invaded the Soviet Ukraine and seized Kiev. At the same time, Wrangel took the offensive and threatened the Donetsk basin. In reply, the Red Army started a counteroffensive against the Poles along the whole front. Kiev was recaptured, and the Polish warlords driven out of the Ukraine and Belorussia. The impetuous advance of the Red troops on the southern front brought them to the very gates of Lvov in Galicia, while the troops on the western front were nearing Warsaw. The Polish armies were on the verge of utter defeat. But success was frustrated by the suspicious actions of Trotsky and his followers at the general headquarters of the Red Army. Through the fault of Trotsky and Tukhachevsky, the advance of the Red troops on the western front towards Warsaw proceeded in an absolutely unorganized manner. The troops were allowed no opportunity to consolidate the positions that they won, the advance detachments were led too far ahead, while reserves and ammunition were left too far in the rear. As a result, the advance detachments were left without ammunition and reserves, and the front was stretched out endlessly. This made it easy to force a breach in the front. The result was that when a small force of Poles broke through our western front at one point, our troops left without ammunition were obliged to retreat. As regards the troops on the southern front, who had reached the gates of Lvov and were pressing the Poles hard, they were forbidden by Trotsky, that ill-famed quote-unquote chairman of the Revolutionary Military Council, to capture Lvov. He ordered the transfer of the mounted army, the main force on the southern front, far to the northeast. This was done on the pretext of helping the western front, although it was not difficult to see that the best, and in fact only possible way of helping the western front was to capture Lvov. But the withdrawal of the mounted army from the southern front, its departure from Lvov, virtually meant the retreat of our forces on the southern front as well. This wrecker's order issued by Trotsky thus forced upon our troops on the southern front an incomprehensibly and absolutely unjustified retreat, to the joy of the Polish gentry. This was giving direct assistance, indeed, not to our western front, however, but to the Polish gentry and the Entente. Within a few days, the advance of the Poles was checked and our troops began preparations for a new counteroffensive. But now, unable to continue the war and alarmed by the prospect of a Red counteroffensive, Poland was obliged to renounce her claims to the Ukrainian territory west of the Dnieper and to Belorussia, and preferred to conclude peace. On October 20th, 1920, the Peace of Riga was signed. In accordance with this treaty, Poland retained Galicia and part of Belorussia. Having concluded peace with Poland, the Soviet Republic decided to put an end to Wrangel. The British and French had supplied him with guns, rifles, armored cars, tanks, aeroplanes, and ammunition of the latest type. He had White Guard shock regiments, mainly consisting of officers, but Wrangel failed to rally any considerable number of peasants and Cossacks in support of the troops he had landed in the Kuban and on the Don regions. Nevertheless, he advanced to the very gates of the Donets Basin, creating a menace to our coal region. The position of the Soviet government at that time was further complicated by the fact that the Red Army was suffering greatly from fatigue. The troops were obliged to advance under extremely difficult conditions. While conducting an offensive against Wrangel, they had at the same time to smash Makhno's anarchist bands, who were assisting Wrangel. But although Wrangel had the superiority in technical equipment, although the Red Army had no tanks, it drove Wrangel into the Crimean Peninsula and there bottled him up. In November 1920, the Red forces captured the fortified position of Perekop, swept into the Crimea, smashed Wrangel's forces and cleared the peninsula of the White Guards and the forces of intervention. The Crimea became Soviet territory. The failure of Poland's imperialist plans and the defeat of Wrangel ended the period of intervention. At the end of 1920, there began the liberation of Transcaucasia. Azerbaijan was freed from the yoke of the bourgeois nationalist Musavatists, Georgia from the Menshevik nationalists, and Armenia from the Dashnaks. The Soviet power triumphed in Azerbaijan, Armenia, and Georgia. This did not yet mean the end of all intervention. That of the Japanese in the Far East lasted until 1922. Moreover, new attempts at intervention were made. Ataman Semyonov and Baron Ungern in the East, the Finnish Whites in Karelia in 1921. But the principal enemies of the Soviet country, the principal forces of intervention, were shattered by the end of 1920. The war of the foreign interventionists and the Russian White Guards against the Soviets ended in a victory for the Soviets. The Soviet Republic preserved its independence and freedom. This was the end of foreign military intervention and civil war. This was a historic victory for the Soviet power. 5. How and why the Soviet Republic defeated the combined forces of British, French, Japanese, Polish intervention, and of the bourgeois landlord White Guard counter-revolution in Russia. If we study the leading European and American newspapers and periodicals of the period of intervention, we shall easily find that there was not a single prominent writer, military or civilian, not a single military expert who believed that the Soviet government could win. On the contrary, all prominent writers, military experts and historians of revolution of all countries and nations, all the so-called savants, were unanimous in declaring that the days of the Soviets were numbered, that their defeat was inevitable. They based their certainty of the victory of the forces of intervention on the fact that whereas Soviet Russia had no organized army and had to create its Red Army under fire, so to speak, the interventionists and White Guards did have an army more or less ready to hand. Further, they based their certainty on the fact that the Red Army had no experienced military men, the majority of them having gone over to the counter-revolution, whereas the interventionists and White Guards did have such men. Furthermore, they based their certainty on the fact that, owing to the backwardness of Russia's war industry, the Red Army was suffering from a shortage of arms and ammunition, that what it did have was of poor quality, while it could not obtain supplies from abroad, because Russia was hermetically sealed on all sides by the blockade. The army of the interventionists and White Guards, on the other hand, was abundantly supplied and would continue to be supplied with first-class arms, ammunition, and equipment. Lastly, they based their certainty on the fact that the army of the interventionists and White Guards occupied the richest food-producing regions of Russia, whereas the Red Army had no such regions and was suffering from a shortage of provisions. And it was a fact that the Red Army did suffer from all these handicaps and deficiencies. In this respect, but only in this respect, the gentlemen of the intervention were absolutely right. How then is it to be explained that the Red Army, although suffering from such grave shortcomings, was able to defeat the army of the interventionists and White Guards, which did not suffer from such shortcomings? 1. The Red Army was victorious because the Soviet government's policy for which the Red Army was fighting was a right policy, and that corresponded to the interests of the whole people, and because the people understood and realized that it was the right policy, their own policy, and supported it unreservedly. The Bolsheviks knew that an army that fights for a wrong policy, for a policy that is not supported by the people, cannot win. The army of the interventionists and White Guards was such an army. It had everything: experienced commanders and first-class arms, ammunition, equipment, and provisions. It lacked only one thing: the support and sympathy of the peoples of Russia. For the peoples of Russia could not and would not support the policy of the interventionists and White Guard rulers, because it was a policy hostile to the people. And so the interventionist and White Guard army was defeated. 2. The Red Army was victorious because it was absolutely loyal and faithful to its people, for which reason the people loved and supported it and looked upon it as their own army. The Red Army is the offspring of the people, and if it is faithful to its people, as a true son is to his mother, it will have the support of the people and is bound to win. An army, however, that goes against its people must suffer defeat. 3. The Red Army was victorious because the Soviet government was able to muster the whole rear, the whole country, to serve the needs of the front. An army without a strong rear to support the front in every way is doomed to defeat. The Bolsheviks knew this, and that is why they converted the country into an armed camp to supply the front with arms, ammunition, equipment, food, and reinforcements. 4. The Red Army was victorious because a. The Red Army men understood the aims and purposes of the war and recognized their justice. b. The recognition of the justice of the aims and purposes of the war strengthened their discipline and fighting efficiency. And c. As a result, the Red Army throughout displayed unparalleled self-sacrifice and unexampled mass heroism in battle against the enemy. 5. The Red Army was victorious because its leading corps, both at the front and in the rear, was the Bolshevik Party, united in its solidarity and discipline, strong in its revolutionary spirit and readiness for any sacrifice in the common cause, and unsurpassed in its ability to organize millions and lead them properly in complex situations. "It is only because of the party's vigilance and its strict discipline," said Lenin, quote, "because the authority of the party united all government departments and institutions, because the slogans issued by the Central Committee were followed by tens, hundreds, thousands, and finally millions of people as one man, because incredible sacrifices were made, that the miracle took place and we were able to win, in spite of repeated campaigns of the imperialists of the Entente and of the whole world." Unquote. Lenin, Collected Works, Russian edition, volume 25, page 96. 6. The Red Army was victorious because a. It was able to produce from its own ranks military commanders of a new type, men like Frunze, Voroshilov, Bodyani, and others. b. In its ranks fought such talented heroes who came from the people, as Kotovsky, Chapayev, Lazo, Shors, Parchomenko, and many others. The political education of the Red Army was in the hands of men like Lenin, Stalin, Molotov, Kalinin, Sverdlov, Kaganovich, Orjonikidze, Kirov, Kuibyshev, Mikoyan, Zhdanov, Andreev, Petrovsky, Yaroslavsky, Dzerzhinsky, Shadenko, Meklis, Khrushchev, Shvernik, Shiryalov, and others. d. The Red Army possessed such outstanding organizers and agitators as the military commissars, who cemented the Red Army men, fostered in them the spirit of discipline and military daring, and energetically, swiftly, and relentlessly nipped in the bud the treacherous activities of certain of the commanders, while on the other hand they boldly and resolutely supported the prestige and renown of commanders, party and non-party, who had proved their loyalty to the Soviet power and who were capable of leading the Red Army units with a firm hand. "Without the military commissars, we would not have a Red Army," Lenin said. 7. The Red Army was victorious because in the rear of the White Armies, in the rear of Kolchak, Denikin, Krasnov, and Wrangel, there secretly operated splendid Bolsheviks, party and non-party, who raised the workers and peasants in revolt against the invaders, against the White Guards, undermined the rear of the foes of the Soviet power, and thereby facilitated the advance of the Red Army. Everybody knows that the partisans of the Ukraine, Siberia, the Far East, the Urals, Belorussia, and the Volga region, by undermining the rear of the White Guards and the invaders, rendered invaluable service to the Red Army. 8. The Red Army was victorious because the Soviet Republic was not alone in its struggle against the White Guard counter-revolution and foreign intervention, because the struggle of the Soviet power and its successes enlisted the sympathy and support of the proletarians of the whole world, while the imperialists were trying to stifle the Soviet Republic by intervention and blockade. The workers of the imperialist countries sided with the Soviets and helped them. Their struggle against the capitalists of the countries hostile to the Soviet Republic helped in the end to force the imperialists to call off the intervention. The workers of Great Britain, France, and the other intervening powers, called strikes, refused to load munitions consigned to the invaders and the White Guard generals, and set up councils of action whose work was guided by the slogan, "Hands off Russia." The international bourgeoisie has only to raise its hand against us to have it seized by its own workers, Lenin said. Lenin, Collected Works, Russian edition, volume 25, page 405. Brief summary. Vanquished by the October Revolution, the landlords and capitalists, in conjunction with the White Guard generals, conspired with the governments of the Entente countries against the interests of their own country for a joint armed attack on the Soviet land and for the overthrow of the Soviet power. This formed the basis of the military intervention of the Entente and of the White Guard revolts in the border regions of Russia, as a result of which Russia was cut off from her sources of food and raw material. The military defeat of Germany and the termination of the war between the two imperialist coalitions in Europe served to strengthen the Entente and to intensify the intervention, and created new difficulties for Soviet Russia. On the other hand, the revolution in Germany and the incipient revolutionary movement in the European countries created favorable international conditions for the Soviet power and relieved the positions of the Soviet Republic. The Bolshevik Party roused the workers and peasants for a war for the fatherland, a war against the foreign invaders and the bourgeois and landlord White Guards. The Soviet Republic and its Red Army defeated one after another the puppets of the Entente. Kolchak, Yudenich, Denikin, Krasnov, and Wrangel drove out of the Ukraine and Belorussia another puppet of the Entente, Pilsudski, and thus beat off the forces of foreign intervention and drove them out of the Soviet country. Thus, the first armed attack of international capital on the land of socialism ended in a complete fiasco. In the period of intervention, the parties which had been smashed by the revolution, the Socialist Revolutionaries, Mensheviks, anarchists, and nationalists, supported the White Guard generals and the invaders, hatched counter-revolutionary plots against the Soviet Republic, and resorted to terrorism against Soviet leaders. These parties, which had enjoyed a certain amount of influence among the working class before the October Revolution, completely exposed themselves in the eyes of the masses as counter-revolutionary parties during the Civil War. The period of civil war and intervention witnessed the political collapse of these parties and the final triumph of the Communist Party in Soviet Russia. Chapter 9. The Bolshevik Party in the period of transition to the peaceful work of economic restoration, 1921 to 1925. 1. Soviet Republic after the defeat of the intervention and end of the Civil War. Difficulties of the restoration period. Having ended the war, the Soviet Republic turned to the work of peaceful economic development. The wounds of war had to be healed. The shattered economic life of the country had to be rebuilt, its industry, railways, and agriculture restored. But the work of peaceful development had to be undertaken in extremely difficult circumstances. The victory in the Civil War had not been an easy one. The country had been reduced to a state of ruin by 4 years of imperialist war and 3 years of war against the intervention. The gross output of agriculture in 1920 was only about 1/2 of the pre-war output, that of the poverty-stricken Russian countryside of Tsarist days. To make matters worse, in 1920 there was a harvest failure in many of the provinces. Agriculture was in sore straits. Even worse was the plight of industry, which was in a state of complete dislocation. The output of large-scale industry in 1920 was a little over 1/7 of pre-war. Most of the mills and factories were at a standstill. Mines and collieries were wrecked and flooded. Gravest of all was the condition of the iron and steel industry. The total output of pig iron in 1921 was only 116,300 tons, or about 3% of the pre-war output. There was a shortage of fuel, transport was disrupted, stocks of metal and textiles in the country were nearly exhausted. There was an acute shortage of such prime necessities as bread, fats, meat, footwear, clothing, matches, salt, kerosene, and soap. While the war was on, people put up with the shortage and scarcity, and were sometimes even oblivious to it. But now that the war was over, they suddenly felt that this shortage and scarcity were intolerable, and began to demand that they be immediately remedied. Discontent appeared among the peasants. The fire of the Civil War had welded and steeled a military and political alliance of the working class and the peasantry. This alliance rested on a definite basis. The peasants received from the Soviet government land and protection against the landlords and kulaks. The workers received from the peasantry foodstuffs under the surplus appropriation system. Now this basis was no longer adequate. The Soviet state had been compelled to appropriate all surplus produce from the peasants for the needs of national defense. Victory in the Civil War would have been impossible without the surplus appropriation system, without the policy of war communism. This policy was necessitated by the war and intervention. As long as the war was on, the peasantry had acquiesced in the surplus appropriation system and had paid no heed to the shortage of commodities. But when the war ended, and there was no longer any danger of the landlords returning, the peasants began to express dissatisfaction with having to surrender all their surpluses with the surplus appropriation system and to demand a sufficient supply of commodities. As Lenin pointed out, the whole system of war communism had come into collision with the interests of the peasantry. The spirit of discontent affected the working class as well. The proletariat had borne the brunt of the Civil War, had heroically and self-sacrificingly fought the White Guard and foreign hordes, and the ravages of economic disruption and famine. The best, the most class-conscious, self-sacrificing and disciplined workers were inspired by socialist enthusiasm. But the utter economic disruption had its influence on the working class too. The few factories and plants still in operation were working spasmodically. The workers were reduced to doing odd jobs for a living, making cigarette lighters and engaging in petty bartering for food in the villages, so-called bag trading. The class basis of the dictatorship of the proletariat was being weakened. The workers were scattered, decamping for the villages, ceasing to be workers and becoming declassed. Some of the workers were beginning to show signs of discontent owing to hunger and weariness. The party was confronted with the necessity of working out a new line of policy on all questions affecting the economic life of the country, a line that would meet the new situation. And the party proceeded to work out such a line of policy on questions of economic development. But the class enemy was not dozing. He tried to exploit the distressing economic situation and the discontent of the peasants for his own purposes. Kulak revolts, engineered by White Guards and Socialist revolutionaries, broke out in Siberia, the Ukraine and the Tambov province, in parentheses, Antonov's rebellion. All kinds of counter-revolutionary elements, Mensheviks, Socialist revolutionaries, anarchists, White Guards, bourgeois nationalists, became active again. The enemy adopted new tactics of struggle against the Soviet power. He began to borrow a Soviet garb, and his slogan was no longer the old bankrupt "Down with the Soviets," but a new slogan, "For the Soviets but without communists." A glaring instance of the new tactics of the class enemy was the counter-revolutionary mutiny in Kronstadt. It began in March 1921, a week before the 10th Party Congress. White Guards, in complicity with Socialist revolutionaries, Mensheviks, and representatives of foreign states, assumed the lead of the mutiny. The mutineers at first used a quote-unquote Soviet signboard to camouflage their purpose of restoring the power and property of the capitalists and landlords. They raised the cry, "Soviets without communists." The counter-revolutionaries tried to exploit the discontent of the petty bourgeois masses in order to overthrow the power of the Soviets under a pseudo-Soviet slogan. Two circumstances facilitated the outbreak of the Kronstadt mutiny: the deterioration in the composition of the ship's crews and the weakness of the Bolshevik organization in Kronstadt. Nearly all the old sailors who had taken part in the October Revolution were at the front, heroically fighting in the ranks of the Red Army. The naval replenishments consisted of new men who had not been schooled in the revolution. These were a perfectly raw peasant mass who gave expression to the peasantry's discontent with the surplus appropriation system. As for the Bolshevik organization in Kronstadt, it had been greatly weakened by a series of mobilizations for the front. This enabled the Socialist revolutionaries, Mensheviks and White Guards to worm their way into Kronstadt and to seize control of it. The mutineers gained possession of a first-class fortress, the fleet, and a vast quantity of arms and ammunition. The international counter-revolutionaries were triumphant, but their jubilation was premature. The mutiny was quickly put down by Soviet troops. Against the Kronstadt mutineers, the party sent its finest sons, delegates to the 10th Congress, headed by Comrade Voroshilov. The Red Army men advanced on Kronstadt across a thin sheet of ice. It broke in many places and many were drowned. The almost impregnable forts of Kronstadt had to be taken by storm. But loyalty to the revolution, bravery and readiness to die for the Soviets won the day. The fortress of Kronstadt fell before the onslaught of the Red troops. The Kronstadt mutiny was suppressed. 2. Party discussion on the trade unions. 10th Party Congress. Defeat of the opposition. Adoption of the new economic policy. NEP. The Central Committee of the party, its Leninist majority, saw clearly that now that the war was over and the country had turned to peaceful economic development, there was no longer any reason for maintaining the rigid regime of war communism, the product of war and blockade. The Central Committee realized that the need for the surplus appropriation system had passed, that it was time to supersede it by a tax in kind, so as to enable the peasants to use the greater part of their surpluses at their own discretion. The Central Committee realized that this measure would make it possible to revive agriculture, to extend the cultivation of grain and industrial crops required for the development of industry, to revive the circulation of commodities, to improve supplies to the towns, and to create a new foundation, an economic foundation for the alliance of workers and peasants. The Central Committee realized also that the prime task was to revive industry, but considered that this could not be done without enlisting the support of the working class and its trade unions. It considered that the workers could be enlisted in this work by showing them that the economic disruption was just as dangerous an enemy of the people as the intervention and the blockade had been, and that the party and the trade unions could certainly succeed in this work if they exercised their influence on the working class, not by military commands, as had been the case at the front, where commands were really essential, but by methods of persuasion, by convincing it. But not all members of the party were of the same mind as the Central Committee. The small opposition groups, the Trotskyites, the so-called workers' opposition, the so-called left communists and so-called democratic centralists, etc., wavered and vacillated in face of the difficulties attending the transition to peaceful economic construction. There were in the party quite a number of ex-members of the Bolshevik, Socialist Revolutionary, Bund or Borodpist parties, and all kinds of semi-nationalists from the border regions of Russia. Most of them allied themselves with one opposition group or another. These people were not real Marxists. They were ignorant of the laws of economic development and had not had a Leninist party schooling, and they helped to aggravate the confusion and vacillations of the opposition groups. Some of them thought that it would be wrong to relax the rigid regime of war communism, that, on the contrary, quote-unquote, the screws must be tightened. Others thought that the party and state should stand aside from the economic restoration, and that it should be left entirely in the hands of the trade unions. It was clear that with such confusion reigning among certain groups in the party, lovers of controversy, opposition leaders of one kind or another were bound to try to force a discussion upon the party. And that is just what happened. The discussion started over the role of the trade unions, although the trade unions were not the chief problem of party policy at the time. It was Trotsky who started the discussion and the fight against Lenin, against the Leninist majority of the Central Committee. With the intention of aggravating the situation, he came out at a meeting of communist delegates to the 5th All-Russian Trade Union Conference, held at the beginning of November 1920, with the dubious slogans of tightening the screws and shaking up the trade unions. Trotsky demanded that the trade unions be immediately, quote-unquote, governmentalized. He was against the use of persuasion in relations with the working class, and was in favor of introducing military methods in the trade unions. Trotsky was against any extension of democracy in the trade unions, against the principle of electing trade union bodies. As a matter of fact, the discussion on the trade unions was of much broader import than the trade union question. As was stated later in the resolution of the plenum of the Central Committee of the Russian Communist Party Bolsheviks, adopted on January 17, 1925, the actual point at issue was, quote, The policy to be adopted towards the peasantry, who were rising against war communism, the policy to be adopted towards the mass of the non-party workers, and in general what was to be the approach of the party to the masses in the period when the Civil War was coming to an end." Unquote. Resolutions of the CPSUB, Russian edition, Part 1, page 651. Trotsky's lead was followed by other anti-party groups, the so-called Workers' Opposition, Shlyapnikov, Medvedev, Kollontai, and others, the so-called Democratic Centralists, Sapronov, Dropnis, Boguslavsky, Osinsky, V. Smirnov, and others, the so-called Left Communists, Bukharin, Preobrazhensky. The so-called Workers' Opposition put forward a slogan demanding that the administration of the entire national economy be entrusted to an all-Russian Producers' Congress. They wanted to reduce the role of the party to naught and denied the importance of the dictatorship of the proletariat to economic development. The so-called Workers' Opposition contended that the interests of the trade unions were opposed to those of the Soviet state and the Communist Party. They held that the trade unions and not the party were the highest form of working-class organization. The so-called Workers' Opposition was essentially an anarcho-syndicalist, anti-party group. The so-called Democratic Centralists, or Desists, demanded complete freedom for factions and groupings. Like the Trotskyists, the so-called Democratic Centralists tried to undermine the leadership of the party in the Soviets and in the trade unions. Lenin spoke of the so-called Democratic Centralists as a faction of champion shouters, and of their platform as a socialist revolutionary Menshevik platform. Trotsky was assisted in his fight against Lenin and the party by Bukharin. With Preobrazhensky, Serebryakov, and Sokolnikov, Bukharin formed a buffer group. This group defended and shielded the Trotskyites, the most vicious of all factionalists. Lenin said that Bukharin's behavior was the, quote, acme of ideological depravity, unquote. Very soon, the Bukharinites openly joined forces with the Trotskyites against Lenin. Lenin and the Leninists concentrated their fire on the Trotskyites as the backbone of the anti-party groupings. They condemned the Trotskyites for ignoring the difference between trade unions and military bodies, and warned them that military methods could not be applied to the trade unions. Lenin and the Leninists drew up a platform of their own, entirely contrary in spirit to the platforms of the opposition groups. In this platform, the trade unions were defined as a school of administration, a school of management, a school of communism. The trade unions should base all their activities on methods of persuasion. Only then would the trade unions rouse the workers as a whole to combat the economic disruption and be able to enlist them in the work of socialist construction. In this fight against the opposition groupings, the party organizations rallied around Lenin. The struggle took an especially acute form in Moscow. Here, the opposition concentrated its main forces, with the object of capturing the party organization of the capital. But these factionalist intrigues were frustrated by the spirited resistance of the Moscow Bolsheviks. An acute struggle broke out in the Ukrainian party organization as well. Led by Comrade Molotov, then the secretary of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Ukraine, the Ukrainian Bolsheviks routed the Trotskyites and Shlyapnikovites. The Communist Party of the Ukraine remained a loyal support of Lenin's party. In Baku, the routing of the opposition was led by Comrade Orjonikidze. In Central Asia, the fight against the anti-party groupings were headed by Comrade L. Kaganovich. All the important local organizations of the party endorsed Lenin's platform. On March 8, 1921, the 10th Party Congress opened. The Congress was attended by 694 delegates, with vote representing 732,521 party members, and 296 delegates with voice but no vote. The Congress summed up the discussion on the trade unions and endorsed Lenin's platform by an overwhelming majority. In opening the Congress, Lenin said that the discussion had been an inexcusable luxury. He declared that the enemies had speculated on the inner party strife and on a split in the ranks of the Communist Party. Realizing how extremely dangerous the existence of factional groups was to the Bolshevik Party and the dictatorship of the proletariat, the 10th Congress paid special attention to party unity. The report on this question was made by Lenin. The Congress passed condemnation on all the opposition groups and declared that they were, quote, in fact, helping the class enemies of the proletarian revolution, unquote. The Congress ordered the immediate dissolution of all factional groups and instructed all party organizations to keep a strict watch to prevent any outbreaks of factionalism, non-observance of Congress decisions to be followed by unconditional and immediate expulsion from the party. The Congress authorized the Central Committee, in the event of members of that body violating discipline or reviving or tolerating factionalism, to apply to them all party penalties, including expulsion from the Central Committee and from the party. These decisions were embodied in a special resolution on party unity, moved by Lenin and adopted by the Congress. In this resolution, the Congress reminded all party members that unity and solidarity of the ranks of the party, unanimity of will of the vanguard of the proletariat, were particularly essential at that juncture when a number of circumstances had, during the time of the 10th Congress, increased the vacillation among the petty bourgeois population of the country. Notwithstanding this, read the resolution, quote, even before the general party discussion on the trade unions, certain signs of factionalism had been apparent in the party, viz. The formation of groups with separate platforms, striving to a certain degree to segregate and create their own group discipline. All class-conscious workers must clearly realize the perniciousness and impermissibility of factionalism of any kind, for in practice, factionalism inevitably results in weakening teamwork. At the same time, it inevitably leads to intensified and repeated attempts by the enemies of the party, who have fastened themselves onto it, because it is the governing party, to widen the cleavage in the party and to use it for counter-revolutionary purposes. Unquote. Further, in the same resolution, the Congress said, quote, the way the enemies of the proletariat take advantage of every deviation from the thoroughly consistent communist line was most strikingly shown in the case of the Kronstadt mutiny, when the bourgeois counter-revolutionaries and white guards in all countries of the world immediately expressed their readiness to accept even the slogans of the Soviet system, if only they might thereby secure the overthrow of the dictatorship of the proletariat in Russia, and when the socialist revolutionaries and the bourgeois counter-revolutionaries in general resorted in Kronstadt to slogans calling for an insurrection against the Soviet government of Russia, ostensibly in the interest of Soviet power. These facts fully prove that the White Guards strive and are able to disguise themselves as communists and even as people, quote-unquote, more left than the communists, solely for the purpose of weakening and overthrowing the bulwark of the proletarian revolution in Russia. Menshevik leaflets distributed in Petrograd on the eve of the Kronstadt mutiny likewise show how the Mensheviks took advantage of the disagreements in the RCP actually in order to egg on and support the Kronstadt mutineers, the socialist revolutionaries and White Guards, while claiming to be opponents of mutiny and supporters of the Soviet power, only with supposedly slight modifications. Unquote. The resolution declared that in its propaganda, the party must explain in detail the harm and danger of factionalism to party unity and to the unity of purpose of the vanguard of the proletariat, which is a fundamental condition for the success of the dictatorship of the proletariat. On the other hand, the Congress resolution stated, the party must explain in its propaganda the peculiarity of the latest tactical methods employed by the enemies of the Soviet power. These enemies, read the resolution, quote, having realized the hopelessness of counter-revolution under an openly White Guard flag, are now doing their utmost to utilize the disagreements within the RCP and to further the counter-revolution in one way or another by transferring the power to the political groupings which outwardly are closest to the recognition of the Soviet power. Unquote. Resolutions of the CPSUB, Russian edition, Part 1, pages 373 to 74. The resolution further stated that in its program the party, quote, must also teach the lessons of preceding revolutions, in which the counter-revolutionaries usually supported the petty bourgeois groupings which stood closest to the extreme revolutionary party in order to undermine and overthrow the revolutionary dictatorship and thus pave way for the subsequent complete victory of the counter-revolution of the capitalists and landlords. Unquote. Closely allied to the resolution on party unity was the resolution on the syndicalist and anarchist deviation in our party, also moved by Lenin and adopted by the Congress. In this resolution, the 10th Congress passed condemnation on the so-called workers' opposition. The Congress declared that the propaganda of the ideas of the anarcho-syndicalist deviation was incompatible with membership in the Communist Party, and called upon the party vigorously to combat this deviation. The 10th Congress passed the highly important decision to replace the surplus appropriation system by a tax in kind, to adopt the new economic policy, NEP. This turn from war communism to NEP is a striking instance of the wisdom and farsightedness of Lenin's policy. The resolution of the Congress dealt with the substitution of a tax in kind for the surplus appropriation system. The tax in kind was to be lighter than the assessments under the surplus appropriation system. The total amount of the tax was to be announced each year before the spring sowing. The dates of delivery under the tax were to be strictly specified. All produce over and above the amount of the tax was to be entirely at the disposal of the peasant, who would be at liberty to sell these surpluses at will. In his speech, Lenin said that freedom of trade would at first lead to a certain revival of capitalism in the country. It would be necessary to permit private trade and to allow private manufacturers to open small businesses, but no fears needed to be entertained on this score. Lenin considered that a certain freedom of trade would give the peasant an economic incentive, induce him to produce more, and would lead to a rapid improvement of agriculture, that on this basis the state-owned industries would be restored and private capital displaced, that strength and resources having been accumulated, a powerful industry could be created as the economic foundation of socialism, and that then a determined offensive could be undertaken to destroy the remnants of capitalism in the country. War communism had been an attempt to take the fortress of capitalist elements in town and countryside by assault, by a frontal attack. In this offensive, the party had gone too far ahead, and ran the risk of being cut off from its base. Now Lenin proposed to retire a little, to retreat for a while nearer to the base, to change from an assault of the fortress to the slower method of siege, so as to gather strength and resume the offensive. The Trotskyites and other oppositionists held that NEP was nothing but a retreat. This interpretation suited their purpose, for their line was to restore capitalism. This was a most harmful anti-Leninist interpretation of NEP. The fact is that only a year after NEP was introduced, Lenin declared at the 11th Party Congress that the retreat had come to an end, and he put forward the slogan, "Prepare for an offensive on private capital." Lenin, Collected Works, Russian edition, volume 27, page 213. The oppositionists, poor Marxists and crass ignoramuses in questions of Bolshevik policy as they were, understood neither the meaning of NEP nor the character of the retreat undertaken at the beginning of NEP. We have dealt with the meaning of NEP above. As for the character of the retreat, there are retreats and retreats. There are times when a party or an army has to retreat because it has suffered defeat. In such cases, the army or party retreats to preserve itself and its ranks for new battles. It was no such retreat that Lenin proposed when NEP was introduced, because, far from having suffered defeat or discomfiture, the party had itself defeated the interventionists and White Guards in the Civil War. But there are other times when in its advance a victorious party or army runs too far ahead without providing itself with an adequate base in the rear. This creates a serious danger. So as not to lose connection with its base, an experienced party, or army generally, finds it necessary in such cases to fall back a little, to draw closer to and establish better contacts with its base. in order to provide itself with all it needs, and then resume the offensive more confidently and with guarantee of success. It was this kind of temporary retreat that Lenin effected by the new economic policy. Reporting to the Fourth Congress of the Communist International on the reasons that prompted the introduction of NEP, Lenin plainly said, quote, "In our economic offensive, we ran too far ahead. We did not provide ourselves with an adequate base," unquote, and so it was necessary to make a temporary retreat to a secure rear. The misfortune of the opposition was that, in their ignorance, they did not understand and never understood to the end of their days this feature of the retreat under NEP. The decision of the 10th Congress on the new economic policy ensured a durable economic alliance of the working class and the peasantry for the building of socialism. The prime object was served by yet another decision of the Congress, the decision on the national question. The report on the national question was made by Comrade Stalin. He said that we had abolished national oppression, but that this was not enough. The task was to do away with the evil heritage of the past, the economic, political, and cultural backwardness of the formerly oppressed peoples. They had to be helped to catch up with Central Russia. Comrade Stalin further referred to two anti-party deviations on the national question: dominant nation, Great Russian chauvinism, and local nationalism. The Congress condemned both deviations as harmful and dangerous to communism and proletarian internationalism. At the same time, it directed its main blow at the bigger danger, dominant nation chauvinism, that is, the survivals and hangovers of the attitude towards the nationalities such as the Great Russian chauvinists had displayed towards the non-Russian peoples under Tsardom. 3. First results of NEP. 11th Party Congress. Formation of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. Lenin's illness. Lenin's cooperative plan. 12th Party Congress. The new economic policy was resisted by the unstable elements in the party. The resistance came from two quarters. First, there were the so-called left shouters, political freaks like Lominadze, Shutskin, and others, who argued that NEP meant a renunciation of the gains of the October Revolution, a return to capitalism, the downfall of the Soviet power. Because of their political illiteracy and ignorance of the laws of economic development, these people did not understand the policy of the party, fell into a panic, and sowed dejection and discouragement. Then there were the downright capitulators like Trotsky, Radek, Zinoviev, Sokolnikov, Kamenev, Shlyapnikov, Bukharin, Rykov, and others, who did not believe that the socialist development of our country was possible, bowed before the so-called omnipotence of capitalism, and in their endeavor to strengthen the position of capitalism in the Soviet country, demanded far-reaching concessions to private capital, both home and foreign, and the surrender of a number of key positions of the Soviet power in the economic field to private capitalists, the latter to act either as concessionaries or as partners of the state in mixed joint stock companies. Both groups were alien to Marxism and Leninism. Both were exposed and isolated by the party, which passed severe stricture on the alarmists and the capitulators. This resistance to the party policy was one more reminder that the party needed to be purged of unstable elements. Accordingly, the Central Committee in 1921 organized a party purge. The purging was done at open meetings, in the presence and with the participation of non-party people. Lenin advised that the party be thoroughly cleansed, quote, of rascals, bureaucrats, dishonest or wavering communists, and of Mensheviks who have repainted their facade, but who have remained Mensheviks at heart. Unquote. Lenin, Collected Works, Russian edition, Volume 27, page 13. Altogether, nearly 170,000 persons, or about 25% of the total membership, were expelled from the party as a result of the purge. The purge greatly strengthened the party, improved its social composition, increased the confidence of the masses in it, and heightened its prestige. The party became more closely welded and better disciplined. The correctness of the new economic policy was proved in its very first year. Its adoption served greatly to strengthen the alliance of workers and peasants on a new basis. The dictatorship of the proletariat gained in might and strength. Kulak banditry was almost completely liquidated. The middle peasants, now that the surplus appropriation system had been abolished, helped the Soviet government to fight the Kulak bands. The Soviet government retained all the key positions in the economic field: large-scale industry, the means of transport, the banks, the land, and home and foreign trade. The party achieved a definite turn for the better on the economic front. Agriculture soon began to forge ahead. Industry and the railways could record their first successes. An economic revival began, still very slow but sure. The workers and the peasants felt and perceived that the party was on the right track. In March 1922, the party held its 11th Congress. It was attended by 522 voting delegates, representing 532,000 party members, which was less than at the previous Congress. There were 165 delegates with voice but no vote. The reduction in the party membership was due to the party purge, which had already begun. At this Congress, the party reviewed the results of the first year of the new economic policy. These results entitled Lenin to declare at the Congress, quote, "For a year we have been retreating. In the name of the party, we must now call a halt. The purpose pursued by the retreat has been achieved. This period is drawing, or has drawn, to a close. Now our purpose is different: to regroup our forces." Unquote. Ibid, page 238. Lenin said that NEP meant a life-and-death struggle between capitalism and socialism. Who will win? That was the question. In order that we might win, the bond between the working class and the peasantry, between socialist industry and peasant agriculture, had to be made secure by developing the exchange of goods between town and country to the utmost. For this purpose, the art of management and of efficient trading would have to be learned. At that period, trade was the main link in the chain of problems that confronted the party. Unless this problem were solved, it would be impossible to develop the exchange of goods between town and country, to strengthen the economic alliance between the workers and peasants, impossible to advance agriculture, or to extricate industry from its state of disruption. Soviet trade at that time was still very undeveloped. The machinery of trade was highly inadequate. Communists had not yet learned the art of trade. They had not studied the enemy, the NEP man, or learned how to combat him. The private traders, or NEP men, had taken advantage of the undeveloped state of Soviet trade to capture the trade in textiles and other goods in general demand. The organization of state and cooperative trade became a matter of utmost importance. After the 11th Congress, work in the economic sphere was resumed with redoubled vigor. The effects of the recent harvest failure were successfully remedied. Peasant farming showed rapid recovery. The railways began to work better. Increasing numbers of factories and plants resumed operation. In October 1922, the Soviet Republic celebrated a great victory. Vladivostok, the last piece of Soviet territory to remain in the hands of the invaders, was wrested by the Red Army and the Far Eastern partisans from the hands of the Japanese. The whole territory of the Soviet Republic having been cleared of interventionists, and the needs of socialist construction and national defense demanding a further consolidation of the union of the Soviet peoples, the necessity now arose of welding the Soviet republics closer together in a single federal state. All the forces of the people had to be combined for the work of building socialism. The country had to be made impregnable. Conditions had to be created for the all-round development of every nationality in our country. This required that all the Soviet nations should be brought into still closer union. In December 1922, the first All-Union Congress of Soviets was held, at which, on the proposal of Lenin and Stalin, a voluntary state union of the Soviet nations was formed, the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, USSR. Originally, the USSR comprised the Russian Soviet Federative Socialist Republic, RSFSR, the Transcaucasian Soviet Federative Socialist Republic, TSFSR, the Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic, Ukrainian SSR, and the Belarusian Soviet Socialist Republic, BSSR. Somewhat later, 3 independent Union Soviet republics, the Uzbek, Turkmen, and Tajik, were formed in Central Asia. All these republics have now united into a single Union of Soviet States, the USSR, on a voluntary and equal basis, each of them being reserved the right of freely seceding from the Soviet Union. The formation of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics meant the consolidation of the Soviet power and a great victory for the Leninist-Stalinist policy of the Bolshevik Party on the national question. In November 1922, Lenin made a speech at a plenary meeting of the Moscow Soviet, in which he reviewed the 5 years of Soviet rule and expressed the firm conviction that, quote, "NEP Russia will become Socialist Russia," unquote. This was his last speech to the country. That same autumn, a great misfortune overtook the party. Lenin fell seriously ill. His illness was a deep and personal affliction to the whole party and to all the working people. All lived in trepidation for the life of their beloved Lenin. But even in illness, Lenin did not discontinue his work. When already a very sick man, he wrote a number of highly important articles. In these last writings, he reviewed the work already performed and outlined a plan for the building of socialism in our country by enlisting the peasantry in the cause of socialist construction. This contained his cooperative plan for securing the participation of the peasantry in the work of building socialism. Lenin regarded cooperative societies in general, and agricultural cooperative societies in particular, as a means of transition, a means within the reach and understanding of the peasant millions, from small individual farming to large-scale producing associations or collective farms. Lenin pointed out that the line to be followed in the development of agriculture in our country was to draw the peasants into the work of building socialism through the cooperative societies, gradually to introduce the collective principle in agriculture, first in the selling and then in the growing of farm produce. With the dictatorship of the proletariat and the alliance of the working class and the peasantry, with the leadership of the peasantry by the proletariat made secure, and with the existence of a socialist industry, Lenin said, a properly organized producing cooperative system embracing millions of peasants was the means whereby a complete socialist society could be built in our country. In April 1923, the party held its 12th Congress. Since the seizure of power by the Bolsheviks, this was the first Congress at which Lenin was unable to be present. The Congress was attended by 408 voting delegates, representing 386,000 party members. This was less than was represented at the previous Congress, the reduction being due to the fact that in the interval the party purge had continued and had resulted in the expulsion of a considerable percentage of the party membership. There were 417 delegates with voice but no vote. The 12th Party Congress embodied in its decisions the recommendations made by Lenin in his recent articles and letters. The Congress sharply rebuked those who took NEP to mean a retreat from the socialist position, a surrender to capitalism, and who advocated a return to capitalist bondage. Proposals of this kind were made at the Congress by Radek and Krasin, followers of Trotsky. They proposed that we should throw ourselves on the tender mercies of foreign capitalists, surrender to them, in the form of concessions, branches of industry that were of vital necessity to the Soviet state. They proposed that we pay the Tsarist government's debts annulled by the October Revolution. The party stigmatized these capitulatory proposals as treachery. It did not reject the policy of granting concessions, but favored it only in such industries and in such dimensions as would be of advantage to the Soviet state. Bukharin and Sokolnikov had even prior to the Congress proposed the abolition of the state monopoly of foreign trade. The proposal was also based on the conception that NEP was a surrender to capitalism. Lenin had branded Bukharin as a champion of the profiteers, NEP-men and kulaks. The 12th Congress firmly repelled the attempts to undermine the monopoly of foreign trade. The Congress also repelled Trotsky's attempt to foist upon the party a policy towards the peasantry that would have been fatal, and stated that the predominance of small peasant farming in the country was a fact not to be forgotten. It emphatically declared that the development of industry, including heavy industry, must not run counter to the interest of the peasant masses, must be based on a close bond with the peasants, in the interest of the whole working population. These decisions were an answer to Trotsky, who had proposed that we should build up our industry by exploiting the peasants, and who in fact did not accept the policy of an alliance of the proletariat with the peasantry. At the same time, Trotsky had proposed that big plants like the Pudilov, Bryansk, and others, which were of importance to the country's defense, should be closed down, allegedly on the grounds that they were unprofitable. The Congress indignantly rejected Trotsky's proposals. On Lenin's proposal, sent to the Congress in written form, the 12th Congress united the Central Control Commission of the party and the Workers' and Peasants' Inspection into one body. To this united body were entrusted the important duties of safeguarding the unity of our party, strengthening party and civil discipline, and improving the Soviet state apparatus in every way. An important item on the agenda of the Congress was the national question, the report on which was made by Comrade Stalin. Comrade Stalin stressed the international significance of our policy on the national question. To the oppressed peoples in the East and West, the Soviet Union was a model of the solution of the national question and the abolition of national oppression. He pointed out that energetic measures were needed to put an end to economic and cultural inequality among the peoples of the Soviet Union. He called upon the party to put up a determined fight against deviations in the national question, Great Russian chauvinism and local bourgeois nationalism. The nationalist deviators and their dominant nation policy towards the national minorities were exposed at the Congress. At that time, the Georgian nationalist deviators, M. Divani and others, were opposing the party. They had been against the formation of the Transcaucasian Federation and were against the promotion of friendship between the peoples of Transcaucasia. The deviators were behaving like outright dominant nation chauvinists towards the other nationalities of Georgia. They were expelling non-Georgians from Tiflis wholesale, especially Armenians. They had passed a law under which Georgian women who married non-Georgians lost their Georgian citizenship. The Georgian nationalist deviators were supported by Trotsky, Radek, Bukharin, Skripnik, and Rakovsky. Shortly after the Congress, a special conference of party workers from the national republics was called to discuss the national question. Here were exposed a group of Tatar bourgeois nationalists, Sultan Galiev and others, and a group of Uzbek nationalist deviators, Faizullah Kadyayev and others. The 12th Party Congress reviewed the results of the new economic policy for the past 2 years. They were very heartening results and inspired confidence in ultimate victory. Our party has remained solid and united. It has stood the test of a momentous turn and is marching on with flying colors, Comrade Stalin declared at the Congress. 4. Struggle against the difficulties of economic restoration. Trotskyites take advantage of Lenin's illness to increase their activity. New party discussion. Defeat of the Trotskyites. Death of Lenin. The Lenin enrollment. 13th Party Congress. The struggle to restore the national economy yielded substantial results in its very first year. By 1924, progress was to be observed in all fields. The crop area had increased considerably since 1921, and peasant farming was steadily improving. Socialist industry was growing and expanding. The working class had greatly increased in numbers. Wages had risen. Life had become easier and better for the workers and peasants, as compared with 1920 and 1921. But the effects of the economic disruption still made themselves felt. Industry was still below the pre-war level, and its development was still far behind the country's demand. At the end of 1923, there were about 1 million unemployed. The national economy was progressing too slowly to absorb unemployment. The development of trade was being hindered by the excessive prices of manufactured goods, prices which the Nepmen and the Nepman elements in our trading organizations were imposing on the country. Owing to this, the Soviet ruble began to fluctuate violently and to fall in value. These factors impeded the improvement of the condition of the workers and peasants. In the autumn of 1923, the economic difficulties were somewhat aggravated owing to violations of the Soviet price policy by our industrial and commercial organizations. There was a yawning gap between the prices of manufacturers and the prices of farm produce. Grain prices were low, while prices of manufacturers were inordinately high. Industry was burdened with excessive overhead costs, which increased the price of goods. The money which the peasants received for their grain rapidly depreciated. To make matters worse, the Trotskyite Pyatakov, who was at that time on the Supreme Council of National Economy, gave managers and directors criminal instructions to grind all the profit they could out of the sale of manufactured goods and to force up the prices to the maximum, ostensibly for the purpose of developing industry. As a matter of fact, this Nepman policy could only narrow the base of industry and undermine it. It became unprofitable for the peasantry to purchase manufactured goods, and they stopped buying them. The result was a sale crisis, from which industry suffered. Difficulties arose in the payment of wages. This provoked discontent among the workers. At some factories, the more backward workers stopped work. The Central Committee of the party adopted measures to remove these difficulties and anomalies. Steps were taken to overcome the sales crisis. Prices of consumers' goods were reduced. It was decided to reform the currency and to adopt a firm and stable currency unit, the chervonets. The normal payment of wages was resumed. Measures were outlined for the development of trade through state and cooperative channels and for the elimination of private traders and profiteers. What was now required was that everybody should join in the common effort, roll up his sleeves and set to work with gusto. That is the way all who were loyal to the party thought and acted, but not so the Trotskyites. They took advantage of the absence of Lenin, who was incapacitated by grave illness, to launch a new attack on the party and its leadership. They decided that this was a favorable moment to smash the party and overthrow its leadership. They used everything they could as a weapon against the party. The defeat of the revolution in Germany and Bulgaria in the autumn of 1923, the economic difficulties at home, and Lenin's illness. It was at this moment of difficulty for the Soviet state, when the party's leader was stricken by sickness, that Trotsky started his attack on the Bolshevik Party. He mustered all the anti-Leninist elements in the party and concocted an opposition platform against the party, its leadership and its policy. The platform was called the Declaration of the 46 Oppositionists. All the opposition groupings, the Trotskyites, Democratic Centralists, and the remnants of the so-called left communists and the so-called workers' opposition groups, united to fight the Leninist party. In their declaration, they prophesied a grave economic crisis and the fall of the Soviet power, and demanded freedom of factions and groups as the only way out of the situation. This was a fight for the restoration of factionalism which the 10th Party Congress on Lenin's proposal had prohibited. The Trotskyites did not make a single definite proposal for the improvement of agriculture or industry, for the improvement of the circulation of commodities, or for the betterment of the condition of the working people. This did not even interest them. The only thing that interested them was to take advantage of Lenin's absence in order to restore factions within the party, to undermine its foundations and its central committee. The platform of the 46 was followed up by the publication of a letter by Trotsky, in which he vilified the party cadres and leveled new slanderous accusations against the party. In this letter, Trotsky harped on the old Menshevik themes which the party had heard from him many times before. First of all, the Trotskyites attacked the party apparatus. They knew that without a strong apparatus the party could not live and function. The opposition tried to undermine and destroy the party apparatus, to set the party members against it, and the young members against the old stalwarts of the party. In this letter, Trotsky played up to the students, the young party members who were not acquainted with the history of the party's fight against Trotskyism. To win the support of the students, Trotsky flatteringly referred to them as the party's surest barometer, at the same time declaring that the Leninist old guard had degenerated. Alluding to the degeneration of the leaders of the Second International, he made the foul insinuation that the old Bolshevik guard was going the same way. By this outcry about the degeneration of the party, Trotsky tried to hide his own degeneration and his anti-party scheming. The Trotskyites circulated both oppositionist documents, viz. The platform of the 46 and Trotsky's letter, in the districts and among the party nuclei, and put them up for discussion by the party membership. They challenged the party to a discussion. Thus, the Trotskyites forced a general discussion on the party, just as they did at the time of the controversy over the trade union question before the 10th Party Congress. Although the party was occupied with far more important problems of the country's economic life, it accepted the challenge and opened the discussion. The whole party was involved in the discussion. The fight took a most bitter form. It was fiercest of all in Moscow, for the Trotskyites endeavored above all to capture the party organization in the capital. But the discussion was of no help to the Trotskyites. It only disgraced them. They were completely routed in Moscow and all other parts of the Soviet Union. Only a small number of nuclei in universities and offices voted for the Trotskyites. In January 1924, the party held its 13th conference. The conference heard a report by Comrade Stalin, summing up the results of the discussion. The conference condemned the Trotskyite opposition, declaring that it was a petty bourgeois deviation from Marxism. The decisions of the conference were subsequently endorsed by the 13th Party Congress and the 5th Congress of the Communist International. The International Communist Proletariat supported the Bolshevik Party in its fight against Trotskyism. But the Trotskyites did not cease their subversive work. In the autumn of 1924, Trotsky published an article entitled The Lessons of October, in which he attempted to substitute Trotskyism for Leninism. It was a sheer slander on our party and its leader, Lenin. This defamatory broadsheet was seized upon by all enemies of communism and of the Soviet government. The party was outraged by this unscrupulous distortion of the heroic history of Bolshevism. Comrade Stalin denounced Trotsky's attempt to substitute Trotskyism for Leninism. He declared that, quote, "It is the duty of the party to bury Trotskyism as an ideological trend," unquote. An effective contribution to the ideological defeat of Trotskyism and to the defense of Leninism was Comrade Stalin's theoretical work, Foundations of Leninism, published in 1924. This book is a masterly exposition and a weighty theoretical substantiation of Leninism. It was and is today a trenchant weapon of Marxist-Leninist theory in the hands of Bolsheviks all over the world. In the battles against Trotskyism, Comrade Stalin rallied the party around its central committee and mobilized it to carry on the fight for the victory of socialism in our country. Comrade Stalin proved that Trotskyism had to be ideologically demolished if the further victorious advance to socialism was to be ensured. Reviewing this period of the fight against Trotskyism, Comrade Stalin said, quote, "Unless Trotskyism is defeated, it will be impossible to achieve victory under the conditions of NEP. It will be impossible to convert present-day Russia into a socialist Russia," unquote. But the successes attending the party's Leninist policy were clouded by a most grievous calamity, which now befell the party and the working class. On January 21st, 1924, Lenin, our leader and teacher, the creator of the Bolshevik Party, passed away in the village of Gorky, near Moscow. Lenin's death was received by the working class of the whole world as a most cruel loss. On the day of Lenin's funeral, the international proletariat proclaimed a 5-minute stoppage of work. Railways, mills, and factories came to a standstill. As Lenin was borne to the grave, the working people of the whole world paid homage to him in overwhelming sorrow, as to a father and teacher, their best friend and defender. The loss of Lenin caused the working class of the Soviet Union to rally even more solidly around the Leninist Party. In those days of mourning, every class-conscious worker defined his attitude to the Communist Party, the executor of Lenin's behest. The Central Committee of the party received thousands upon thousands of applications from workers for admission to the party. The Central Committee responded to this movement and proclaimed a mass admission of politically advanced workers into the party ranks. Tens of thousands of workers flocked into the party. They were people prepared to give their lives for the cause of the party, the cause of Lenin. In brief space of time, over 240,000 workers joined the ranks of the Bolshevik Party. They were the foremost section of the working class, the most class-conscious and revolutionary, the most intrepid and disciplined. This was the Lenin enrollment. The reaction to Lenin's death demonstrated how close are our party's ties with the masses, and how high a place the Leninist Party holds in the hearts of the workers. In the days of mourning for Lenin, at the Second Congress of Soviets of the USSR, Comrade Stalin made a solemn vow in the name of the party. He said, quote, "We communists are people of a special mold. We are made of a special stuff. We are those who form the army of the great proletarian strategist, the army of Comrade Lenin. There is nothing higher than the honor of belonging to this army. There is nothing higher than the title of a member of the party whose founder and leader is Comrade Lenin. Departing from us, Comrade Lenin adjured us to hold high and guard the purity of the great title of member of the party. We vow to you, Comrade Lenin, that we will fulfill your behest with honor. Departing from us, Comrade Lenin adjured us to guard the unity of our party as the apple of our eye. We vow to you, Comrade Lenin, that this behest too we will fulfill with honor. Departing from us, Comrade Lenin adjured us to guard and strengthen the dictatorship of the proletariat. We vow to you, Comrade Lenin, that we will spare no effort to fulfill this behest too with honor. Departing from us, Comrade Lenin adjured us to strengthen with all our might the alliance of the workers and the peasants. We vow to you, Comrade Lenin, that this behest too we will fulfill with honor. Comrade Lenin untiringly urged upon us the necessity of maintaining the voluntary union of the nations of our country, the necessity for fraternal cooperation between them within the framework of the Union of Republics. Departing from us, Comrade Lenin adjured us to consolidate and extend the Union of Republics. We vow to you, Comrade Lenin, that this behest too we will fulfill with honor. More than once did Lenin point out to us that the strengthening of the Red Army and the improvement of its condition is one of the most important tasks of our party. Let us vow then, comrades, that we will spare no effort to strengthen our Red Army and our Red Navy. Departing from us, Comrade Lenin adjured us to remain faithful to the principles of the Communist International. We vow to you, Comrade Lenin, that we will not spare our lives to strengthen and extend the union of the toilers of the whole world, the Communist International." Unquote. Joseph Stalin, The Lenin Heritage. This was the vow made by the Bolshevik Party to its leader, Lenin, whose memory will live throughout the ages. In May 1924, the party held its 13th Congress. It was attended by 748 voting delegates, representing a party membership of 735,881. This marked increase in membership in comparison with the previous Congress was due to the admission of some 250,000 new members under the Lenin enrollment. There were 416 delegates with voice but no vote. The Congress unanimously condemned the platform of the Trotskyite opposition, defining it as a petty bourgeois deviation from Marxism, as a revision of Leninism, and endorsed the resolution of the 13th Party Conference on party affairs and the results of the discussion. With the purpose of strengthening the bond between town and country, the Congress gave instructions for a further expansion of industry, primarily of the light industries, while placing particular stress on the necessity for a rapid development of the iron and steel industry. The Congress endorsed the formation of the People's Commissariat of Internal Trade and set the trading bodies the task of gaining control of the market and ousting private capital from the sphere of trade. The Congress gave instructions for the increase of cheap state credit to the peasantry so as to oust the usurer from the countryside. The Congress called for the maximum development of the cooperative movement among the peasantry as the paramount task in the countryside. Lastly, the Congress stressed the profound importance of the Lenin enrollment and drew the party's attention to the necessity of devoting greater efforts to educating the young party members, and above all, the recruits of the Lenin enrollment, in the principles of Leninism. 5. The Soviet Union towards the end of the Restoration period. The question of socialist construction and victory of socialism in our country. Zinoviev-Kamenev New Opposition. 14th Party Congress. Policy of Socialist Industrialization of the country. For over 4 years, the Bolshevik Party and the working class had been working strenuously along the lines of the new economic policy. The heroic work of economic restoration was approaching completion. The economic and political might of the Soviet Union was steadily growing. By this time, the international situation had undergone a change. Capitalism had withstood the first revolutionary onslaught of the masses after the imperialist war. The revolutionary movement in Germany, Italy, Bulgaria, Poland, and a number of other countries had been crushed. The bourgeoisie had been aided in this by the leaders of the compromising social democratic parties. A temporary ebb in the tide of revolution set in. There began a temporary, partial stabilization of capitalism in Western Europe, a partial consolidation of the position of capitalism. But the stabilization of capitalism did not eliminate the basic contradictions rending capitalist society. On the contrary, the partial stabilization of capitalism aggravated the contradictions between the workers and the capitalists, between imperialism and the colonial nations, between the imperialist groups of the various countries. The stabilization of capitalism was preparing for a new explosion of contradictions, for a new crisis in the capitalist countries. Parallel with the stabilization of capitalism proceeded the stabilization of the Soviet Union, but these two processes of stabilization were fundamentally different in character. Capitalist stabilization presaged a new crisis of capitalism. The stabilization of the Soviet Union meant a further growth of the economic and political might of the socialist country. Despite the defeat of the revolution in the West, the position of the Soviet Union in the international arena continued to grow stronger, although it is true at a slower rate. In 1922, the Soviet Union had been invited to an international economic conference in Genoa, Italy. At the Genoa conference, the imperialist governments, emboldened by the defeat of the revolution in the capitalist countries, tried to bring new pressure to bear on the Soviet Republic, this time in diplomatic form. The imperialists presented brazen demands to the Soviet Republic. They demanded that the factories and plants which had been nationalized by the October Revolution be returned to the foreign capitalists. They demanded the payment of the debts of the Tsarist government. In return, the imperialist states promised some trifling loans to the Soviet government. The Soviet Union rejected these demands. The Genoa conference was barren of result. The threat of new intervention contained in the ultimatum of Lord Curzon, the British Foreign Secretary, in 1923, also met with the rebuff it deserved. Having tested the strength of the Soviet government and convinced themselves of its stability, the capitalist states began, one after another, to resume diplomatic relations with our country. In 1924, diplomatic relations were restored with Great Britain, France, Japan, and Italy. It was plain that the Soviet Union had been able to win a prolonged breathing space, a period of peace. The domestic situation had also changed. The self-sacrificing efforts of the workers and peasants, led by the Bolshevik Party, had borne fruit. The rapid development of the national economy was manifest. In the fiscal year 1924-25, agricultural output had already approached the pre-war level, amounting to 87% of the pre-war output. In 1925, the large-scale industries of the USSR were already producing about 3/4 of the pre-war industrial output. In the fiscal year 1924 to 25, the Soviet Union was able to invest 385 million rubles in capital construction work. The plan for the electrification of the country was proceeding successfully. Socialism was consolidating its key positions in the national economy. The important successes had been won in the struggle against private capital in industry and trade. Economic progress was accompanied by a further improvement in the condition of the workers and peasants. The working class was growing rapidly. Wages had risen, and so had productivity of labor. The standard of living of the peasants had greatly improved. In 1924 to 25, the workers' and peasants' government was able to assign nearly 290 million rubles for the purpose of assisting the small peasants. The improvement in the condition of the workers and peasants led to greater political activity on the part of the masses. The dictatorship of the proletariat was now more firmly established. The prestige and influence of the Bolshevik Party had grown. The restoration of the national economy was approaching completion. But mere economic restoration, the mere attainment of the pre-war level, was not enough for the Soviet Union, the land of socialism in construction. The pre-war level was the level of a backward country. The advance had to be continued beyond that point. The prolonged breathing space gained by the Soviet state ensured the possibility of further development. But this raised the question in all its urgency: what were to be the perspectives, the character of our development, of our construction? What was to be the destiny of socialism in the Soviet Union? In what direction was economic development in the Soviet Union to be carried on? In the direction of socialism or in some other direction? Should we and could we build a socialist economic system, or were we fated but to manure the soil for another economic system, the capitalist economic system? Was it possible at all to build a socialist economic system in the USSR, and if so, could it be built in spite of the delay of the revolution in the capitalist countries, in spite of the stabilization of capitalism? Was it at all possible to build a socialist economic system by the way of the new economic policy, which, while it was strengthening and augmenting the forces of socialism in the country in every way, nevertheless still promoted a certain growth of capitalism? How was a socialist economic system to be constructed? From which end should its construction begin? All these questions confronted the party towards the end of the Restoration period, and no longer as theoretical questions, but as practical questions, as questions of everyday economic policy. All these questions needed straightforward and plain answers, so that our party members engaged in the development of industry and agriculture, as well as the people generally, might know in what direction to work, towards socialism or towards capitalism. Unless plain answers were given to these questions, all our practical work of construction would be without perspective, work in the dark, labor in vain. The party gave plain and definite answers to all these questions. Yes, replied the party, a socialist economic system could be and should be built in our country, for we had everything needed for the building of a socialist economic system, for the building of a complete socialist society. In October 1917, the working class had vanquished capitalism politically by establishing its own political dictatorship. Since then, the Soviet government had been taking every measure to shatter the economic power of capitalism and to create conditions for the building of a socialist economic system. These measures were the expropriation of the capitalists and landlords, the conversion of the land, factories, mills, railways, and the banks into public property, the adoption of the new economic policy, the building up of a state-owned socialist industry, the application of Lenin's cooperative plan. Now, the main task was to proceed to build a new socialist economic system all over the country, and thus smash capitalism economically as well. All our practical work, all our actions, must be made to serve this main purpose. The working class could do it and would do it. The realization of this colossal task must begin with the industrialization of the country. The socialist industrialization of the country was the chief link in the chain. With it, the construction of a socialist economic system must begin. Neither the delay of the revolution in the West nor the partial stabilization of capitalism in the non-Soviet countries could stop our advance to socialism. The new economic policy could only make this task easier, for it had been introduced by the party with the specific purpose of facilitating the laying of a socialist foundation for our economic system. Such was the party's answer to the question, was the victory of socialist construction possible in our country? But the party knew that the problem of the victory of socialism in one country did not end there. The construction of socialism in the Soviet Union would be a momentous turning point in the history of mankind, a victory for the working class and peasantry of the USSR, marking a new epoch in the history of the world. Yet, this was an internal affair of the USSR, and was only a part of the problem of the victory of socialism. The other part of the problem was its international aspect. In substantiating the thesis that socialism could be victorious in one country, Comrade Stalin had repeatedly pointed out that the question should be viewed from two aspects, the domestic and the international. As for the domestic aspect of the question, that is, the class relations within the country, the working class and the peasantry of the USSR were fully capable of vanquishing their own bourgeoisie economically and building a complete socialist society. But there was also the international aspect of the question, namely the sphere of foreign relations, the sphere of the relations between the Soviet Union and the capitalist countries, between the Soviet people and the international bourgeoisie, which hated the Soviet system and was seeking the chance to start again armed intervention in the Soviet Union, to make new attempts to restore capitalism in the USSR. And since the USSR was as yet the only socialist country, all the other countries remaining capitalist, the USSR continued to be encircled by a capitalist world, which gave rise to the danger of capitalist intervention. Clearly, there would be a danger of capitalist intervention as long as the capitalist encirclement existed. Could the Soviet people, by their own efforts, destroy this external danger, the danger of capitalist intervention in the USSR? No, they could not. They could not, because in order to destroy the danger of capitalist intervention, the capitalist encirclement would have to be destroyed, and the capitalist encirclement could be destroyed only as a result of victorious proletarian revolutions in at least several countries. It followed from this that the victory of socialism in the USSR, as expressed in the abolition of the capitalist economic system and the building of a socialist economic system, could not be considered a final victory, inasmuch as the danger of foreign armed intervention and of attempts to restore capitalism had not been eliminated, and inasmuch as the socialist country had no guarantee against this danger. To destroy the danger of foreign capitalist intervention, the capitalist encirclement would have to be destroyed. Of course, as long as the Soviet government pursued a correct policy, the Soviet people and their Red Army would be able to beat off a new foreign capitalist intervention, just as they had beaten off the first capitalist intervention of 1918-20. But this would not mean that the danger of new capitalist intervention would be eliminated. The defeat of the first intervention did not destroy the danger of new intervention, inasmuch as the source of the danger of intervention, the capitalist encirclement, continued to exist. Neither would the danger of intervention be destroyed by the defeat of the new intervention if the capitalist encirclement continued to exist. It followed from this that the victory of the proletarian revolution in the capitalist countries was a matter of vital concern to the working people of the USSR. Such was the party's line on the question of the victory of socialism in our country. The Central Committee demanded that this line be discussed at the forthcoming 14th Party Conference, and that it be endorsed and accepted as the line of the party, as a party law binding upon all party members. This line of the party came as a thunderbolt to the oppositionists, above all because the party lent it a specific and practical character, linked it with a practical plan for the socialist industrialization of the country, and demanded that it be formulated as party law as a resolution of the 14th Party Conference binding upon all party members. The Trotskyites opposed this party line and set up against it the Bolshevik theory of permanent revolution, which it would be an insult to Marxism to call a Marxist theory, and which denied the possibility of the victory of socialist construction in the USSR. The Buharinites did not venture to oppose the party line outspokenly, but they furtively set up against it their own so-called theory of the peaceful growing of the bourgeoisie into socialism, amplifying it with the so-called new slogan, "Get Rich." According to the Buharinites, the victory of socialism meant fostering and encircling the bourgeoisie, not destroying it. Zinoviev and Kamenev ventured forth with the assertion that the victory of socialism in the USSR was impossible because of the country's technical and economic backwardness, but they soon found it prudent to hide under cover. The 14th Party Conference, April 1925, condemned all these capitulatory so-called theories of the open and covert oppositionists and affirmed the party line of working for the victory of socialism in the USSR, adopting a resolution to this effect. Driven to the wall, Zinoviev and Kamenev preferred to vote for this resolution, but the party knew that they had only postponed their struggle and had decided to give battle to the party at the 14th Party Congress. They were mustering a following in Leningrad and forming the so-called new opposition. The 14th Party Congress opened in December 1925. The situation within the party was tense and strained. Never in its history had there been a case when the whole delegation from an important party center like Leningrad had prepared to come out in opposition to their central committee. The Congress was attended by 665 delegates with vote and 641 with voice but no vote, representing 643,000 party members and 446,000 candidate members, or a little less than at the previous Congress. The reduction was due to a partial purge, a purge of the party organizations in universities and offices to which anti-party elements had gained entrance. The political report of the Central Committee was made by Comrade Stalin. He drew a vivid picture of the growth of the political and economic might of the Soviet Union. Thanks to the advantages of the Soviet economic system, both industry and agriculture had been restored in a comparatively short space of time and were approaching the pre-war level. But good as these results were, Comrade Stalin proposed that we should not rest there, for they could not nullify the fact that our country still remained a backward agrarian country. 2/3 of the total production of the country was provided by agriculture and only 1/3 by industry. Comrade Stalin said that the party was now squarely confronted with the problem of converting our country into an industrial country, economically independent of capitalist countries. This could be done and must be done. It was now the cardinal task of the party to fight for the socialist industrialization of the country, for the victory of socialism. The conversion of our country from an agrarian into an industrial country, able to produce the machinery it needs by its own efforts, that is the essence, the basis of our general line, said Comrade Stalin. The industrialization of the country would ensure its economic independence, strengthen its power of defense, and create the conditions for the victory of socialism in the USSR. The Zinovievites opposed the general line of the party. As against Stalin's plan of socialist industrialization, the Zinovievite Sokolnikov put forward a bourgeois plan, one that was then in vogue among the imperialist sharks. According to this plan, the USSR was to remain an agrarian country, chiefly producing raw materials and foodstuffs, exporting them and importing machinery, which it did not and should not produce itself. As conditions were in 1925, this was tantamount to a plan for the economic enslavement of the USSR by the industrially developed foreign countries, a plan for the perpetuation of the industrial backwardness of the USSR for the benefit of the imperialist sharks of the capitalist countries. The adoption of this plan would have converted our country into an impotent, agrarian, agricultural appendage of the capitalist world. It would have left it weak and defenseless against the surrounding capitalist world, and in the end would have been fatal to the cause of socialism in the USSR. The Congress condemned the economic so-called plan of the Zinovievites as a plan for the enslavement of the USSR. Equally unsuccessful were the other sorties of the so-called new opposition, as for instance when they asserted, in defiance of Lenin, that our state industries were not socialist industries, or when they declared, again in defiance of Lenin, that the middle peasant could not be an ally of the working class in the work of socialist construction. The Congress condemned these sorties of the new opposition as anti-Leninist. Comrade Stalin laid bare the Trotskyite Menshevik essence of the new opposition. He showed that Zinoviev and Kamenev were only harping on the old tunes of the enemies of the party with whom Lenin had waged so relentless a struggle. It was clear that the Zinovievites were nothing but ill-disguised Trotskyites. Comrade Stalin stressed the point that the main task of our party was to maintain a firm alliance between the working class and the middle peasant in the work of building socialism. He pointed to the deviations on the peasant question existing in the party at that time, both of which constituted a menace to this alliance. The first deviation was one that underestimated and belittled the kulak danger. The second was the one that stood in panic fear of the kulak and underestimated the role of the middle peasant. To the question which deviation was worse, Comrade Stalin replied, quote, "One is as bad as the other, and if these deviations are allowed to develop, they may disintegrate and destroy the party. Fortunately, there are forces in our party capable of ridding it of both deviations." Unquote. And the party did indeed rout both deviations, the so-called left and the right, and rid itself of them. Summing up the debate on the question of economic development, the 14th Party Congress unanimously rejected the capitulatory plans of the oppositionists and recorded in its now famous resolution, quote, "In the sphere of economic development, the Congress holds that in our land, the land of the dictatorship of the proletariat, there is, quote, every requisite for the building of a complete socialist society. Lenin. The Congress considers that the main task of our party is to fight for the victory of socialist construction in the USSR." Unquote. The 14th Party Congress adopted new party rules. Since the 14th Congress, our party has been called the Communist Party of the Soviet Union Bolsheviks, the CPSUB. Though defeated at the Congress, the Zinovievites did not submit to the party. They started a fight against the decisions of the 14th Congress. Immediately following the Congress, Zinoviev called a meeting of the Leningrad Provincial Committee of the Young Communist League, the leading group of which had been reared by Zinoviev, Zalutsky, Bakayev, Yevdokimov, Kuklin, Safarov, and other double dealers, in a spirit of hatred of the Leninist Central Committee of the party. At this meeting, the Leningrad Provincial Committee passed a resolution unparalleled in the history of the YCL. It refused to abide by the decisions of the party. It refused to abide by the decisions of the 14th Party Congress. But the Zinovievite leaders of the Leningrad YCL did not in any way reflect the mind of the mass of young communist leaguers of Leningrad. They were therefore easily defeated, and soon the Leningrad organization recovered the place in the YCL to which it was entitled. Towards the close of the 14th Congress, a group of Congress delegates, Comrades Molotov, Kirov, Voroshilov, Kalinin, Andreev, and others, were sent to Leningrad to explain to the members of the Leningrad Party organization the criminal, anti-Bolshevik nature of the stand taken up at the Congress by the Leningrad delegation, who had secured their mandates under false pretenses. The meetings at which the reports on the Congress were made were marked by stormy scenes. An extraordinary conference of the Leningrad Party organization was called. The overwhelming majority of the party members of Leningrad, over 97%, fully endorsed the decisions of the 14th Party Congress and condemned the anti-party Zinovievite, so-called new opposition. The latter already at that time were generals without an army. The Leningrad Bolsheviks remained in the front ranks of the party of Lenin, Stalin. Summing up the results of the 14th Party Congress, Comrade Stalin wrote, quote, "The historical significance of the 14th Congress of the CPSU lies in the fact that it was able to expose the very roots of the mistakes of the new opposition, that it spurned their skepticism and sniveling, that it clearly and distinctly indicated the path of the further struggle for socialism, opened before the party the prospect of victory, and thus armed the proletariat with an invincible faith in the victory of socialist construction." Unquote. Stalin, Leninism, Volume 1, page 319. Brief summary. The years of transition to the peaceful work of economic restoration constituted one of the most crucial periods in the history of the Bolshevik Party. In a tense situation, the party was able to effect the difficult turn from the policy of war communism to the new economic policy. The party reinforced the alliance of the workers and peasants on a new economic foundation. The Union of Soviet Socialist Republics was formed. By means of the new economic policy, decisive results were obtained in the restoration of the economic life of the country. The Soviet Union emerged from the period of economic restoration with success and entered a new period, the period of industrialization of the country. The transition from civil war to peaceful socialist construction was accompanied by great difficulties, especially in the early stages. The enemies of Bolshevism, the anti-party elements in the ranks of the CPSUB, waged a desperate struggle against the Leninist party all through this period. These anti-party elements were headed by Trotsky. His henchmen in this struggle were Kamenev, Zinoviev, and Bukharin. After the death of Lenin, the oppositionists calculated on demoralizing the ranks of the Bolshevik Party, on splitting the party and infecting it with disbelief in the possibility of the victory of socialism in the USSR. In point of fact, the Trotskyites were trying to form another party in the USSR, a political organization of the new bourgeoisie, a party of capitalist restoration. The party rallied under the banner of Lenin, around its Leninist Central Committee, around Comrade Stalin, and inflicted defeat both on the Trotskyites and on their new friends in Leningrad, the Zinoviev-Kamenev new opposition. Having accumulated strength and resources, the Bolshevik Party brought the country to a new stage in its history, the stage of Socialist Industrialization. Chapter 10. The Bolshevik Party in the struggle for the socialist industrialization of the country, 1926 to 1929. 1. Difficulties in the period of socialist industrialization and the fight to overcome them. Formation of the anti-party bloc of Trotskyites and Zinovievites. Anti-Soviet actions of the bloc. Defeat of the bloc. The party launched a vigorous struggle for the realization of the general line of the Soviet government, the socialist industrialization of the country. In the Restoration period, the task had been to revive agriculture before all else, so as to obtain raw materials and foodstuffs, to restore and to set going the industries, the existing mills and factories. The Soviet government coped with this task with comparative ease. But in the Restoration period, there were three major shortcomings. First, the mills and factories were old, equipped with worn-out and antiquated machinery, and might soon go out of commission. The task now was to re-equip them on up-to-date lines. Secondly, industry in the Restoration period rested on too narrow a foundation. It lacked machine-building parts, absolutely indispensable to the country. Hundreds of these plants had to be built, for without them no country can be considered as being really industrialized. The task now was to build these plants and to equip them on up-to-date lines. Thirdly, the industries in this period were mostly light industries. These were developed and put on their feet. But beyond a certain point, the further development even of the light industries met an obstacle in the weakness of heavy industry, not to mention the fact that the country had other requirements which could be satisfied only by a well-developed heavy industry. The task now was to tip the scales in favor of heavy industry. All these new tasks were to be accomplished by the policy of socialist industrialization. It was necessary to build up a large number of new industries which had not existed in Tsarist Russia. New machinery, machine tool, automobile, chemical and iron and steel plants, to organize the production of engines and power equipment, and to increase the mining of ore and coal. This was essential for the victory of socialism in the USSR. It was necessary to create a new munitions industry, to erect new works for the production of artillery, shells, aircraft, tanks and machine guns. This was essential for the defense of the USSR, surrounded as it was by a capitalist world. It was necessary to build tractor works and plants for the production of modern agricultural machinery, and to furnish agriculture with these machines, so as to enable millions of small individual peasant farms to pass to large-scale collective farming. This was essential for the victory of socialism in the countryside. All this was to be achieved by the policy of industrialization, for that is what the socialist industrialization of the country meant. Clearly, construction work on so large a scale would necessitate the investment of thousands of millions of rubles. To count on foreign loans was out of the question, for the capitalist countries refused to grant loans. We had to build with our own resources, without foreign assistance. But we were then a poor country. There lay one of the chief difficulties. Capitalist countries, as a rule, built up their heavy industries with funds obtained from abroad, whether by colonial plunder or by exacting indemnities from vanquished nations, or else by foreign loans. The Soviet Union could not, as a matter of principle, resort to such infamous means of obtaining funds as the plunder of colonies or of vanquished nations. As for foreign loans, that avenue was closed to the USSR, as the capitalist countries refused to lend it anything. The funds had to be found inside the country. And they were found. Financial sources were tapped in the USSR, such as could not be tapped in any capitalist country. The Soviet state had taken over all the mills, factories and lands, which the October Socialist Revolution had wrested from the capitalists and landlords, all the means of transportation, the banks, and home and foreign trade. The profits from the state-owned mills and factories, and from the means of transportation, trade, and the banks, now went to further the expansion of industry, and not into the pockets of a parasitic capitalist class. The Soviet government had annulled the Tsarist debts, on which the people had annually paid hundreds of millions of gold rubles in interest alone. By abolishing the right of the landlords to the land, the Soviet government had freed the peasantry from the annual payment of about 500 million gold rubles in rent. Released from this burden, the peasantry was in a position to help the state to build a new and powerful industry. The peasants had a vital interest in obtaining tractors and other agricultural machinery. All these sources of revenue were in the hands of the Soviet state. They could yield hundreds and thousands of millions of rubles for the creation of a heavy industry. All that was needed was a business-like approach, the strictly economical expenditure of funds, rationalization of industry, reduction of costs of production, elimination of unproductive expenditure, etc. And this was the course the Soviet government adopted. Thanks to a regime of strict economy, the funds available for capital development increased from year to year. This made it possible to start on gigantic construction works, like the Dnieper hydroelectric power station, the Turkestan-Siberian Railway, the Stalingrad tractor works, a number of machine tool works, the AMO-ZIS automobile works, and others. Whereas in 1926 to 27, about 1 billion rubles were invested in industry, 3 years later it was found possible to invest about 5 billion rubles. Industrialization was making steady headway. The capitalist countries looked upon the growing strength of the socialist economic system in the USSR as a threat to the existence of the capitalist system. Accordingly, the imperialist governments did everything they could to bring new pressure to bear on the USSR, to create a feeling of uncertainty and uneasiness in the country, and to frustrate, or at least to impede, the industrialization of the USSR. In May 1927, the British conservative diehards, then in office, organized a provocative raid on Arcos, the Soviet trading body in Great Britain. On May 26, 1927, the British conservative government broke off diplomatic and trade relations with the USSR. On June 7, 1927, Comrade Voykov, the Soviet ambassador in Warsaw, was assassinated by a Russian White Guard, a naturalized Polish subject. About this time, too, in the USSR itself, British spies and diversionists hurled bombs at a meeting in a party club in Leningrad, wounding about 30 people, some of them severely. In the summer of 1927, almost simultaneous raids were made on the Soviet embassies and trade representations in Berlin, Peking, Shanghai, and Tianjin. This created additional difficulties for the Soviet government. But the USSR refused to be intimidated and easily repulsed the provocative attempts of the imperialists and their agents. No less were the difficulties caused to the party and the Soviet state by the subversive activities of the Trotskyites and other oppositionists. Comrade Stalin had good reason to say that, quote, something like a united front from Chamberlain to Trotsky is being formed, unquote, against the Soviet government. In spite of the decisions of the 14th Party Congress and the professions of loyalty of the oppositionists, the latter had not laid down their arms. On the contrary, they intensified their efforts to undermine and split the party. In the summer of 1926, the Trotskyites and Zinovievites united to form an anti-party bloc, made it a rallying point for the remnants of all the defeated opposition groups, and laid the foundation of their secret anti-Leninist party, thereby grossly violating the party rules and the decisions of party congresses, forbidding the formation of factions. The Central Committee of the party gave warnings that unless this anti-party bloc, which resembled the notorious Menshevik August bloc, were dissolved, matters might end badly for its adherents, but the supporters of the bloc would not desist. That autumn, on the eve of the 15th Party Conference, they made a sortie at party meetings in the factories of Moscow, Leningrad, and other cities, attempting to force a new discussion on the party. The platform they tried to get the party members to discuss was a rehash of the usual Trotskyite Menshevik anti-Leninist platform. The party members gave the oppositionists a severe rebuff, and in some places simply ejected them from the meetings. The Central Committee again warned the supporters of the bloc, stating that the party could not tolerate their subversive activities any longer. The opposition then submitted to the Central Committee a statement signed by Trotsky, Zinoviev, Kamenev, and Sokolnikov, condemning their own factional work and promising to be loyal in the future. Nevertheless, the bloc continued to exist, and its adherents did not stop their underground work against the party. They went on, banding together their anti-Leninist party, started an illegal printing press, collected membership dues from their supporters, and circulated their platform. In view of the behavior of the Trotskyites and Zinovievites, the 15th Party Conference, November 1926, and the enlarged plenum of the Executive Committee of the Communist International, December 1926, discussed the question of the bloc of the Trotskyites and Zinovievites, and adopted resolutions stigmatizing the adherents of this bloc as splitters, whose platform was downright Menshevism. But even this failed to bring them to their senses. In 1927, just when the British conservatives broke off diplomatic and trade relations with the USSR, the bloc attacked the party with renewed vigor. It concocted a new anti-Leninist platform, the so-called Platform of the 83, and began to circulate it among party members, at the same time demanding that the Central Committee open a new general party discussion. This was perhaps the most mendacious and pharisaical of all opposition platforms. In their platform, the Trotskyites and Zinovievites professed that they had no objection to observing party decisions, and that they were all in favor of loyalty, but in reality they grossly violated the party decisions and scoffed at the very idea of loyalty to the party and to its Central Committee. In their platform, they professed that they had no objection to party unity and were against splits, but in reality they grossly violated party unity, worked for splits, and already had their own illegal anti-Leninist party, which had all the makings of an anti-Soviet counter-revolutionary party. In their platform, they professed they were all in favor of the policy of industrialization, and even accused the Central Committee of not proceeding with industrialization fast enough, but in reality they did nothing but carp at the party resolution on the victory of socialism in the USSR, scoffed at the policy of socialist industrialization, demanded the surrender of a number of mills and factories to foreigners in the form of concessions, and pinned their main hopes on foreign capitalist concessions in the USSR. In their platform, they professed they were all in favor of the collective farm movement, and even accused the Central Committee of not proceeding with collectivization fast enough, but in reality they scoffed at the policy of enlisting the peasants in the work of socialist construction, preached the idea that so-called unresolvable conflicts between the working class and the peasantry were inevitable, and pinned their hopes on the so-called cultural leaseholders in the countryside, in other words, on the kulaks. This was the most mendacious of all the platforms of the opposition. It was meant to deceive the party. The Central Committee refused to open a general discussion immediately. It informed the opposition that a general discussion could be opened only in accordance with the party rules, namely 2 months before a party congress. In October 1927, that is, 2 months before the 15th Congress, the Central Committee of the party announced the general party discussion, and the fight began. Its result was truly lamentable for the bloc of Trotskyites and Zinovievites. 724,000 party members voted for the policy of the Central Committee, 4,000, or less than 1%, for the bloc of Trotskyites and Zinovievites. The anti-party bloc was completely routed. The overwhelming majority of the party members were unanimous in rejecting the platform of the bloc. Such was the clearly expressed will of the party, for whose judgment the oppositionists themselves had appealed. But even this lesson was lost on the supporters of the bloc. Instead of submitting to the will of the party, they decided to frustrate it. Even before the discussion had closed, perceiving that ignominious failure awaited them, they decided to resort to more acute forms of struggle against the party and the Soviet government, and to stage an open demonstration of protest in Moscow and Leningrad. The day they chose for their demonstration was November 7th, the anniversary of the October Revolution, the day on which the working people of the USSR annually hold their countrywide revolutionary demonstration. Thus the Trotskyites and Zinovievites planned to hold a parallel demonstration. As was to be expected, the supporters of the bloc managed to bring out into the streets only a miserable handful of their satellites. These satellites and their patrons were overwhelmed by the general demonstration and swept off the streets. Now there was no longer any doubt that the Trotskyites and Zinovievites had become definitely anti-Soviet. During the general party discussion, they had appealed to the party against the Central Committee. Now, during their puny demonstration, they had taken the course of appealing to the hostile classes against the party and the Soviet state. Once they had made it their aim to undermine the Bolshevik Party, they were bound to go to the length of undermining the Soviet state, for in the Soviet Union the Bolshevik Party and the state are inseparable. That being the case, the ringleaders of the bloc of Trotskyites and Zinovievites had outlawed themselves from the party, for men who sunk to the depths of anti-Soviet action could no longer be tolerated in the ranks of the Bolshevik Party. On November 14, 1927, a joint meeting of the Central Committee and the Central Control Commission expelled Trotsky and Zinoviev from the party. 2. Progress of Socialist Industrialization. Agriculture lags. 15th Party Congress. Policy of collectivization in agriculture. Rout of the bloc of Trotskyites and Zinovievites. Political duplicity. By the end of 1927, the decisive success of the policy of socialist industrialization was unmistakable. Under the new economic policy, industrialization had made considerable progress in a short space of time. The gross output of industry and agriculture, including the timber industry and fisheries, had reached and even surpassed the pre-war level. Industrial output had risen to 42% of the total output of the country, which was the pre-war ratio. The socialist sector of industry was rapidly growing at the expense of the private sector, its output having risen from 81% of the total output in 1924 to 25 to 86% in 1926 to 27, the output of the private sector dropping from 19% to 14% in the same period. This meant that industrialization in the USSR was of a pronounced socialist character, that industry was developing towards the victory of the socialist system of production, and that as far as industry was concerned, the question who will win had already been decided in favor of socialism. No less rapid was the displacement of the private dealer in the sphere of trade, his share in the retail market having fallen from 42% in 1924 to 25 to 32% in 1926 to 27, not to mention the wholesale market, where the share of the private dealer had fallen from 9% to 5% in the same period. Even more rapid was the rate of growth of large-scale socialist industry, which in 1927, the first year after the Restoration period, increased its output over the previous year by 18%. This was a record increase, one beyond the reach of the large-scale industry of even the most advanced capitalist countries. But in agriculture, especially grain growing, the picture was different. Although agriculture as a whole had passed the pre-war level, the gross yield of its most important branch, grain growing, was only 91% of the pre-war, while the marketed share of the harvest, that is, the amount of grain sold for the supply of the towns, scarcely attained 37% of the pre-war figure. Furthermore, all the signs pointed to the danger of a further decline in the amount of marketable grain. This meant that the process of the splitting up of the large farms that used to produce for the market into small farms, and of the small farms into dwarf farms, a process which had begun in 1918, was still going on, that these small and dwarf peasant farms were reverting practically to a natural form of economy and were able to supply only a negligible quantity of grain for the market, that while in the 1927 period the grain crop was only slightly below that of the pre-war period, the marketable surplus for the supply of the towns was only a little more than 1/3 of the pre-war marketable surplus. There could be no doubt that if such a state of affairs in grain farming were to continue, the army and the urban population would be faced with chronic famine. This was a crisis in grain farming, which was bound to be followed by a crisis in livestock farming. The only escape from this predicament was a change to large-scale farming which would permit the use of tractors and agricultural machines and secure a several-fold increase of the marketable surplus of grain. The country had the alternative, either to adopt large-scale capitalist farming, which would have meant the ruin of the peasant masses, destroyed the alliance between the working class and the peasantry, increased the strength of the kulaks, and led to the downfall of socialism in the countryside, or take the course of amalgamating the small peasant holdings into large-scale socialist farms, collective farms, which would be able to use tractors and other modern machines for a rapid advancement of grain farming and a rapid increase in the marketable surplus of grain. It is clear that the Bolshevik Party and the Soviet state could only take the second course, the collective farm way of developing agriculture. In this, the party was guided by the following precepts of Lenin regarding the necessity of passing from small peasant farming to large-scale cooperative collective farming. A. Quote, "There is no escape from poverty for the small farm." Unquote. Lenin, Selected Works, Volume 8, page 195. B. Quote, "If we continue as of old on our small farms, even as free citizens on free land, we shall still be faced with inevitable ruin." Unquote. Lenin, Selected Works, Volume 6, page 370. C. Quote, if peasant farming is to be developed further, we must firmly assure also its transition to the next stage, and this next stage must inevitably be one in which the small, isolated peasant farms, the least profitable and most backward, will, by a process of gradual amalgamation, form large-scale collective farms. Unquote. Lenin, Selected Works, Volume 9, page 151. D. Quote, only if we succeed in proving to the peasants, in practice, the advantages of common, collective, cooperative, artel cultivation of the soil, only if we succeed in helping the peasant by means of cooperative or artel farming, will the working class, which holds the state power, be really able to convince the peasants of the correctness of its policy and to secure the real and durable following of the millions of peasants. Unquote. Lenin, Selected Works, Volume 8, page 198. Such was the situation prior to the 15th Party Congress. The 15th Party Congress opened on December 2, 1927. It was attended by 898 delegates with vote and 771 delegates with voice but no vote, representing 887,233 party members and 348,957 candidate members. In his report on behalf of the Central Committee, Comrade Stalin referred to the good results of industrialization and the rapid expansion of socialist industry and set the party the following task. Quote, to extend and consolidate our socialist key position in all economic branches in town and country, and to pursue a course of eliminating the capitalist elements from the national economy. Unquote. Comparing agriculture with industry and noting the backwardness of the former, especially of grain growing, owing to the scattered state of agriculture, which precluded the use of modern machinery, Comrade Stalin emphasized that such an unenviable state of agriculture was endangering the entire national economy. What is the way out? Comrade Stalin asked. The way out, he said, quote, is to turn the small and scattered peasant farms into large united farms, based on the common cultivation of the soil, to introduce collective cultivation of the soil on the basis of a new and higher technique. The way out is to unite the small and dwarf peasant farms gradually but surely, not by pressure but by example and persuasion, into large farms based on common, cooperative, collective cultivation of the soil, with the use of agricultural machines and tractors, and scientific methods of intensive agriculture. There is no other way out. Unquote. The 15th Congress passed a resolution calling for the fullest development of collectivization in agriculture. The Congress adopted a plan for the extension and consolidation of the collective farms and state farms, and formulated explicit instructions concerning the methods to be used in the struggle for collectivization in agriculture. At the same time, the Congress gave directions, quote, to develop further the offensive against the kulaks and to adopt a number of new measures which would restrict the development of capitalism in the countryside and guide peasant farming towards socialism. Unquote. Resolutions of the CPSUB, Russian edition, Part 2, page 260. Finally, in view of the fact that economic planning had taken firm root, and with the object of organizing a systematic offensive of socialism against the capitalist elements along the entire economic front, the Congress gave instructions to the proper bodies for the drawing up of the first 5-year plan for the development of the national economy. After passing decisions on the problems of socialist construction, the Congress proceeded to discuss the question of liquidating the bloc of Trotskyites and Zinovievites. The Congress recognized that, quote, the opposition has ideologically broken with Leninism, has degenerated into a Menshevik group, has taken the course of capitulation to the forces of the international and home bourgeoisie, and has objectively become a tool of counter-revolution against the regime of the proletarian dictatorship. Unquote. Ibid, page 232. The Congress found that the differences between the party and the opposition had developed into differences of program, and that the Trotsky opposition had taken the course of struggle against the Soviet power. The Congress therefore declared that adherence to the Trotsky opposition and the propagation of its views were incompatible with membership of the Bolshevik Party. The Congress adopted a decision of the joint meeting of the Central Committee and the Central Control Commission to expel Trotsky and Zinoviev from the party, and resolved on the expulsion of all active members of the bloc of Trotskyites and Zinovievites, such as Radek, Preobrazhensky, Rakovsky, Pyatakov, Serebryakov, I. Smirnov, Kamenev, Sarkis, Safarov, Lifshitz, Mdivani, Smilga, and the whole so-called Democratic Centralism group, Sapronov, V. Smirnov, Boguslavsky, Drobnis, and others. Defeated ideologically and routed organizationally, the adherents of the bloc of Trotskyites and Zinovievites lost the last vestiges of their influence among the people. Shortly after the 15th Party Congress, the expelled anti-Leninists began to hand in statements recanting Trotskyism and asking to be reinstated in the party. Of course, at that time, the party could not yet know that Trotsky, Rakovsky, Radek, Kristinsky, Sokolnikov, and others had long been enemies of the people, spies recruited by foreign espionage services, and that Kamenev, Zinoviev, Pyatakov, and others were already forming connections with enemies of the USSR in capitalist countries for the purpose of quote-unquote collaboration with them against the Soviet people. But experience had taught the party that any knavery might be expected from these individuals, who had often attacked Lenin and the Leninist party at the most crucial moments. It was therefore skeptical of the statements they had made in their applications for reinstatement. As a preliminary test of their sincerity, it made their reinstatement in the party dependent on the following conditions. A. They must publicly denounce Trotskyism as an anti-Bolshevik and anti-Soviet ideology. B. They must publicly acknowledge the party policy as the only correct policy. C. They must unconditionally abide by the decisions of the party and its bodies. D. They must undergo a term of probation, during which the party would test them. On the expiration of this term, the party would consider the reinstatement of each applicant separately, depending on the results of the test. The party considered that in any case the public acceptance of these points by the expelled would be all to the good of the party, because it would break the unity of the Trotskyite, Zinovievite ranks, undermine their morale, demonstrate once more the right and the might of the party, and enable the party, if the applicants were sincere, to reinstate its former workers in its ranks, and if they were not sincere, to unmask them in the public eye, no longer as misguided individuals, but as unprincipled careerists, deceivers of the working class, and incorrigible double-dealers. The majority of the expelled accepted the terms of reinstatement, and made public statements in the press to this effect. Desiring to be clement to them, and loath to deny them an opportunity of once again becoming men of the party and of the working class, the party reinstated them in its ranks. However, time showed that, with few exceptions, the recantations of the so-called leading lights of the bloc of Trotskyites and Zinovievites were false and hypocritical from beginning to end. It turned out that even before they had handed in their applications, these gentry had ceased to represent a political trend ready to defend their views before the people, and had become an unprincipled gang of careerists who were prepared publicly to trample on the last remnants of their own views, publicly to praise the views of the party which were alien to them, and, like chameleons, to adopt any coloring, provided they could maintain themselves in the ranks of the party and the working class, and have the opportunity to do harm to the working class and to its party. The so-called leading lights of the bloc of Trotskyites and Zinovievites proved to be political swindlers, political double-dealers. Political double-dealers usually begin with deceit and prosecute their nefarious ends by deceiving the people, the working class, and the party of the working class. But political double-dealers are not to be regarded as mere humbugs. Political double-dealers are an unprincipled gang of political careerists who, having long ago lost the confidence of the people, strive to insinuate themselves once more into their confidence by deception, by chameleon-like changes of color, by fraud, by any means, only that they might retain the title of political figures. Political double-dealers are an unprincipled gang of political careerists who are ready to seek support anywhere, even among criminal elements, even among the scum of society, even among the mortal enemies of the people, only that they might be able, at a propitious moment, again to mount the political stage and to clamber on to the back of the people as their so-called rulers. The so-called leading lights of the bloc of Trotskyites and Zinovievites were political double-dealers of this very description. 3. Offensive against the kulaks. The Bukharin-Rykov anti-party group. Adoption of the first 5-year plan. Socialist emulation. Beginning of the mass collective farm movement. The agitation conducted by the bloc of Trotskyites and Zinovievites against the party policy, against the building of socialism and against collectivization, as well as the agitation conducted by the Bukharinites, who said nothing would come of the collective farms, that the kulaks should be let alone because they would, quote-unquote, grow into socialism of themselves, and that the enrichment of the bourgeoisie represented no danger to socialism, all found an eager response among the capitalist elements in the country, and above all among the kulaks. The kulaks now knew from comments in the press that they were not alone, that they had defenders and intercessors in the persons of Trotsky, Zinoviev, Kamenev, Bukharin, Rykov, and others. Naturally, this could not but stiffen the kulak spirit of resistance against the policy of the Soviet government. And in fact, the resistance of the kulaks became increasingly stubborn. They refused en masse to sell to the Soviet state their grain surpluses, of which they had considerable hoards. They resorted to terrorism against the collective farmers, against party workers and government officials in the countryside, and burned down collective farms and state granaries. The party realized that until the resistance of the kulaks was broken, until they were defeated in open fight in full view of the peasantry, the working class and the Red Army would suffer from a food shortage, and the movement for collectivization among the peasants could not assume a mass character. In pursuance of the instructions of the 15th Party Congress, the party launched a determined offensive against the kulaks, putting into effect the slogan, "Rely firmly on the poor peasantry, strengthen the alliance with the middle peasantry, and wage a resolute struggle against the kulaks." In answer to the kulaks' refusal to sell their grain surpluses to the state at the fixed prices, the party and the government adopted a number of emergency measures against the kulaks, applied Article 107 of the Criminal Code, empowering the courts to confiscate grain surpluses from kulaks and profiteers in case they refused to sell them to the state at the fixed prices, and granted the poor peasants a number of privileges, under which 25% of the confiscated kulak grain was placed at their disposal. These emergency measures had their effect. The poor and middle peasants joined in the resolute fight against the kulaks. The kulaks were isolated, and the resistance of the kulaks and the profiteers was broken. By the end of 1928, the Soviet state already had sufficient stocks of grain at its disposal, and the collective farm movement began to advance with surer strides. That same year, a large organization of wreckers, consisting of bourgeois experts, was discovered in the Shakhty district of the Donets coal basin. The Shakhty wreckers were closely connected with the former mine owners, Russian and foreign capitalists, and with the foreign military espionage service. Their aim was to disrupt the development of socialist industry and to facilitate the restoration of capitalism in the USSR. The wreckers had deliberately mismanaged the mines in order to reduce the output of coal, spoiled machinery and ventilation apparatus, caused roof falls and explosions, and set fire to pits, plants and power stations. The wreckers had deliberately obstructed the improvement of the workers' conditions and had infringed the Soviet labor protection laws. The wreckers were put on trial and met with their deserts. The Central Committee of the party directed all party organizations to draw the necessary conclusions from the Shakhty case. Comrade Stalin declared that Bolshevik business executives must themselves become experts in the technique of production, so as no longer to be the dupes of the wreckers among the old bourgeois experts. and that the training of new technical personnel from the ranks of the working class must be accelerated. In accordance with the decision of the Central Committee, the training of young experts in the technical colleges was improved. Thousands of party members, members of the Young Communist League, and non-party people devoted to the cause of the working class were mobilized for study. Before the party took the offensive against the kulaks, and while it was engaged in liquidating the bloc of Trotskyites and Zinovievites, the Bukharin-Rykov group had been more or less lying low, holding themselves as a reserve of the anti-party forces, not venturing to support the Trotskyites openly, and sometimes even acting together with the party against the Trotskyites. But when the party assumed the offensive against the kulaks and adopted emergency measures against them, the Bukharin-Rykov group threw off their mask and began to attack the party policy openly. The kulak soul of the Bukharin-Rykov group got the better of them, and they began to come out openly in defense of the kulaks. They demanded the repeal of the emergency measures, frightening the simple-minded with the argument that otherwise agriculture would begin to quote-unquote decay, and even affirming that this process had already begun. Blind to the growth of the collective farms and state farms, those superior forms of agricultural organization, and perceiving the decline of kulak farming, they represented the decay of the latter as the decay of agriculture. In order to provide a theoretical backing for their case, they concocted the absurd theory of the subsidence of the class struggle, maintaining, on the strength of this theory, that the class struggle would grow milder with every victory gained by socialism against the capitalist elements, that the class struggle would soon subside altogether, and that the class enemy would surrender all his positions without a fight, and that, consequently, there was no need for an offensive against the kulaks. In this way, they tried to furbish up their threadbare bourgeois theory that the kulaks would peaceably grow into socialism, and rode roughshod over the well-known thesis of Leninism that the resistance of the class enemy would assume more acute forms as the progress of socialism cut the ground from under his feet, and that the class struggle could, so to say, subside only after the class enemy was destroyed. It was easy to see that in the Bukharin-Rykov group, the party was faced with a group of right opportunists who differed from the bloc of Trotskyites and Zinovievites only in form, only in the fact that the Trotskyite and Zinovievite capitulators had had some opportunity of masking their true nature with left, revolutionary vociferations about quote-unquote permanent revolution, whereas the Bukharin-Rykov group, attacking the party as they did for taking the offensive against the kulaks, could not possibly mask their capitulatory character and had to defend the reactionary forces in our country, the kulaks in particular, openly without mask or disguise. Parallel with their political pronouncements, the Bukharin-Rykov group worked to muster and organize their following. Through Bukharin, they banded together young bourgeois elements like Slepkov, Maretsky, Eichenwald, Goldenberg, through Tomsky, high bureaucrats in the trade unions, Melnichansky, Dogadov, and others, through Rykov, demoralized high Soviet officials, A. Smirnov, Eismont, V. Schmidt, and others. The group readily attracted people who had degenerated politically and who made no secret of their capitulatory sentiments. About this time, the Bukharin-Rykov group gained the support of high functionaries in the Moscow party organization, Uglanov, Kotov, Ukhanov, Ryutin, Yagoda, Polinsky, and others. A section of the rights kept under cover, abstaining from open attacks on the party line. In the Moscow party press and at party meetings, it was advocated that concessions must be made to the kulaks, that heavy taxation of kulaks was inadvisable, that industrialization was burdensome to the people, and that the development of heavy industry was premature. Uglanov opposed the Dnieper hydroelectric scheme and demanded that funds be diverted from heavy industry to light industries. Uglanov and the other right capitulators maintained that Moscow was and would remain a gingham city, and that there was no need to build engineering works in Moscow. The Moscow party organization unmasked Uglanov and his followers, gave them a final warning, and rallied closer than ever around the Central Committee of the party. At a plenary meeting of the Moscow Committee of the CPSUB, held in 1928, Comrade Stalin said that a fight must be waged on two fronts, with the fire concentrated on the right deviation. The rights, Comrade Stalin said, were Kulak agents inside the party. Quote, "The triumph of the right deviation in our party would unleash the forces of capitalism, undermine the revolutionary position of the proletariat, and increase the chances of restoring capitalism in our country," unquote, said Comrade Stalin. Stalin, Leninism, Volume 2. At the beginning of 1929, it was discovered that Bukharin, authorized by the group of right capitulators, had formed connections with the Trotskyites through Kamenev and was negotiating an agreement with them for a joint struggle against the party. The Central Committee exposed these criminal activities of the right capitulators and warned them that this affair might end lamentably for Bukharin, Rykov, Tomsky, and the rest. But the right capitulators would not heed the warning. At a meeting of the Central Committee, they advanced a new anti-party platform in the form of a declaration, which the Central Committee condemned. It warned them again, reminding them of what had happened to the bloc of Trotskyites and Zinovievites. In spite of this, the Bukharin-Rykov group persisted in their anti-party activities. Rykov, Tomsky, and Bukharin tendered to the Central Committee their resignations, believing that they would intimidate the party thereby. The Central Committee passed condemnation on this saboteur policy of resignations. Finally, a plenum of the Central Committee held in November 1929 declared that the propaganda of the views of the right opportunists was incompatible with membership of the party. It resolved that Bukharin, as the instigator and leader of the right capitulators, be removed from the political bureau of the Central Committee and issued a grave warning to Rykov, Tomsky, and other members of the right opposition. Perceiving that matters had taken a lamentable turn, the chieftains of the right capitulators submitted a statement acknowledging their errors and the correctness of the political line of the party. The right capitulators decided to effect a temporary retreat so as to preserve their ranks from debacle. This ended the first stage of the party's fight against the right capitulators. The new differences within the party did not escape the attention of the external enemies of the Soviet Union. Believing that the so-called new dissensions in the party were a sign of its weakness, they made a new attempt to involve the USSR in war and to thwart the work of industrialization before it had got properly underway. In the summer of 1929, the imperialists provoked a conflict between China and the Soviet Union and instigated the seizure of the Chinese Eastern Railway, which belonged to the USSR, by the Chinese militarists, and an attack on our far eastern frontier by troops of the Chinese Whites. But this raid of the Chinese militarists was promptly liquidated. The militarists, routed by the Red Army, retreated, and the conflict ended in the signing of a peace agreement with the Manchurian authorities. The peace policy of the USSR once more triumphed in the face of all obstacles, notwithstanding the intrigues of external enemies and the so-called dissensions within the party. Soon after this, diplomatic and trade relations between the USSR and Great Britain, which had been severed by the British conservatives, were resumed. While successfully repulsing the attacks of the external and internal enemies, the party was busily engaged in developing heavy industry, organizing socialist emulation, building up state farms and collective farms, and lastly, preparing the ground for the adoption and execution of the first five-year plan for the development of the national economy. In April 1929, the party held its 16th conference, with the first five-year plan as the main item on the agenda. The conference rejected the so-called minimal variant of the five-year plan advocated by the right capitulators and adopted the so-called optimal variant as binding under all circumstances. Thus, the party adopted the celebrated first five-year plan for the construction of socialism. The five-year plan fixed the volume of capital investments in the national economy in the period 1928 to 33 at 64,600,000,000 rubles. Of this sum, 19,500,000,000 rubles were to be invested in industrial and electric power development, 10 billion rubles in transport development, and 23,200,000,000 rubles in agriculture. This was a colossal plan for the equipment of heavy industry and agriculture of the USSR with modern technique. The fundamental task of the five-year plan, said Comrade Stalin, was to create such an industry in our country as would be able to re-equip and reorganize not only the whole of industry, but also transport and agriculture on the basis of socialism." Unquote. Stalin, Problems of Leninism, Russian edition, page 485. For all the immensity of this plan, it did not nonplus or surprise the Bolsheviks. The way for it had been prepared by the whole course of development of industrialization and collectivization, and it had been preceded by a wave of labor enthusiasm which caught up the workers and peasants, and which found expression in socialist emulation. The 16th Party Conference adopted an appeal to all working people, calling for the further development of socialist emulation. Socialist emulation had produced many an instance of exemplary labor and of a new attitude to labor. In many factories, collective farms and state farms, the workers and collective farmers drew up counter plans for an output exceeding that provided for in the state plans. They displayed heroism in labor. They not only fulfilled but exceeded the plans of socialist development laid down by the party and the government. The attitude to labor had changed. From the involuntary and penal servitude it had been under capitalism, quote, "a matter of honor, a matter of glory, a matter of valor and heroism," unquote. Stalin. New industrial construction on a gigantic scale was in progress all over the country. The Dnieper hydroelectric scheme was in full swing. Construction work on the Kramatorsk and Gorlovka iron and steel works and the reconstruction of the Luhansk locomotive works had begun in the Donets basin. New collieries and blast furnaces came into being. The Urals machine-building works and the Berezniki and Solikam's chemical works were under construction in the Urals. Work was begun on the construction of the iron and steel mills of Magnitogorsk. The erection of big automobile plants in Moscow and Gorky was well underway, as was the construction of giant tractor plants, harvester combine plants, and a mammoth agricultural machinery plant in Rostov-on-Don. The Kuznets collieries, the Soviet Union's second coal base, were being extended. An immense tractor works sprang up in the steppe near Stalingrad in the space of 11 months. In the erection of the Dnieper hydroelectric station and the Stalingrad tractor works, the workers beat world records in productivity of labor. History had never known industrial construction on such a gigantic scale, such enthusiasm for new development, such labor heroism on the part of the working-class millions. It was a veritable upsurge of labor enthusiasm, produced and stimulated by socialist emulation. This time, the peasants did not lag behind the workers. In the countryside, too, this labor enthusiasm began to spread among the peasant masses who were organizing their collective farms. The peasants definitely began to turn to collective farming. In this, a great part was played by the state farms and the machine and tractor stations. The peasants would come in crowds to the state farms and machine and tractor stations to watch the operation of the tractors and other agricultural machines, admire their performance, and there and then resolve, "Let's join the collective farm." Divided and disunited, each on his tiny, dwarf, individually run farm, destitute of anything like serviceable implements or traction, having no way of breaking up large tracts of virgin soil, without prospect of any improvement on their farms, crushed by poverty, isolated and left to their own devices, the peasants had at last found a way out, an avenue to a better life, in the amalgamation of their small farms into cooperative undertakings, collective farms, in tractors which are able to break up any hard ground, any virgin soil, in the assistance rendered by the state in the form of machines, money, men, and counsel, in the opportunity to free themselves from bondage to the kulaks, who had been quite recently defeated by the Soviet government and forced to the ground, to the joy of the millions of peasants. On this basis began the mass collective farm movement, which later developed rapidly, especially towards the end of 1929, progressing at an unprecedented rate, a rate unknown even to our socialist industry. In 1928, the total crop area of the collective farms was 1,390,000 hectares. In 1929, it was 4,262,000 hectares, while in 1930 the plowing plan of the collective farms was already 15 million hectares. It must be admitted, said Comrade Stalin in his article A Year of Great Change, 1929, in reference to the collective farms, quote, that such an impetuous speed of development is unequaled even in our socialized large-scale industry, which in general is noted for its outstanding speed of development. Unquote. This was a turning point in the development of the collective farm movement. This was the beginning of a mass collective farm movement. What is the new feature of the present collective farm movement? Asked Comrade Stalin in his article A Year of Great Change. And he answered, quote, the new and decisive feature of the present collective farm movement is that the peasants are joining the collective farms not in separate groups, as was formerly the case, but in whole villages, whole voloshs, rural districts, whole districts and even whole areas. And what does that mean? It means that the middle peasant has joined the collective farm movement, and that is the basis of that radical change in the development of agriculture, which represents the most important achievement of the Soviet government. Unquote. This meant that the time was becoming ripe, or had already become ripe, for the elimination of the kulaks as a class, on the basis of solid collectivization. Brief summary. During the period 1926 to 29, the party grappled with and overcame immense difficulties on the home and foreign fronts in the fight for the socialist industrialization of the country. The efforts of the party and the working class ended in the victory of the policy of socialist industrialization. In the main, one of the most difficult problems of industrialization had been solved, namely, the problem of accumulating funds for the building of a heavy industry. The foundations were laid of a heavy industry capable of re-equipping the entire national economy. The first 5-year plan of socialist construction was adopted. The building of new factories, state farms and collective farms was developed on a vast scale. This advance towards socialism was attended by a sharpening of the class struggle in the country and a sharpening of the struggle within the party. The chief results of this struggle were that the resistance of the kulaks was crushed, the bloc of Trotskyite and Zinovьevite capitulators was exposed as an anti-Soviet bloc, the right capitulators were exposed as agents of the kulaks, the Trotskyites were expelled from the party, and the views of the Trotskyites and the right opportunists were declared incompatible with membership of the CPSUB. Defeated ideologically by the Bolshevik Party, and having lost all support among the working class, the Trotskyites ceased to be a political trend and became an unprincipled, careerist clique of political swindlers, a gang of political double-dealers. Having laid the foundations of a heavy industry, the party mustered the working class and the peasantry for the fulfillment of the first 5-year plan for the socialist reconstruction of the USSR. Socialist emulation developed all over the country among millions of working people, giving rise to a mighty wave of labor enthusiasm and originating a new labor discipline. This period ended with a year of great change, signalized by sweeping victories of socialism in industry, the first important successes in agriculture, the swing of the middle peasant towards the collective farms, and the beginning of a mass collective farm movement. Chapter 11. The Bolshevik Party in the Struggle for the Collectivization of Agriculture, 1930 to 1934. 1. International situation in 1930 to 34. Economic crisis in the capitalist countries. Japanese annexation of Manchuria. Fascists' advent to power in Germany. 2 seats of war. While in the USSR, important progress had been made in the socialist industrialization of the country and industry was rapidly developing, in the capitalist countries a devastating world economic crisis of unprecedented dimensions had broken out at the end of 1929 and grew steadily more acute in the 3 following years. The industrial crisis was interwoven with an agrarian crisis, which made matters still worse for the capitalist countries. In the 3 years of economic crisis, 1930 to 33, industrial output in the USA had sunk to 65%, in Britain to 86%, in Germany to 66%, and in France to 77% of the 1929 output. Yet in this period, industrial output in the USSR more than doubled, amounting in 1933 to 201% of the 1929 output. This was but an additional proof of the superiority of the socialist economic system over the capitalist economic system. It showed that the country of socialism is the only country in the world which is exempt from economic crisis. The world economic crisis condemned 24 million unemployed to starvation, poverty, and misery. The agrarian crisis brought suffering to tens of millions of peasants. The world economic crisis further aggravated the contradictions between the imperialist states, between the victor countries and the vanquished countries, between the imperialist states and the colonial and dependent countries, between the workers and the capitalists, between the peasants and the landlords. In his report on behalf of the Central Committee to the 16th Party Congress, Comrade Stalin pointed out that the bourgeoisie would seek a way out of the economic crisis, on the one hand by crushing the working class through the establishment of fascist dictatorships, that is, the dictatorship of the most reactionary, most chauvinist, most imperialistic capitalist elements, and on the other hand by fomenting a war for the redivision of colonies and spheres of influence at the expense of the poorly defended countries. This is just what happened. In 1932, the war danger was aggravated by Japan. Perceiving that, owing to the economic crisis, the European powers and the USA were wholly engrossed in their domestic affairs, the Japanese imperialists decided to seize the opportunity and bring pressure to bear on poorly defended China in an attempt to subjugate her and to lord it over the country. Unscrupulously exploiting so-called local incidents they themselves had provoked, the Japanese imperialists, like robbers without declaring war on China, marched their troops into Manchuria. The Japanese soldiery seized the whole of Manchuria, thereby preparing a convenient place d'armes for the conquest of North China and for an attack on the USSR. Japan withdrew from the League of Nations in order to leave her hands free and began to arm at a feverish pace. This impelled the USA, Britain, and France to strengthen their naval armaments in the Far East. It was obvious that Japan was out to subjugate China and to eject the European and American imperialist powers from that country. They replied by increasing their armaments. But Japan was pursuing another purpose too, namely to seize the Soviet Far East. Naturally, the USSR could not shut its eyes to this danger and began intensively to strengthen the defenses of its Far Eastern territory. Thus, in the Far East, thanks to the Japanese fascist imperialists, there arose the first seed of war. But it was not only in the Far East that the economic crisis aggravated the contradictions of capitalism, it aggravated them in Europe too. The prolonged crisis in industry and agriculture, the huge volume of unemployment, and the growing insecurity of the poorer classes fanned the discontent of the workers and peasants. The discontent of the working class grew into revolutionary disaffection. This was particularly the case in Germany, which was economically exhausted by the war, by the payment of reparations to the Anglo-French victors, and by the economic crisis and the working class of which languished under a double yoke, that of the home and the foreign, the British and French bourgeoisie. The extent of this discontent was clearly indicated by the 6 million votes cast for the German Communist Party at the last Reichstag elections before the fascists came to power. The German bourgeoisie perceived that the bourgeois democratic liberties preserved in Germany might play them an evil trick, that the working class might use these liberties to extend the revolutionary movement. They therefore decided that there was only one way of maintaining the power of the bourgeoisie in Germany, and that was to abolish the bourgeois liberties, to reduce the Reichstag to a cipher, and to establish a terrorist bourgeois nationalist dictatorship, which would be able to suppress the working class and base itself on the petty bourgeois masses who wanted to revenge Germany's defeat in the war. And so they called to power the Fascist Party, which, in order to hoodwink the people, calls itself the National Socialist Party, well knowing that the Fascist Party first represents the section of the imperialist bourgeoisie which is the most reactionary and most hostile to the working class, and secondly, that it is the most pronounced party of revenge, one capable of beguiling the millions of the nationalistically minded petty bourgeoisie. In this they were assisted by the traitors to the working class, the leaders of the German Social Democratic Party, who paved way for fascism by their policy of compromise. These were the conditions which brought about the accession to power of the German fascists in 1933. Analyzing the events in Germany in his report to the 17th Party Congress, Comrade Stalin said, quote, "The victory of fascism in Germany must be regarded not only as a symptom of the weakness of the working class and a result of the betrayals of the working class by the Social Democratic Party, which paved the way for fascism, it must also be regarded as a symptom of the weakness of the bourgeoisie, of the fact that the bourgeoisie is already unable to rule by the old methods of parliamentarism and bourgeois democracy, and as a consequence is compelled in its home policy to resort to terroristic methods of rule." Unquote. J. Stalin, 17th Congress of the CPSU, Report on the Work of the Central Committee of the CPSUB, page 17. The German fascists inaugurated their home policy by setting fire to the Reichstag, brutally suppressing the working class, destroying its organizations, and abolishing the bourgeois democratic liberties. They inaugurated their foreign policy by withdrawing from the League of Nations and openly preparing for a war for the forcible revision of the frontiers of the European states to the advantage of Germany. Thus, in the center of Europe, thanks to the German fascists, there arose a second seed of war. Naturally, the USSR could not shut its eyes to so serious a fact, and began to keep a sharp watch on the course of events in the West, and to strengthen its defenses on the western frontiers. 2. From the policy of restricting the kulak elements to the policy of eliminating the kulaks as a class. Struggle against distortions of the party policy in the collective farm movement. Offensive against the capitalist elements along the whole line. 16th Party Congress. The mass influx of the peasants into the collective farms in 1929 and 1930 was a result of the whole preceding work of the party and the government. The growth of socialist industry, which had begun the mass production of tractors and machines for agriculture, the vigorous measures taken against the kulaks during the grain purchasing campaigns of 1928 and 1929, the spread of agricultural cooperative societies, which gradually accustomed the peasants to collective farming, the good results obtained by the first collective farms and state farms, all this prepared the way for solid collectivization when the peasants of entire villages, districts, and regions joined the collective farms. Solid collectivization was not just a peaceful process, the overwhelming bulk of the peasantry simply joining the collective farms, but was a struggle of the peasant masses against the kulaks. Solid collectivization meant that all the land in a village area in which a collective farm was formed passed into the hands of the collective farm, but a considerable portion of this land was held by the kulaks, and therefore the peasants would expropriate them, driving them from the land, dispossessing them of their cattle and machinery, and demanding their arrest and eviction from the district by the Soviet authorities. Solid collectivization, therefore, meant the elimination of the kulaks. This was a policy of eliminating the kulaks as a class on the basis of solid collectivization. By this time, the USSR had a strong enough material base to allow it to put an end to the kulaks, break their resistance, eliminate them as a class, and replace kulak farming by collective and state farming. In 1927, the kulaks still produced over 600 million poods of grain, of which about 130 million poods were available for sale. In that year, the collective and state farms had only 35 million poods of grain available for sale. In 1929, thanks to the Bolshevik Party's firm policy of developing state farms and collective farms, and likewise to the progress made by socialist industry in supplying the countryside with tractors and agricultural machinery, the collective farms and state farms became an important factor. In that year, the collective farms and state farms already produced no less than 400 million poods of grain, of which over 130 million poods were marketed. This was more than the kulaks had marketed in 1927, and in 1930 the collective farms and state farms were to produce, and actually did produce, over 400 million puts of grain for the market, which was incomparably more than had been marketed by the kulaks in 1927. Thus, thanks to the changed alignment of forces in the economic life of the country and the existence of the necessary material base for the replacement of the kulak grain output by that of the collective and state farms, the Bolshevik Party was able to proceed from the policy of restricting the kulaks to a new policy, the policy of eliminating them as a class, on the basis of solid collectivization. Prior to 1929, the Soviet government had pursued a policy of restricting the kulaks. It had imposed higher taxes on the kulak, and had required him to sell grain to the state at fixed prices. By the law on the renting of land, it had to a certain extent restricted the amount of land he could use. By the law on the employment of hired labor on private farms, it had limited the scope of his farm, but it had not yet pursued a policy of eliminating the kulaks, since the laws on the renting of land and the hiring of labor allowed them to carry on, while the prohibition of their expropriation gave them a certain guarantee in this respect. The effect of this policy was to arrest the growth of the kulak class, some sections of which, unable to withstand the pressure of these restrictions, were forced out of business and ruined. But this policy did not destroy the economic foundations of the kulaks as a class, nor did it tend to eliminate them. It was a policy of restricting the kulaks, not of eliminating them. This policy was essential up to a certain time, that is, as long as the collective farms and state farms were still weak and unable to replace the kulaks in the production of grain. At the end of 1929, with the growth of the collective farms and state farms, the Soviet government turned sharply from this policy to the policy of eliminating the kulaks, of destroying them as a class. It repealed the laws on the renting of land and the hiring of labor, thus depriving the kulaks both of land and of hired laborers. It lifted the ban on the expropriation of the kulaks. It permitted the peasants to confiscate cattle, machines, and other farm property from the kulaks for the benefit of the collective farms. The kulaks were expropriated. They were expropriated just as the capitalists had been expropriated in the sphere of industry in 1918, with this difference, however, that the kulaks' means of production did not pass into the hands of the state, but into the hands of the peasants united in the collective farms. This was a profound revolution, a leap from an old qualitative state of society to a new qualitative state, equivalent in its consequences to the revolution of October 1917. The distinguishing feature of this revolution is that it was accomplished from above, on the initiative of the state, and directly supported from below by the millions of peasants who were fighting to throw off kulak bondage and to live in freedom in the collective farms. This revolution at one blow solved three fundamental problems of socialist construction. A. It eliminated the most numerous class of exploiters in our country, the kulak class, the mainstay of capitalist restoration. B. It transferred the most numerous laboring class in our country, the peasant class, from the path of individual farming, which breeds capitalism, to the path of cooperative, collective, socialist farming. C. It furnished the Soviet regime with a socialist base in agriculture, the most extensive and vitally necessary, yet least developed, branch of national economy. This destroyed the last mainsprings of the restoration of capitalism within the country, and at the same time created new and decisive conditions for the building up of a socialist economic system. Explaining the reasons for the policy of eliminating the kulaks as a class, and summing up the results of the mass movement of the peasants for solid collectivization, Comrade Stalin wrote in 1929, quote, "The last hope of the capitalists of all countries who are dreaming of restoring capitalism in the USSR, the sacred principle of private property, is collapsing and vanishing. The peasants, whom they regarded as material manuring the soil for capitalism, are abandoning en masse the lauded banner of private property, and are taking the path of collectivism, the path of socialism. The last hope for the restoring of capitalism is crumbling." Unquote. Stalin, Leninism, Volume 2, A Year of Great Change. The policy of eliminating the kulaks as a class was embodied in the historic resolution on the rate of collectivization and state measures to assist the development of collective farms, adopted by the Central Committee of the CPSUB on January 5, 1930. In this decision, full account was taken of the diversity of conditions in the various districts of the USSR and the varying degrees to which the regions were ripe for collectivization. Different rates of collectivization were established, for which purpose the Central Committee of the CPSUB divided the regions of the USSR into three groups. The first group included the principal grain-growing areas, viz. The North Caucasus, the Kuban, Don, and Terek, the Middle Volga and Lower Volga, which were ripest for collectivization since they had the most tractors, the most state farms, and the most experience in fighting the kulaks, gained in past grain purchasing campaigns. The Central Committee proposed that in this group of grain-growing areas, collectivization should in the main be completed in the spring of 1931. The second group of grain-growing areas, the Ukraine, the Central Black Earth region, Siberia, the Urals, Kazakhstan, and others, could complete collectivization in the main in the spring of 1932. The other regions, territories and republics, Moscow region, Transcaucasia, the republics of Central Asia, etc., could extend the process of collectivization to the end of the 5-year plan, that is, to 1933. In view of the growing speed of collectivization, the Central Committee of the party considered it necessary to accelerate the construction of plants for the production of tractors, harvester combines, tractor-drawn machinery, etc. Simultaneously, the Central Committee demanded that, quote, the tendency to underestimate the importance of horse traction at the present stage of the collective farm movement, a tendency which was leading to the reckless disposal and sale of horses, be resolutely checked. Unquote. State loans to collective farms for the year 1929-30 were doubled, 500 million rubles, as compared with the original plan. The expense of the surveying and demarcation of the lands of the collective farms was to be borne by the state. The resolution contained the highly important direction that the chief form of the collective farm movement at the given stage must be the agricultural artel, in which only the principal means of production are collectivized. The Central Committee most seriously warned party organizations, quote, against any attempts whatsoever to force the collective farm movement by decrees from above, which might involve the danger of the substitution of mock collectivization for real socialist emulation in the organization of collective farms. Unquote. Resolutions of the CPSUB, Russian edition, Part 2, page 662. In this resolution, the Central Committee made it clear how the party's new policy in the countryside should be applied. The policy of eliminating the kulaks as a class and of solid collectivization stimulated a powerful collective farm movement. The peasants of whole villages and districts joined the collective farms, sweeping the kulaks from their path and freeing themselves from kulak bondage. But with all the phenomenal progress of collectivization, certain faults on the part of party workers, distortions of the party policy in collective farm development, soon revealed themselves. Although the Central Committee had warned party workers not to be carried away by the success of collectivization, many of them began to force the pace of collectivization artificially, without regard to the conditions of time and place, and heedless of the degree of readiness of the peasants to join the collective farms. It was found that the voluntary principle of forming collective farms was being violated, and that in a number of districts the peasants were being forced into the collective farms, under threat of being dispossessed, disenfranchised, and so on. In a number of districts, preparatory work and patient explanation of the underlying principles of the party's policy with regard to collectivization were being replaced by bureaucratic decreeing from above, by exaggerated, fictitious figures regarding the formation of collective farms, by an artificial inflation of the percentage of collectivization. Although the Central Committee had specified that the chief form of the collective farm movement must be the agricultural artel, in which only the principal means of production are collectivized, in a number of places pig-headed attempts were made to skip the artel form and pass straight to the commune. Dwellings, milch cows, small livestock, poultry, etc., not exploited for the market, were collectivized. Carried away by the initial success of collectivization, persons in authority in certain regions violated the Central Committee's explicit instructions regarding the pace and time limits of collectivization. In their zeal for inflated figures, the leadership of the Moscow region gave the cue to their subordinates to complete collectivization by the spring of 1930, although they had no less than 3 years till the end of 1932 for this purpose. Even grosser were the violations in Transcaucasia and Central Asia. Taking advantage of these distortions of policy for their own provocative ends, the kulaks and their toadies would themselves propose that communes be formed instead of agricultural artels, and that dwellings, small livestock and poultry be collectivized forthwith. Furthermore, the kulaks instigated the peasants to slaughter their animals before entering the collective farms, arguing that they will be taken anyhow. The class enemy calculated that the distortions and mistakes committed by the local organizations in the process of collectivization would incense the peasantry and provoke revolts against the Soviet government. As a result of the mistakes of party organizations and the downright provocateur actions of the class enemy in the latter half of February 1930, against the general background of the unquestionable success of collectivization, there were dangerous signs of a serious discontent among the peasantry in a number of districts. Here and there, the kulaks and their agents even succeeded in inciting the peasants to outright anti-Soviet actions. Having received a number of alarming signals of distortions of the party line that might jeopardize collectivization, the Central Committee of the party immediately proceeded to remedy the situation, to set the party workers the task of rectifying the mistakes as quickly as possible. On March 2, 1930, by decision of the Central Committee, Comrade Stalin's article, Dizzy with Success, was published. This article was a warning to all who had been so carried away by the success of collectivization as to commit gross mistakes and depart from the party line, to all who were trying to coerce the peasants to join the collective farms. The article laid the utmost emphasis on the principle that the formation of collective farms must be voluntary, and on the necessity of making allowances for the diversity of conditions in the various districts of the USSR when determining the pace and methods of collectivization. Comrade Stalin reiterated that the chief form of the collective farm movement was the agricultural artel, in which only the principal means of production, chiefly those in grain growing, are collectivized, while household land, dwellings, part of the dairy cattle, small livestock, poultry, etc. are not collectivized. Comrade Stalin's article was of the utmost political moment. It helped the party organizations to rectify their mistakes and dealt a severe blow to the enemies of the Soviet government, who had been hoping to take advantage of the distortions of policy to set the peasants against the Soviet government. The broad masses of the peasants now saw that the line of the Bolshevik Party had nothing in common with the pig-headed, so-called left distortions of local authorities. The article set the minds of the peasants at rest. In order to complete the work begun by Comrade Stalin's article in rectifying distortions and mistakes, the Central Committee of the CPSUB decided to strike another blow at them, and on March 5, 1930, published its resolution on measures to combat the distortions of the party line in the collective farm movement. This resolution made a detailed analysis of the mistakes committed, showing that they were the result of a departure from the Leninist-Stalinist line of the party, the result of a flagrant breach of party instructions. The Central Committee pointed out that these so-called left distortions were of direct service to the class enemy. The Central Committee gave directions that, quote, persons who are unable or unwilling earnestly to combat distortions of the party line must be removed from their posts and replaced, unquote. Resolutions of the CPSUB, Part 2, page 663. The Central Committee changed the leadership of certain regional and territorial party organizations, Moscow region, Transcaucasia, which had committed political mistakes and proved incapable of rectifying them. On April 3, 1930, Comrade Stalin's Reply to Collective Farm Comrades was published, in which he indicated the root cause of the mistakes in the peasant question and the major mistakes committed in the collective farm movement, viz. An incorrect approach to the middle peasant, violation of the Leninist principle, that the formation of the collective farms must be voluntary, violation of the Leninist principle that allowances must be made for the diversity of conditions in the various districts of the USSR, and the attempts to skip the Artel form and pass straight to the commune. The result of all these measures was that the party secured the correction of the distortions of policy committed by local party workers in a number of districts. It required the utmost firmness on the part of the Central Committee and its ability to go against the current in order to promptly correct that considerable body of party workers who, carried away by success, had been rapidly straying from the party line. The party succeeded in correcting the distortions of the party line in the collective farm movement. This made it possible to consolidate the success of the collective farm movement. It also made possible a new and powerful advance of the collective farm movement. Prior to the party's adoption of the policy of eliminating the kulaks as a class, an energetic offensive against the capitalist elements, with the object of eliminating them, had been waged chiefly in the towns, on the industrial front. So far, the countryside, agriculture, had been lagging behind the towns, behind industry. Consequently, the offensive had not borne an all-round, complete and general character. But now that the backwardness of the countryside was becoming a thing of the past, now that the peasants' fight for the elimination of the kulak class had taken clear shape, and the party had adopted the policy of eliminating the kulak class, the offensive against the capitalist elements assumed a general character. The partial offensive developed into an offensive against the whole front. By the time the 16th Party Congress was convened, the general offensive against the capitalist elements was proceeding all along the line. The 16th Party Congress met on June 26, 1930. It was attended by 1,268 delegates with vote and 891 delegates with voice but no vote, representing 1,260,874 party members and 711,609 candidate members. The 16th Party Congress is known in the annals of the party as, quote, the Congress of the sweeping offensive of socialism along the whole front, of the elimination of the kulaks as a class, and of the realization of solid collectivization, unquote. Stalin. Presenting the political report of the Central Committee, Comrade Stalin showed what big victories had been won by the Bolshevik Party in developing the socialist offensive. Socialist industrialization had progressed so far that the share of industry in the total production of the country now predominated over that of agriculture. In the fiscal year 1929-30, the share of industry already comprised no less than 53% of the total production of the country, while the share of agriculture was about 47%. In the fiscal year 1926-27, at the time of the 15th Party Congress, the total output of industry had been only 102.5% of the pre-war output. In the year 1929-30, at the time of the 16th Congress, it was already about 180%. Heavy industry, the production of means of production, machine building, was steadily growing in power. We are on the eve of the transformation of our country from an agrarian into an industrial country, declared Comrade Stalin at the Congress, amidst hearty acclamation. Still, the high rate of industrial development, Comrade Stalin explained, was not to be confused with the level of industrial development. Despite the unprecedented rate of development of socialist industry, we were still far behind the advanced capitalist countries as regards the level of industrial development. This was so in the case of electric power, in spite of the phenomenal progress of electrification in the USSR. This was the case with metal. According to the plan, the output of pig iron in the USSR was to be 5,500,000 tons in the year 1929-30. When the output of pig iron in Germany in 1929 was 13,400,000 tons, and in France 10,450,000 tons. In order to make good our technical and economic backwardness in the minimum of time, our rate of industrial development had to be further accelerated, and a most resolute fight waged against the opportunists who were striving to reduce the rate of development of socialist industry. People who talk about the necessity of reducing the rate of development of our industry are enemies of socialism, agents of our class enemies, said Comrade Stalin. Stalin, Leninism, Volume 2, Political Report of the Central Committee to the 16th Congress of the CPSU. After the program of the first year of the first five-year plan had been successfully fulfilled and surpassed, a slogan originated among the masses: fulfill the five-year plan in 4 years. A number of branches of industry, oil, peat, general machine building, agricultural machinery, electrical equipment, were carrying out the plans so successfully that their five-year plans could be fulfilled in 2.5 or 3 years. This proved that the slogan, the five-year plan in 4 years, was quite feasible, and thus exposed the opportunism of the skeptics who doubted it. The 16th Congress instructed the Central Committee of the party to, quote, ensure that the spirited Bolshevik tempo of socialist construction be maintained, and that the five-year plan be actually fulfilled in 4 years, unquote. By the time of the 16th Party Congress, a momentous change had taken place in the development of agriculture in the USSR. The broad masses of the peasantry had turned towards socialism. On May 1, 1930, collectivization in the principal grain-growing regions embraced 40 to 50% of the peasant households, as against 2 to 3% in the spring of 1928. The crop area of the collective farms reached 36 million hectares. Thus, the increased program, 30 million hectares, laid down in the resolution of the Central Committee of January 5, 1930, was more than fulfilled. The five-year program of collective farm development had been fulfilled more than 1.5 times in the space of 2 years. In 3 years, the amount of produce marketed by the collective farms had increased more than 40-fold. Already in 1930, more than half the marketed grain in the country came from the collective farms, quite apart from the grain produced by the state farms. This meant that from now on, the fortunes of agriculture would be decided not by the individual peasant farms, but by the collective and state farms. While before the mass influx of the peasantry into the collective farms, the Soviet power had leaned mainly on socialist industry, now it began to lean also on the rapidly expanding socialist sector of agriculture, the collective farms and state farms. The collective farm peasantry, as the 16th Party Congress stated in one of its resolutions, had become, quote, a real and firm mainstay of the Soviet power, unquote. 3. Policy of reconstructing all branches of the national economy, importance of technique, further spread of the collective farm movement, political departments of the machine and tractor stations, results of the fulfillment of the five-year plan in 4 years, victory of socialism along the whole front, 17th Party Congress. When heavy industry, and especially the machine-building industry, had been built up and placed securely on their feet, and it was moreover clear that they were developing at a fairly rapid pace, the next task that faced the party was to reconstruct all branches of the national economy on modern, up-to-date lines. Modern technique, modern machinery had to be supplied to the fuel industry, metallurgical industry, and the light industries, the food industry, the timber industry, the armament industry, the transport system, and to agriculture. In view of the colossal increase in the demand for farm produce and manufactured goods, it was necessary to double and treble output in all branches of production. But this could not be done unless the factories and mills, the state farms and collective farms, were adequately supplied with up-to-date equipment, since the requisite increase of output could not be secured with the old equipment. Unless the major branches of the national economy were reconstructed, it would be impossible to satisfy the new and ever-growing demands of the country and its economic system. Without reconstruction, it would be impossible to complete the offensive of socialism along the whole front, for the capitalist elements in town and country had to be fought and vanquished not only by a new organization of labor and property, but also by a new technique, by technical superiority. Without Reconstruction, it would be impossible to overtake and outstrip the technically and economically advanced capitalist countries, and although the USSR had surpassed the capitalist countries in rate of industrial development, it still lagged a long way behind them in level of industrial development, in quantity of industrial output. In order that we might catch up with them, every branch of production had to be equipped with new technique and reconstructed on the most up-to-date technical lines. The question of technique had thus become of decisive importance. The main impediment was not so much an insufficiency of modern machinery and machine tools, for our machine-building industry was in a position to produce modern equipment, as the wrong attitude of our business executives to technique, their tendency to underrate the importance of technique in the period of Reconstruction and to disdain it. In their opinion, technical matters were the affairs of the so-called experts, something of second-rate importance to be left in charge of the quote-unquote bourgeois experts. They considered that communist business executives need not interfere in the technical side of production and should attend to something more important, namely the so-called general management of industry. The bourgeois quote-unquote experts were therefore given a free hand in matters of production, while the communist business executives reserved to themselves the function of quote-unquote general direction, the signing of papers. It need scarcely be said that with such an attitude, quote-unquote general direction was bound to degenerate into a mere parody of direction, a sterile signing of papers, a futile fussing with papers. It is clear that if communist business executives had persisted in this disdainful attitude of technical matters, we would never have been able to overtake the advanced capitalist countries, let alone outstrip them. This attitude, especially in the Reconstruction period, would have doomed our country to backwardness and would have lowered our rates of development. As a matter of fact, this attitude to technical matters was a screen, a mask, for the secret wish of a certain section of the communist business executives to retard, to reduce the rate of industrial development so as to be able to, so to say, take it easy by shunting the responsibility for production onto the quote-unquote experts. It was necessary to get communist business executives to turn their attention to technical matters, to acquire a taste for technique. They needed to be shown that it was vital for Bolshevik business executives to master technique, otherwise we would run the risk of condemning our country to backwardness and stagnation. Unless this problem were solved, further progress would be impossible. Of utmost importance in this connection was the speech Comrade Stalin made at the first conference of industrial managers in February 1931. It is sometimes asked, said Comrade Stalin, quote, whether it is not possible to slow down the tempo a bit, to put a check on the movement. No, comrades, it is not possible. The tempo must not be reduced. To slacken the tempo would mean falling behind, and those who fall behind get beaten. But we do not want to be beaten. No, we refuse to be beaten. Incidentally, the history of old Russia is one unbroken record of the beatings she suffered for falling behind, for her backwardness. She was beaten by the Mongol Khans. She was beaten by the Turkish Beys. She was beaten by the Swedish feudal lords. She was beaten by the Polish and Lithuanian gentry. She was beaten by the British and French capitalists. She was beaten by the Japanese barons. All beat her for her backwardness. We are 50 or 100 years behind the advanced countries. We must make good this distance in 10 years. Either we do it or they crush us. In 10 years at most, we must make good the distance we are lagging behind the advanced capitalist countries. We have all the objective opportunities for this. The only thing lacking is the ability to make proper use of these opportunities, and that depends on us, only on us. It is time we learned to use these opportunities. It is time to put an end to the rotten policy of non-interference in production. It is time to adopt a new policy, a policy adopted to the times, the policy of interfering in everything. If you are a factory manager, then interfere in all the affairs of the factory, look into everything, let nothing escape you, learn and learn again. Bolsheviks must master technique. It is time Bolsheviks themselves became experts. In the period of Reconstruction, technique decides everything. Unquote. Stalin, Leninism, Volume 2, the tasks of business managers. The historic importance of Comrade Stalin's speech lay in the fact that it put an end to the disdainful attitude of communist business executives to technique, made them face the question of technique, opened a new phase in the struggle for the mastery of technique by the Bolsheviks themselves, and thereby helped to promote the work of economic reconstruction. From then on, technical knowledge ceased to be a monopoly of the bourgeois quote-unquote experts, and became a matter of vital concern to the Bolshevik business executives themselves, while the word expert ceased to be a term of disparagement and became the honorable title of Bolsheviks who had mastered technique. From then on, there were bound to appear, and there actually did appear, thousands upon thousands, whole battalions of red experts who had mastered technique and were able to direct industries. This was a new Soviet technical intelligentsia, an intelligentsia of the working class and the peasantry, and they now constitute the main force in the management of our industries. All this was bound to promote, and actually did promote, the work of economic reconstruction. Reconstruction was not confined to industry and transport. It developed even more rapidly in agriculture. The reason is not far to seek. Agriculture was less mechanized than other branches, and here the need for modern machinery was felt more acutely than elsewhere, and it was urgently essential to increase the supply of modern agricultural machines now that the number of collective farms was growing from month to month and week to week, and with it the demand for thousands upon thousands of tractors and other agricultural machines. The year 1931 witnessed a further advance in the collective farm movement. In the principal grain-growing districts, over 80% of the peasant farms had already amalgamated to form collective farms. Here, solid collectivization had in the main already been achieved. In the less important grain-growing districts and in the districts growing industrial crops, about 50% of the peasant farms had joined the collective farms. By now, there were 500,000 collective farms and 4,000 state farms, which together cultivated 2/3 of the total crop area of the country, the individual peasants cultivating only 1/3. This was a tremendous victory for socialism in the countryside. But the progress of the collective farm movement was so far to be measured in breadth rather than in depth. The collective farms were increasing in number and were spreading to district after district, but there was no commensurate improvement in the work of the collective farms, or in the skill of their personnel. This was due to the fact that the growth of the leading cadres and training personnel of the collective farms was not keeping pace with the numerical growth of the collective farms themselves. The consequence was that the work of the new collective farms was not always satisfactory, and the collective farms themselves were still weak. They were also held back by the shortage in the countryside of literate people, indispensable to the collective farms, bookkeepers, stores managers, secretaries, etc., and by the inexperience of the peasants in the management of large-scale collective enterprises. The collective farmers were the individual peasants of yesterday. They had experience in farming small plots of land, but none in managing big collective farms. This experience could not be acquired in a day. The first stages of collective farm work were consequently marred by serious defects. It was found that work was still badly organized in the collective farms. Labor discipline was slack. In many collective farms, the income was distributed not by the number of workday units, but by the number of mouths to feed in the family. It often happened that slackers got a bigger return than conscientious, hard-working collective farmers. These defects in the management of collective farms lowered the incentive of their members. There were many cases of members absenting themselves from work, even at the height of the season, leaving part of the crops unharvested until the winter snows, while the reaping was done so carelessly that large quantities of grain were lost. The absence of individual responsibility for machines and horses, and for work generally, weakened the collective farms and reduced their revenues. The situation was particularly bad wherever former kulaks and their toadies had managed to worm their way into the collective farms, and to secure positions of trust in them. Not infrequently, former kulaks would betake themselves to districts where they were unknown, and there make their way into the collective farms with the deliberate intention of sabotaging and doing mischief. Sometimes, owing to lack of vigilance on the part of party workers and Soviet officials, kulaks managed to get into collective farms even in their own districts. What made it easier for former kulaks to penetrate into the collective farms was that they had radically changed their tactics. Formerly, the kulaks had fought the collective farms openly, had savagely persecuted collective farm leading cadres and foremost collective farmers, nefariously murdering them, burning down their houses and barns. By these methods they had thought to intimidate the peasantry and to deter them from joining the collective farms. Now that their open struggle against the collective farms had failed, they changed their tactics. They laid aside their sawn-off shotguns and posed as innocent, unoffending folk who would not hurt a fly. They pretended to be loyal Soviet supporters. Once inside the collective farms, they stealthily carried on their sabotage. They strove to disorganize the collective farms from within, to undermine labor discipline, and to muddle the harvest accounts and the records of the work performed. It was part of their sinister scheme to destroy the horses of the collective farms by deliberately infecting them with glanders, mange, and other diseases, or disabling them by neglect or other methods, in which they were often successful. They did damage to tractors and farm machinery. The kulaks were often able to deceive the collective farmers and commit sabotage with impunity because the collective farms were still weak and their personnel still inexperienced. To put an end to the sabotage of the kulaks and to expedite the work of strengthening the collective farms, the latter had to be given urgent and effective assistance in men, advice, and leadership. This assistance was forthcoming from the Bolshevik Party. In January 1933, the Central Committee of the party adopted a decision to organize political departments in the machine and tractor stations serving the collective farms. Some 17,000 party members were sent into the countryside to work in these political departments and to aid the collective farms. This assistance was highly effective. In 2 years, 1933 and 1934, the political departments of the machine and tractor stations did a great deal to build up an active body of collective farmers, to eliminate the defects in the work of the collective farms, to consolidate them, and to rid them of kulak enemies and wreckers. The political departments performed their task with credit. They strengthened the collective farms both in regard to organization and efficiency, trained skilled personnel for them, improved their management, and raised the political level of the collective farm members. Of great importance in stimulating the collective farmers to strive for the strengthening of the collective farms was the first All-Union Congress of Collective Farm Shock Workers, February 1933, and the speech made by Comrade Stalin at this Congress. Contrasting the old pre-collective farm system in the countryside with the new collective farm system, Comrade Stalin said, quote, "Under the old system, the peasants each worked in isolation, following the ancient methods of their forefathers and using antiquated implements of labor. They worked for the landlords and capitalists, the kulaks and profiteers. They lived in penury while they enriched others. Under the new collective farm system, the peasants work in common, cooperatively, with the help of modern implements, tractors and agricultural machinery. They work for themselves and their collective farms. They live without capitalists and landlords, without kulaks and profiteers. They work with the object of raising their standard of welfare and culture from day to day." Unquote. Stalin, Problems of Leninism, Russian edition, page 528. Comrade Stalin showed in this speech what the peasants had achieved by adopting the collective farm way. The Bolshevik Party had helped millions of poor peasants to join the collective farms and to escape from servitude to the kulaks. By joining the collective farms and having the best lands and the finest instruments of production at their disposal, millions of poor peasants who had formerly lived in penury had now, as collective farmers, risen to the level of middle peasants and had attained material security. This was the first step in the development of collective farms, the first achievement. The next step, Comrade Stalin said, was to raise the collective farmers, both former poor peasants and former middle peasants, to an even higher level, to make all the collective farmers prosperous and all the collective farms Bolshevik. Only one thing is now needed for the collective farmers to become prosperous, Comrade Stalin said. Quote, and that is for them to work in the collective farms conscientiously, to make efficient use of the tractors and machines, to make efficient use of the draft cattle, to cultivate the land efficiently, and to cherish collective farm property. Unquote. Ibid, pages 532-3. Comrade Stalin's speech made a profound impression on the millions of collective farmers and became a practical program of action for the collective farms. By the end of 1934, the collective farms had become a strong and invincible force. They had already embraced about 3/4 of all the peasant households in the Soviet Union and about 90% of the total crop area. In 1934, there were already 281,000 tractors and 32,000 harvester combines at work in the Soviet countryside. The spring sowing in that year was completed 15 to 20 days earlier than in 1933 and 30 to 40 days earlier than in 1932, while the plan of grain deliveries to the state was fulfilled 3 months earlier than in 1932. This showed how firmly established the collective farms had become in 2 years, thanks to the tremendous assistance given them by the party and the workers and peasant state. This solid victory for the collective farm system and the attendant improvement of agriculture enabled the Soviet government to abolish the rationing of bread and all other products, and to introduce the unrestricted sale of foodstuffs. Since the political departments of the machine and tractor stations had served the purpose for which they had been temporarily created, the Central Committee decided to convert them into ordinary party bodies by merging them with the district party committees in their localities. All these achievements, both in agriculture and in industry, were made possible by the successful fulfillment of the 5-year plan. By the beginning of 1933, it was evident that the first 5-year plan had already been fulfilled ahead of time, fulfilled in 4 years and 3 months. This was a tremendous, epoch-making victory of the working class and peasantry of the USSR. Reporting to a plenary meeting of the Central Committee and the Central Control Commission of the party, held in January 1933, Comrade Stalin reviewed the results of the first 5-year plan. The report made it clear that in the period which it took to fulfill the first 5-year plan, the party and the Soviet government had achieved the following major results. A. The USSR had been converted from an agrarian country into an industrial country, for the proportion of industrial output to the total production of the country had risen to 70%. B. The socialist economic system had eliminated the capitalist elements in the sphere of industry and had become the sole economic system in industry. C. The socialist economic system had eliminated the kulaks as a class in the sphere of agriculture and had become the predominant force in agriculture. D. The collective farm system had put an end to poverty and want in the countryside, and tens of millions of poor peasants had risen to a level of material security. E. The socialist system in industry had abolished unemployment, and while retaining the 8-hour day in a number of branches, had introduced a 7-hour day in the vast majority of enterprises, and the 6-hour day in unhealthy occupations. F. The victory of socialism in all branches of the national economy had abolished the exploitation of man by man. The sum and substance of the achievements of the first 5-year plan was that they had completely emancipated the workers and peasants from exploitation and had opened the way to a prosperous and cultured life for all working people in the USSR. In January 1934, the party held its 17th Congress. It was attended by 1,225 delegates with vote and 736 delegates with voice but no vote, representing 1,874,488 party members and 935,298 candidate members. The Congress reviewed the work of the party since the last Congress. It noted the decisive results achieved by socialism in all branches of economic and cultural life, and placed on record that the general line of the party had triumphed along the whole front. The 17th Party Congress is known in history as the Congress of Victors. Comrade Stalin pointed to the fundamental changes that had taken place in the USSR during the period under review. Quote, During this period, the USSR had become radically transformed and has cast off the integument of backwardness and medievalism. From an agrarian country, it has become an industrial country. From a country of small individual agriculture, it has become a country of collective, large-scale mechanized agriculture. From an ignorant, illiterate, and uncultured country, it has become, or rather it is becoming, a literate and cultured country covered by a vast network of higher, intermediate, and elementary schools, teaching in the languages of the nationalities of the USSR. Unquote. Stalin, 17th Congress of the CPSU, Report on the Work of the Central Committee of the CPSUB, page 30. By this time, 99% of the industry of the country was socialist industry. Socialist agriculture, the collective farms and state farms, embraced about 90% of the total crop area of the country. As to trade, the capitalist elements had been completely ousted from this domain. When the new economic policy was being introduced, Lenin said that there were the elements of 5 social economic formations in our country. The first was patriarchal economy, which was largely a natural form of economy, that is, which practically carried on no trade. The second formation was small commodity production, as represented by the majority of the peasant farms, those which sold agricultural produce, and by the artisans. In the first years of the NEP, this economic formation embraced the majority of the population. The third formation was private capitalism, which had begun to revive in the early period of NEP. The fourth formation was state capitalism, chiefly in the form of concessions, which had not developed to any considerable extent. The fifth formation was socialism, socialist industry, which was still weak, state farms and collective farms, which were economically insignificant at the beginning of NEP, state trade and cooperative societies, which were also weak at that time. Of all these formations, Lenin said, the socialist formation must gain the upper hand. The new economic policy was designed to bring about the complete victory of socialist forms of economy. And by the time of the 17th Party Congress, this aim had already been achieved. We can now say, said Comrade Stalin, quote, that the first, the third, and the fourth social economic formations no longer exist. The second social economic formation has been forced into a secondary position, while the fifth social economic formation, the socialist formation, now holds unchallenged sway and is the sole commanding force in the whole national economy. Unquote. Ibid, page 33. An important place in Comrade Stalin's report was given to the question of ideological political leadership. He warned the party that although its enemies, the opportunists and nationalist deviators of all shades and complexions, had been defeated, remnants of their ideology still lingered in the minds of some party members, and often asserted themselves. The survivals of capitalism in economic life, and particularly in the minds of men, provided a favorable soil for the revival of the ideology of the defeated anti-Leninist groups. The development of people's mentality does not keep pace with their economic position. As a consequence, survivals of bourgeois ideas still remained in men's minds and would continue to do so even though capitalism had been abolished in economic life. It should also be borne in mind that the surrounding capitalist world, against which we had to keep our powder dry, was working to revive and foster these survivals. Comrade Stalin also dwelt on the survivals of capitalism in men's minds on the national question, where they were particularly tenacious. The Bolshevik Party was fighting on 2 fronts, both against the deviation to Great Russian chauvinism and against the deviation to local nationalism. In a number of republics, the Ukraine, Belorussia, and others, the party organizations had relaxed the struggle against local nationalism and had allowed it to grow to such an extent that it had allied itself with hostile forces, the forces of intervention, and had become a danger to the state. In reply to the question which deviation in the national question was the major danger, Comrade Stalin said, quote, "The major danger is the deviation against which we have ceased to fight, thereby allowing it to grow into a danger to the state." Unquote. Ibid, page 81. Comrade Stalin called upon the party to be more active in ideological political work, systematically to expose the ideology and the remnants of the ideology of the hostile classes and of the trends hostile to Leninism. He further pointed out in his report that the adoption of correct decisions does not in itself guarantee the success of a measure. In order to guarantee success, it was necessary to put the right people in the right place, people able to give effect to the decisions of the leading organs and to keep a check on the fulfillment of decisions. Without these organizational measures, there was a risk of decisions remaining scraps of paper, divorced from practical life. Comrade Stalin referred in support of this to Lenin's famous maxim that the chief thing in organizational work was the choice of personnel and the keeping of a check on the fulfillment of decisions. Comrade Stalin said that the disparity between adopted decisions and the organizational work of putting these decisions into effect and of keeping a check on their fulfillment was the chief evil in our practical work. In order to keep a better check on the fulfillment of party and government decisions, the 17th Party Congress set up a party control commission under the Central Committee of the CPSUB and a Soviet Control Commission under the Council of People's Commissars of the USSR. In place of the combined Central Control Commission and Workers' and Peasants' Inspection, this body having completed the tasks for which it had been set up by the 12th Party Congress. Comrade Stalin formulated the organizational tasks of the party in the new stage as follows. 1. Our organizational work must be adapted to the requirements of the political line of the party. 2. Organizational leadership must be raised to the level of political leadership. 3. Organizational leadership must be made fully equal to the task of ensuring the realization of the political slogans and decisions of the party. In conclusion, Comrade Stalin warned the party that although socialism had achieved great successes of which we could be justly proud, we must not allow ourselves to be carried away, to get swelled head, to be lulled by success. Quote, "We must not lull the party, but sharpen its vigilance. We must not lull it to sleep, but keep it ready for action, not disarm it, but arm it, not demobilize it, but hold it in a state of mobilization for the fulfillment of the second five-year plan," unquote, said Comrade Stalin. Ibid, page 96. The 17th Congress heard reports from Comrades Molotov and Kuybyshev on the second five-year plan for the development of the national economy. The program of the second five-year plan was even faster than that of the first five-year plan. By the end of the second five-year plan period in 1937, industrial output was to be increased approximately eightfold in comparison with pre-war. Capital development investments in all branches in the period of the second five-year plan were to amount to 133 billion rubles, as against a little over 64 billion rubles in the period of the first five-year plan. This immense scope of new capital construction work would ensure the complete technical re-equipment of all branches of the national economy. The second five-year plan was to complete in the main the mechanization of agriculture. Aggregate tractor power was to increase from 2,250,000 horsepower in 1932 to over 8 million horsepower in 1937. The plan provided for the extensive employment of scientific agricultural methods, correct crop rotation, use of selected seed, autumn plowing, etc. A tremendous plan for the technical reconstruction of the means of transport and communication was outlined. The second five-year plan contained an extensive program for the further improvement of the material and cultural standards of the workers and peasants. The 17th Congress paid great attention to matters of organization and adopted decisions on the work of the party and the Soviets in connection with a report made by Comrade Kaganovich. The question of organization had acquired even greater importance now that the general line of the party had won and the party policy had been tried and tested by the experience of millions of workers and peasants. The new and complex tasks of the second five-year plan called for a higher standard of work in all spheres. Quote, "The major tasks of the second five-year plan, viz. To completely eliminate the capitalist elements, to overcome the survivals of capitalism in economic life and in the minds of men, to complete the reconstruction of the whole national economy on modern technical lines, to learn to use the new technical equipment and the new enterprises, to mechanize agriculture and increase its productivity, insistently and urgently confront us with the problem of improving work in all spheres, first and foremost in practical organizational leadership," unquote. It was stated in the decisions of the Congress on organizational questions. Resolutions of the CPSUB, Russian edition, Part 2, page 591. The 17th Congress adopted new party rules, which differ from the old ones, firstly by the addition of a preamble. The preamble gives a brief definition of the Communist Party and a definition of its role in the struggle of the proletariat and its place in the organism of the dictatorship of the proletariat. The new rules enumerate in detail the duties of party members. Stricter regulations governing the admission of new members and a clause concerning sympathizers groups were introduced. The new rules give a more detailed exposition of the organizational structure of the party and formulate anew the clauses dealing with the party nuclei, or primary organizations as they have been called since the 17th Party Congress. The clauses dealing with inner party democracy and party discipline were also formulated anew. 4. Degeneration of the Bukharinites into political double-dealers. Degeneration of the Trotskyite double-dealers into a white guard gang of assassins and spies. Foul murder of S.M. Kirov. Measures of the party to heighten Bolshevik vigilance. The achievements of socialism in our country were a cause of rejoicing not only to the party and not only to the workers and collective farmers, but also to our Soviet intelligentsia and to all honest citizens of the Soviet Union. But they were no cause of rejoicing to the remnants of the defeated exploiting classes. On the contrary, they only enraged them the more as time went on. They infuriated the lickspittles of the defeated classes, the puny remnants of the following of Bukharin and Trotsky. These gentry were guided in their evaluation of the achievements of the workers and collective farmers, not by the interests of the people, who applauded every such achievement, but by the interests of their own wretched and putrid faction, which had lost all contact with the realities of life. Since the achievements of socialism in our country meant the victory of the policy of the party and the utter bankruptcy of their own policy, these gentry, instead of admitting the obvious facts and joining the common cause, began to revenge themselves on the party and the people for their own failures, for their own bankruptcy. They began to resort to foul play and sabotage against the cause of the workers and collective farmers, to blow up pits, set fire to factories, and commit acts of wrecking in collective and state farms, with the object of undoing the achievements of the workers and collective farmers and evoking popular discontent against the Soviet government, and in order, while doing so, to shield their puny group from exposure and destruction, they simulated loyalty to the party, fawned upon it, eulogized it, cringed before it more and more, while in reality continuing their underhand, subversive activities against the workers and peasants. At the 17th Party Congress, Bukharin, Rykov, and Tomsky made repentant speeches, praising the party and extolling its achievements to the skies, but the Congress detected a ring of insincerity and duplicity in their speeches. For what the party expects from its members is not eulogies and rhapsodies over its achievements, but conscientious work on the socialist front, and this was what the Bukharinites had showed no signs of for a long time. The party saw that the hollow speeches of these gentry were in reality meant for their supporters outside the Congress, to serve as a lesson to them in duplicity and a call to them not to lay down their arms. Speeches were also made at the 17th Congress by the Trotskyites Zinoviev and Kamenev, who lashed themselves extravagantly for their mistakes and eulogized the party no less extravagantly for its achievements. But the Congress could not help seeing that both their nauseating self-castigation and their fulsome praise of the party were only meant to hide an uneasy and unclean conscience. However, the party did not yet know or suspect that while these gentry were making their cloying speeches at the Congress, they were hatching a villainous plot against the life of S.M. Kirov. On December 1st, 1934, S.M. Kirov was foully murdered in the Smolny in Leningrad by a shot from a revolver. The assassin was caught red-handed and turned out to be a member of a secret counter-revolutionary group made up of members of an anti-Soviet group of Zinovievites in Leningrad. S.M. Kirov was loved by the party and the working class, and his murder stirred the people profoundly, sending a wave of wrath and deep sorrow through the country. The investigation established that in 1933 and 1934, an underground counter-revolutionary terrorist group had been formed in Leningrad consisting of former members of the Zinoviev opposition and headed by the so-called Leningrad Center. The purpose of this group was to murder leaders of the Communist Party. S.M. Kirov was chosen as the first victim. The testimony of the members of this counter-revolutionary group showed that they were connected with representatives of foreign capitalist states and were receiving funds from them. The exposed members of this organization were sentenced by the military collegium of the Supreme Court of the USSR to the supreme penalty, to be shot. Soon afterwards, the existence of an underground counter-revolutionary organization called the Moscow Center was discovered. The preliminary investigation and the trial revealed the villainous part played by Zinoviev, Kamenev, Yevdokimov, and other leaders of this organization in cultivating the terrorist mentality among their followers and in plotting the murder of members of the party Central Committee and of the Soviet government. To such depths of duplicity and villainy had these people sunk that Zinoviev, who was one of the organizers and instigators of the assassination of S.M. Kirov and who had urged the murderer to hasten the crime, wrote an obituary of Kirov, speaking of him in terms of eulogy, and demanded that it be published. The Zinovievites simulated remorse in court, but they persisted in their duplicity even in the dock. They concealed their connection with Trotsky. They concealed the fact that together with the Trotskyites, they had sold themselves to fascist espionage services. They concealed their spying and wrecking activities. They concealed from the court their connections with the Bukharinites and the existence of a united Trotsky-Bukharin gang of fascist hirelings. As it later transpired, the murder of Comrade Kirov was the work of this united Trotsky-Bukharin gang. Even then, in 1935, it had become clear that the Zinoviev group was a camouflaged White Guard organization whose members fully deserved to be treated as White Guards. A year later, it became known that the actual, real, and direct organizers of the murder of Kirov were Trotsky, Zinoviev, Kamenev, and their accomplices, and that they had also made preparations for the assassinations of other members of the Central Committee. Zinoviev, Kamenev, Bakayev, Yevdokimov, Pikel, Ian Smirnov, Markovsky, Ter Vaganyan, Reingold, and others were committed for trial. Confronted by direct evidence, they had to admit publicly in open court that they had not only organized the assassination of Kirov, but had been planning to murder all the other leaders of the party and the government. Later investigation established the fact that these villains had been engaged in espionage and in organizing acts of diversion. The full extent of the monstrous moral and political depravity of these men, their despicable villainy and treachery, concealed by hypocritical professions of loyalty to the party, were revealed at a trial in Moscow, 1936. The chief instigator and ringleader of this gang of assassins and spies was Judas Trotsky. Trotsky's assistants and agents in carrying out his counter-revolutionary instructions were Zinoviev, Kamenev, and their Trotskyite underlings. They were preparing to bring about the defeat of the USSR in the event of attack by imperialist countries. They had become defeatists with regard to the workers and peasant state. They had become despicable tools and agents of the German and Japanese fascists. The main lesson which the party organizations had to draw from the trials of the persons implicated in the foul murder of S.M. Kirov was that they must put an end to their own political blindness and political heedlessness, and must increase their vigilance and the vigilance of all party members. In a circular letter to party organizations on the subject of the foul murder of S.M. Kirov, the Central Committee of the party stated, quote, A. We must put an end to the opportunist complacency engendered by the enormous assumption that as we grow stronger, the enemy will become tamer and more inoffensive. This assumption is an utter fallacy. It is a recrudescence of the right deviation, which assured all and sundry that our enemies would little by little creep into socialism and in the end become real socialists. The Bolsheviks have no business to rest on their laurels. They have no business to sleep at their posts. What we need is not complacency but vigilance, real Bolshevik revolutionary vigilance. It should be remembered that the more hopeless the position of the enemies, the more eagerly they will clutch at extreme measures as the only recourse of the doomed in their struggle against the Soviet power. We must remember this and be vigilant. B. We must properly organize the teaching of the history of the party to party members, the study of all and sundry anti-party groups in the history of our party, their methods of combating the party line, their tactics, and still more, the tactics and methods of our party in combating anti-party groups, the tactics and methods which have enabled our party to vanquish and demolish these groups. Party members should not only know how the party combated and vanquished the constitutional Democrats, socialist revolutionaries, Mensheviks and anarchists, but also how it combated and vanquished the Trotskyites, the so-called democratic centralists, the so-called workers' opposition, the Zinovievites, the right deviators, the right leftist freaks, and the like. It should never be forgotten that a knowledge and understanding of the history of our party is a most important and essential means of fully ensuring the revolutionary vigilance of the party members." Unquote. Of enormous importance in this period was the purge of the party ranks from adventitious and alien elements, begun in 1933, and especially the careful verification of the records of party members and the exchange of old party cards for new ones undertaken after the foul murder of S.M. Kirov. Prior to the verification of the records of party members, irresponsibility and negligence in the handling of party cards had prevailed in many party organizations. In a number of organizations, utterly intolerable chaos in the registration of communists was revealed, a state of affairs which enemies had been turning to their nefarious ends, using the possession of a party card as a screen for espionage, wrecking, etc. Many leaders of party organizations had entrusted the enrollment of new members and the issuance of party cards to persons in minor positions, and often even to party members of untested reliability. In a circular letter to all organizations, dated May 13, 1935, on the subject of the registration, safekeeping, and issuance of party cards, the Central Committee instructed all organizations to make a careful verification of the records of party members and, quote, to establish Bolshevik order in our own party home, unquote. The verification of the records of party members was of great political value. In connection with the results of the verification of the records of party members, a plenary meeting of the Central Committee of the party adopted a resolution on December 25, 1935, declaring that this verification was an organizational and political measure of enormous importance in strengthening the ranks of the CPSUB. After the verification of the records of party members and the exchange of party cards, the admission of new members into the party was resumed. In this connection, the Central Committee of the CPSUB demanded that new members should not be admitted into the party wholesale, but on the basis of a strictly individual enrollment of, quote, people really advanced and really devoted to the cause of the working class, the finest people of our country, drawn above all from among the workers, and also from among peasants and active intelligentsia who had been tried and tested in various sectors of the struggle for socialism. Unquote. In resuming the admission of new members to the party, the Central Committee instructed party organizations to bear in mind that hostile elements would persist in their attempts to worm their way into the ranks of the CPSUB. Consequently, quote, it is the task of every party organization to increase Bolshevik vigilance to the utmost, to hold aloft the banner of the Leninist party, and to safeguard the ranks of the party from the penetration of alien, hostile, and adventitious elements. Unquote. Resolution of the Central Committee of the CPSUB, September 29, 1936, published in Pravda, number 270, 1936. Purging and consolidating its ranks, destroying the enemies of the party, and relentlessly combating distortions of the party line, The Bolshevik Party rallied closer than ever around its Central Committee, under whose leadership the party and the Soviet land now passed to a new stage, the completion of the construction of a classless socialist society. Brief summary. In the period 1930 to 34, the Bolshevik Party solved what was, after the winning of power, the most difficult historical problem of the proletarian revolution, namely, to get the millions of small peasant owners to adopt the path of collective farming, the path of socialism. The elimination of the kulaks, the most numerous of the exploiting classes, and the adoption of collective farming by the bulk of the peasants led to the destruction of the last roots of capitalism in the country, to the final victory of socialism in agriculture, and to the complete consolidation of the Soviet power in the countryside. After overcoming a number of difficulties of an organizational character, the collective farms became firmly established and entered upon the path of prosperity. The effect of the first five-year plan was to lay an unshakable foundation of a socialist economic system in our country in the shape of a first-class socialist heavy industry and collective mechanized agriculture, to put an end to unemployment, to abolish the exploitation of man by man, and to create the conditions for the steady improvement of the material and cultural standards of our working people. These colossal achievements were attained by the working class, the collective farmers, and the working people of our country generally, thanks to the bold, revolutionary, and wise policy of the party and the government. The surrounding capitalist world, striving to undermine and disrupt the might of the USSR, worked with redoubled energy to organize gangs of assassins, wreckers, and spies within the USSR. This hostile activity of the capitalist encirclement became particularly marked with the advent of fascism to power in Germany and Japan. In the Trotskyites and Zinovievites, fascism found faithful servants who were ready to spy, sabotage, commit acts of terrorism and diversion, and to work for the defeat of the USSR in order to restore capitalism. The Soviet government punished these degenerates with an iron hand, dealing ruthlessly with these enemies of the people and traitors to the country. Chapter 12. The Bolshevik Party in the struggle to complete the building of the Socialist Society. Introduction of the new Constitution. 1935 to 1937. 1. International situation in 1935 to 37. Temporary mitigation of the economic crisis. Beginning of a new economic crisis. Seizure of Ethiopia by Italy. German and Italian intervention in Spain. Japanese invasion of central China. Beginning of Second Imperialist War. The economic crisis that had broken out in the capitalist countries in the latter half of 1929 lasted until the end of 1933. After that, industry ceased to decline, the crisis was succeeded by a period of stagnation, and was then followed by a certain revival, a certain upward trend. But this upward trend was not of the kind that ushers in an industrial boom on a new and higher basis. World capitalist industry was unable even to reach the level of 1929, attaining by the middle of 1937 only 95 to 96% of that level. And already in the second half of 1937, a new economic crisis began, affecting first of all the United States. By the end of 1937, the number of unemployed in the USA had again risen to 10 million. In Great Britain, too, unemployment was rapidly increasing. The capitalist countries found themselves faced with a new economic crisis before they had even recovered from the ravages of the preceding one. The result was that the contradictions between the imperialist countries, as likewise between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat, grew still more acute. As a consequence, the aggressor states redoubled their efforts to recoup themselves for the losses caused by the economic crisis at home at the expense of other poorly defended countries. The two notorious aggressor states, Germany and Japan, were this time joined by a third, Italy. In 1935, Fascist Italy attacked Ethiopia and subjugated her. She did so without any reason or justification in quote-unquote international law. She attacked her like a robber, without declaring war, as is now the vogue with the fascists. This was a blow not only at Ethiopia, but also at Great Britain, at her sea routes from Europe to India, and to Asia generally. Great Britain vainly attempted to prevent Italy from establishing herself in Ethiopia. Italy later withdrew from the League of Nations so as to leave her hands free, and began to arm on an intensive scale. Thus, on the shortest sea routes between Europe and Asia, a new war knot was tied. Fascist Germany tore up the Versailles Peace Treaty by a unilateral act and adopted a scheme for the forcible revision of the map of Europe. The German fascists made no secret of the fact that they were seeking to subjugate the neighboring states, or at least to seize such of the territories as were peopled by Germans. Accordingly, they planned first to seize Austria, then to strike at Czechoslovakia, then maybe at Poland, which also has a compact territory populated by Germans and bordering on Germany, and then, well, then we shall see. In the summer of 1936, Germany and Italy started military intervention against the Spanish Republic. Under the guise of supporting the Spanish fascists, they secured the opportunity of surreptitiously landing troops on Spanish territory in the rear of France, and stationing their fleets in Spanish waters, in the zones of the Balearic Islands and Gibraltar in the south, the Atlantic Ocean in the west, and the Bay of Biscay in the north. At the beginning of 1938, the German fascists seized Austria, thus establishing themselves in the middle reaches of the Danube and expanding in the south of Europe towards the Adriatic Sea, same time assuring the world that they were fighting the Spanish Reds and harboring no other designs. But this was a crude and shallow camouflage designed to deceive simpletons. As a matter of fact, they were striking at Great Britain and France by bestriding the sea communications of these countries with their vast African and Asiatic colonial possessions. As to the seizure of Austria, this at any rate could not be passed off as a struggle against the Versailles Treaty, as part of Germany's effort to protect her quote-unquote national interests by recovering territory lost in the First Imperialist War. Austria had not formed part of Germany, either before or after the war. The forcible annexation of Austria was a glaring imperialist seizure of foreign territory. It left no doubt as to fascist Germany's designs to gain a dominant position on the West European continent. This was, above all, a blow at the interests of France and Great Britain. Thus, in the south of Europe, in the zone of Austria and the Adriatic, and in the extreme west of Europe, in the zone of Spain and the waters washing her shores, new war knots were tied. In 1937, the Japanese fascist militarists seized Peiping, seized central China, and occupied Shanghai. Like the Japanese invasion of Manchuria several years earlier, the invasion of central China was effected by the customary Japanese method, in robber fashion, by the dishonest exploitation of various so-called local incidents, engineered by the Japanese themselves and in violation of all quote-unquote international standards, treaties, agreements, etc. The seizure of Tianjin and Shanghai placed the keys of the immense China market in the hands of Japan. As long as Japan holds Shanghai and Tianjin, she can at any moment oust Great Britain and the USA from central China, where they have huge investments. Of course, the heroic struggle of the Chinese people and their army against the Japanese invaders, the tremendous national revival in China, her huge resources of manpower and territory, and lastly, the determination of the Chinese national government to fight the struggle for emancipation to a finish until the invaders are completely driven out from Chinese territory, all go to show, beyond a doubt, that there is no future for the Japanese imperialists in China, and never will be. But it is nevertheless true that for the time being Japan holds the keys of China's trade, and that her war on China is in effect a most serious blow at the interests of Great Britain and the USA. Thus, in the Pacific, in the zone of China, one more war knot was tied. All these facts show that a second imperialist war has actually begun. It began stealthily, without any declaration of war. States and nations have, almost imperceptibly, slipped into the orbit of a second imperialist war. It was the three aggressor states, the fascist ruling circles of Germany, Italy, and Japan, that began the war in various parts of the world. It is being waged over a huge expanse of territory, stretching from Gibraltar to Shanghai. It has already drawn over 500 million people into its orbit. In the final analysis, it is being waged against the capitalist interests of Great Britain, France, and the USA, since its object is a redivision of the world and of the spheres of influence in favor of the aggressor countries and at the expense of the so-called democratic states. A distinguishing feature of the Second Imperialist War is that so far it is being waged and extended by the aggressor powers, while the other powers, the so-called democratic powers, against whom, in fact, the war is directed, pretend that it does not concern them, wash their hands of it, draw back, boast of their love of peace, scold the fascist aggressors, and surrender their positions to the aggressors bit by bit, at the same time asserting that they are preparing to resist. This war, it will be seen, is of a rather strange and one-sided character, but that does not prevent it from being a brutal war of unmitigated conquest, waged at the expense of the poorly defended peoples of Ethiopia, Spain, and China. It would be wrong to attribute this one-sided character of the war to the military or economic weakness of the so-called democratic states. The so-called democratic states are, of course, stronger than the fascist states. The one-sided character of the developing world war is due to the absence of a united front of the so-called democratic states against the fascist powers. The so-called democratic states, of course, do not approve of the quote-unquote excesses of the fascist states and fear any accession of strength to the latter, but they fear even more the working class movement in Europe and the movement of national emancipation in Asia, and regard fascism as an quote-unquote excellent antidote to these quote-unquote dangerous movements. For this reason, the ruling circles of the so-called democratic states, especially the ruling conservative circles of Great Britain, confine themselves to a policy of pleading with the overweening fascist rulers, quote-unquote, not to go to extremes, at the same time giving them to understand that they, so to say, fully comprehend and on the whole sympathize with their reactionary police policy towards the working class movement and the national emancipation movement. In this respect, the ruling circles of Britain are roughly pursuing the same policy as was pursued under Tsardom by the Russian liberal monarchist bourgeois, who, while fearing the excesses of Tsarist policy, feared the people even more, and therefore resorted to a policy of pleading with the Tsar and consequently of conspiring with the Tsar against the people. As we know, the liberal monarchist bourgeoisie of Russia paid dearly for this dual policy. It may be presumed that history will exact retribution also from the ruling circles of Britain and of their friends in France and the USA. Clearly, the USSR could not shut its eyes to such a turn in the international situation and ignore the ominous events. Any war, however small, started by the aggressors constitutes a menace to the peaceable countries. The Second Imperialist War, which has so imperceptibly stolen upon the nations and has involved over 500 million people, is bound all the more to represent a most serious danger to all nations, and to the USSR in the first place. This is eloquently borne out by the formation of the so-called anti-communist bloc by Germany, Italy, and Japan. Therefore, our country, while pursuing its policy of peace, set to work to further strengthen its frontier defenses and the fighting efficiency of its Red Army and Navy. Towards the end of 1934, the USSR joined the League of Nations. It did so in the knowledge that the League, in spite of its weakness, might nevertheless serve as a place where aggressors can be exposed, and as a certain instrument of peace, however feeble, that might hinder the outbreak of war. The Soviet Union considered that in times like these, even so weak an international organization as the League of Nations should not be ignored. In May 1935, a treaty of mutual assistance against possible attack by aggressors was signed between France and the USSR. A similar treaty was simultaneously concluded between the Soviet Union and Czechoslovakia. In March 1936, the USSR signed a treaty of mutual assistance with the Mongolian People's Republic, and in August 1937 a pact of non-aggression with the Republic of China. 2. Further progress of industry and agriculture in the USSR. Second five-year plan fulfilled ahead of time. Reconstruction of agriculture and completion of collectivization. Importance of cadres. Stahanov movement. Rising standard of welfare. Rising cultural standard. Strength of the Soviet Revolution. Whereas 3 years after the economic crisis of 1930 to 33, a new economic crisis began in the capitalist countries, in the USSR, industry continued to make steady progress during the whole of this period. Whereas by the middle of 1937, world capitalist industry as a whole had barely attained 95 to 96% of the level of production of 1929, only to be caught in the throes of a new crisis in the second half of 1937, the industry of the USSR, in its steady cumulative progress, had by the end of 1937 attained 428% of the output of 1929, or over 700% of the pre-war output. These achievements were a direct result of the policy of reconstruction so persistently pursued by the party and the government. The result of these achievements was that the second five-year plan of industry was fulfilled ahead of time. It was completed by April 1st, 1937, that is, in 4 years and 3 months. This was a most important victory for socialism. Progress in agriculture presented very much the same picture. The total area under all crops increased from 105 million hectares in 1913, that is, pre-war, to 135 million hectares in 1937. The grain harvest increased from 4,800,000,000 poods in 1913 to 6,800,000,000 poods in 1937, the raw cotton crop from 44 million poods to 154 million poods, the flax fiber crop from 19 million poods to 31 million poods, the sugar beet crop from 654 million poods to 1,311,000,000 poods, and the oilseed crop from 129 million poods to 306 million poods. It should be mentioned that in 1937 the collective farms alone, without the state farms, produced a marketable surplus of over 1,700,000,000 poods of grain, which was at least 400 million poods more than the landlords, kulaks, and peasants together marketed in 1913. Only one branch of agriculture, livestock farming, still lagged behind the pre-war level and continued to progress at a slower rate. As to collectivization in agriculture, it might be considered completed. The number of peasant households that had joined the collective farms by 1937 was 18,500,000, or 93% of the total number of peasant households, while the grain crop area of the collective farms amounted to 99% of the total grain crop area of the peasants. The fruits of the reconstruction of agriculture and of the extensive supply of tractors and machinery for agricultural purposes were now manifest. As a result of the completion of the reconstruction of industry and agriculture, the national economy was now abundantly supplied with first-class technique. Industry, agriculture, the transport system, and the army had received huge quantities of modern technique, machinery and machine tools, tractors and agricultural machines, locomotives and steamships, artillery and tanks, airplanes and warships. Tens and hundreds of thousands of trained people were required, people capable of harnessing all this technique and getting the most out of it. Without this, without a sufficient number of people who had mastered technique, there was a risk of technique becoming so much dead and unused metal. This was a serious danger, a result of the fact that the growth in the number of trained people, cadres, capable of harnessing, making full use of technique, was not keeping pace with and even lagging far behind the spread of technique. Matters were further complicated by the fact that a considerable number of our industrial executives did not realize this danger and believed that technique would just, quote-unquote, do the job by itself. Whereas formerly they had underrated the importance of technique and treated it with disdain, now they began to overrate it and turn it into a fetish. They did not realize that without people who had mastered technique, technique was a dead thing. They did not realize that to make technique highly productive, people who had mastered technique were required. Thus, the problem of cadres who had mastered technique became one of prime importance. The executives who displayed an excessive zeal for technique and a consequent underestimation of the importance of trained people, cadres, had to have their attention turned to the study and mastery of technique, and to the necessity of doing everything to train numerous cadres capable of harnessing technique and getting the most out of it. Whereas formerly, at the beginning of the Reconstruction period, when the country suffered from a dearth of technique, the party had issued the slogan, "Technique in the period of Reconstruction decides everything." Now, when there was an abundance of technique, when the Reconstruction had in the main been completed, and when the country was experiencing an acute dearth of cadres, it became incumbent on the party to issue a new slogan, one that would focus attention not so much on technique as on people, on cadres capable of utilizing technique to the full. Of great importance in this respect was the speech made by Comrade Stalin to the graduates from the Red Army academies in May 1935. Formerly, said Comrade Stalin, quote, "We used to say that technique decides everything. This slogan helped us put an end to the dearth in technique and to create a vast technical base in every branch of activity for the equipment of our people with first-class technique. This was very good, but it is not enough. It is not enough by far. In order to set technique going and to utilize it to the full, we need people who have mastered technique. We need cadres capable of mastering and utilizing this technique according to all the rules of the art. Without people who have mastered technique, technique is dead. In the charge of people who have mastered technique, technique can and should perform miracles. If in our first-class mills and factories, in our state farms and collective farms, and in our Red Army, we have sufficient cadres capable of harnessing this technique, our country would secure results 3 times and 4 times as great as at present. This is why emphasis must now be laid on people, on cadres, on workers who have mastered technique. That is why the old slogan, "Technique decides everything," which is a reflection of a period already past, a period in which we suffered from a dearth of technique, must now be replaced by a new slogan, the slogan, "Cadres decide everything." That is the main thing now. It is time to realize that of all the valuable capital the world possesses, the most valuable and most decisive is people, cadres. It must be realized that under our present conditions, cadres decide everything. If we have good and numerous cadres in industry, agriculture, transport, and the army, our country will be invincible. If we do not have such cadres, we shall be lame on both legs." Unquote. Thus, the prime task now was to accelerate the training of technical cadres, and rapidly to master the new technique with the object of securing a continued rise in productivity of labor. The most striking example of the growth of such cadres, of the mastering of the new technique by our people, and of the continued rise in productivity of labor, was the Stakhanov movement. It originated and developed in the Donets Basin in the coal industry, and spread to other branches of industry, to the railways, and then to agriculture. It was called the Stakhanov movement after its originator, Alexei Stakhanov, a coal hewer in the central Ermino colliery, Donets Basin. Stakhanov had been preceded by Nikita Izotov, who had broken all previous records in coal hewing. On August 31st, 1935, Stakhanov hewed 102 tons of coal in one shift, and thus fulfilled the standard output 14 times over. This inaugurated a mass movement of workers and collective farmers for raising the standards of output, for a new advance in productivity of labor. Buzukin in the automobile industry, Smetanin in the shoe industry, Krivonos on the railways, Muzinsky in the timber industry, Evdokia Vinogradova and Maria Vinogradova in the textile industry, Maria Demchenko, Maria Gnatenko, P. Angelina, Polagutin, Kolesov, Borin, and Kovardak in agriculture. These were the first pioneers of the Stakhanov movement. They were followed by other pioneers, whole battalions of them, who surpassed the productivity of labor of the earlier pioneers. Tremendous stimulus was given to the Stakhanov movement by the first all-union conference of Stakhanovites, held in the Kremlin in November 1935, and by the speech Comrade Stalin made there. The Stakhanov movement, Comrade Stalin said in this speech, quote, is the expression of a new wave of socialist emulation, a new and higher stage of socialist emulation. In the past, some 3 years ago, in the period of the first stage of socialist emulation was not necessarily associated with modern technique. At that time, in fact, we had hardly any modern technique. The present stage of socialist emulation, the Stakhanov movement, on the other hand, is necessarily associated with modern technique. The Stakhanov movement would be inconceivable without a new and higher technique. We have people before us like Comrade Stakhanov, Buzykin, Smetanin, Krivonos, the Vinogradovas, and many others, new people, working men and women, who have completely mastered the technique of their jobs, have harnessed it and driven ahead. We had no such people, or hardly any such people, some 3 years ago. The significance of the Stakhanov movement lies in the fact that it is a movement which is smashing the old technical standards, because they are inadequate, which in a number of cases is surpassing the productivity of labor of the foremost capitalist countries, and is thus creating the practical possibility of further consolidating socialism in our country, of converting our country into the most prosperous of all countries." Unquote. Describing the methods of work of the Stakhanovites and bringing out the tremendous significance of the Stakhanov movement for the future of our country, Comrade Stalin went on to say, quote, "Look at our comrades, the Stakhanovites, more closely. What type of people are they? They are mostly young or middle-aged working men and women, people with culture and technical knowledge, who show examples of precision and accuracy in work, who are able to appreciate the time factor in work, and who have learned to count not only the minutes but also the seconds. The majority of them have taken the technical minimum courses and are continuing their technical education. They are free of the conservatism and stagnation of certain engineers, technicians, and business executives. They are marching boldly forward, smashing the antiquated technical standards and creating new and higher standards. They are introducing amendments into the design capacities and economic plans drawn up by the leaders of our industry. They often supplement and correct what the engineers and technicians have to say. They often teach them and impel them forward, for they are people who have completely mastered the technique of their job and who are able to squeeze out of technique the maximum that can be squeezed out of it. Today, the Stakhanovites are still few in number, but who can doubt that tomorrow there will be 10 times more of them? Is it not clear that the Stakhanovites are innovators in our industry, that the Stakhanov movement represents the future of our industry, that it contains the seed of the future rise in the cultural and technical level of the working class, that it opens to us the path by which alone can be achieved those high indices of productivity of labor, which are essential for the transformation from socialism to communism, and for the elimination of the distinction between mental labor and manual labor." Unquote. The spread of the Stakhanov movement and the fulfillment of the second five-year plan ahead of time created the conditions for a new rise in the standard of welfare and culture of the working people. During the period of the second five-year plan, real wages of workers and office employees had more than doubled. The total payroll increased from 34 billion rubles in 1933 to 81 billion rubles in 1937. The state social insurance fund increased from 4,600 million rubles to 5,600 million rubles in the same period. In 1937 alone, about 10 billion rubles were expended on the state insurance of workers and employees, on improving living conditions and on meeting cultural requirements, on sanatoria, health resorts, rest homes, and on medical service. In the countryside, the collective farm system had been definitely consolidated. This was greatly assisted by the rules of the agricultural artel adopted by the Second Congress of Collective Farm Shock Workers in February 1935, and the assignment to the collective farms of the land cultivated by them in perpetual tenure. The consolidation of the collective farm system put an end to poverty and insecurity among the rural population. Whereas formerly, some 3 years earlier, the collective farmers had received 1 or 2 kilograms of grain per workday unit, now the majority of the collective farmers in the grain-growing regions were receiving 5 to 12 kilograms, and many as much as 20 kilograms per workday unit, besides other kind of produce and money income. There were millions of collective farm households in the grain-growing regions who now received as their yearly returns from 500 to 1,500 poods of grain, and in the cotton, sugar beet, flax, livestock, grape growing, citrus fruit growing, and fruit and vegetable growing regions tens of thousands of rubles in annual income. The collective farms had become prosperous. It was now the chief concern of the household of a collective farmer to build new granaries and storehouses, inasmuch as the old storage places, which were designed for a meager annual supply, no longer met even 1/10 of the household's requirements. In 1936, in view of the rising standard of welfare of the people, the government passed a law prohibiting abortion, at the same time adopting an extensive program for the building of maternal homes, nurseries, milk centers, and kindergartens. In 1936, 2,174,000,000 rubles were assigned for these measures as compared with 875 million rubles in 1935. A law was passed providing for considerable grants to large families. Grants to a total of over 1 billion rubles were made in 1937 under this law. The introduction of universal compulsory education and the building of new schools led to the rapid cultural progress of the people. Schools were built in large numbers all over the country. The number of pupils in elementary and intermediate schools increased from 8 million in 1914 to 28 million in the school year 1936 to 37. The number of university students increased from 112,000 to 552,000 in the same period. This was a veritable cultural revolution. The rise in the standard of welfare and culture of the masses was a reflection of the strength, might, and invincibility of our Soviet Revolution. Revolutions in the past perished because, while giving the people freedom, they were unable to bring about any serious improvement in their material and cultural conditions. Therein lay their chief weakness. Our revolution differs from all other revolutions in that it not only freed the people from tsardom and capitalism, but also brought about a radical improvement in the welfare and cultural condition of the people. Therein lies its strength and invincibility. Our proletarian revolution, said Comrade Stalin at the first all-union conference of Stakhanovets, quote, is the only revolution in the world which had the opportunity of showing the people not only political results, but also material results. Of all workers' revolutions, we know only one which managed to achieve power. That was the Paris Commune, but it did not last long. True, it endeavored to smash the fetters of capitalism, but it did not have enough time to smash them, and still less to show the people the beneficial material results of revolution. Our revolution is the only one which not only smashed the fetters of capitalism and brought the people freedom, but also succeeded in creating the material conditions of a prosperous life for the people. Therein lies the strength and invincibility of our revolution. Unquote. 3. 8th Congress of Soviets. Adoption of the new Constitution of the USSR. In February 1935, the 7th Congress of Soviets of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics passed a decision to change the Constitution of the USSR, which had been adopted in 1924. The change of the Constitution was necessitated by the vast changes that had taken place in the life of the USSR since the first Constitution of the Soviet Union had been adopted in 1924. During this period, the relation of class forces within the country had completely changed. A new socialist industry had been created, the kulaks had been smashed, the collective farm system had triumphed, and the socialist ownership of the means of production had been established in every branch of national economy as the basis of Soviet society. The victory of socialism made possible the further democratization of the electoral system and the introduction of universal, equal, and direct suffrage with secret ballot. The new Constitution of the USSR was drafted by a Constitution Commission set up for the purpose under the chairmanship of Comrade Stalin. The draft was thrown open to nationwide discussion, which lasted 5.5 months. It was then submitted to the extraordinary 8th Congress of Soviets. The 8th Congress of Soviets, specially convened to approve or reject the draft of the new Constitution of the USSR, met in November 1936. Reporting to the Congress on the draft of the new Constitution, Comrade Stalin enumerated the principal changes that had taken place in the Soviet Union since the adoption of the 1924 Constitution. The 1924 Constitution had been drawn up in the early period of NEP. At that time, the Soviet government still permitted the development of capitalism alongside the development of socialism. The Soviet government planned in the course of competition between the two systems, the capitalist system and the socialist system, to organize and ensure the victory of socialism over capitalism in the economic field. The question, who will win, had not yet been settled. Industry, with its old and inadequate technical equipment, had not attained even the pre-war level. Even less enviable was the picture presented by agriculture. The state farms and collective farms were mere islands in a boundless ocean of individual peasant farms. The question then was not of eliminating the kulaks, but merely of restricting them. The socialist sector accounted for only about 50% of the country's trade. Entirely different was the picture presented by the USSR in 1936. By that time, the economic life of the country had undergone a complete change. The capitalist elements had been entirely eliminated, and the socialist system had triumphed in all spheres of economic life. There was now a powerful socialist industry, which had increased output 7 times, compared with the pre-war output, and had completely ousted private industry. Mechanized socialist farming in the form of collective farms and state farms, equipped with up-to-date machinery, and run on the largest scale in the world, had triumphed in agriculture. By 1936, the kulaks had been completely eliminated as a class, and the individual peasants no longer played any important role in the economic life of the country. Trade was entirely concentrated in the hands of the state and the cooperatives. The exploitation of man by man had been abolished forever. Public, socialist ownership of the means of production had been firmly established as the unshakable foundation of the new socialist system in all branches of economic life. In the new Socialist Society, crisis, poverty, unemployment, and destitution had disappeared forever. The conditions had been created for a prosperous and cultured life for all members of Soviet society. The class composition of the population of the Soviet Union, said Comrade Stalin in his report, had changed correspondingly. The landlord class and the old big imperialist bourgeoisie had already been eliminated in the period of the Civil War. During the years of socialist construction, all the exploiting classes, capitalists, merchants, kulaks, and profiteers, had been eliminated. Only insignificant remnants of the eliminated exploiting classes persisted, and their complete elimination was a matter of the very near future. The working people of the USSR, workers, peasants, and intellectuals, had undergone profound change in the period of socialist construction. The working class had ceased to be an exploited class, bereft of means of production, as it is under capitalism. It had abolished capitalism, taken away the means of production from the capitalists, and turned them into public property. It had ceased to be the proletariat, in the proper, the old meaning of the term. The proletariat of the USSR, possessing the state power, had been transformed into an entirely new class. It had become a working class emancipated from exploitation, a working class which had abolished the capitalist economic system and had established socialist ownership of the means of production. Hence it was a working class, the like of which the history of mankind had never known before. No less profound were the changes that had taken place in the condition of the peasantry of the USSR. In the old days, over 20 million scattered individual peasant households, small and middle, had delved away in isolation on their small plots, using backward technical equipment. They were exploited by landlords, kulaks, merchants, profiteers, usurers, etc. Now an entirely new peasantry had grown up in the USSR. There were no longer any landlords, kulaks, merchants, and usurers to exploit the peasants. The overwhelming majority of the peasant households had joined the collective farms, which were based not on private ownership, but on collective ownership of the means of production. Collective ownership which had grown from collective labor. This was a new type of peasantry, a peasantry emancipated from all exploitation. It was a peasantry the like of which the history of mankind had never known before. The intelligentsia in the USSR had also undergone a change. It had, for the most part, become an entirely new intelligentsia. The majority of its members came from the ranks of the workers and peasants. It no longer served capitalism, as the old intelligentsia did. It served socialism. It had become an equal member of the Socialist Society. Together with the workers and peasants, it was building a new Socialist Society. This was a new type of intelligentsia, which served the people and was emancipated from all exploitation. It was an intelligentsia the like of which the history of mankind had never known before. Thus, the old class-dividing lines between the working people of the USSR were being obliterated. The old class exclusiveness was disappearing. The economic and political contradictions between the workers, the peasants, and the intellectuals were declining and becoming obliterated. The foundation for the moral and political unity of society had been created. These profound changes in the life of the USSR, these decisive achievements of socialism in the USSR, were reflected in the new constitution. According to the new constitution, Soviet society consists of two friendly classes, the workers and peasants, class distinctions between the two still remaining. The Union of Soviet Socialist Republics is a socialist state of workers and peasants. The political foundation of the USSR is formed by the Soviets of Deputies of the Working People, which developed and grew strong as a result of the overthrow of the power of the landlords and capitalists and the achievement of the dictatorship of the proletariat. All power in the USSR belongs to the working people of town and country, as represented by the Soviets of Deputies of the Working People. The highest organ of state power in the USSR is the Supreme Soviet of the USSR. The Supreme Soviet of the USSR, consisting of two chambers with equal rights, the Soviet of the Union and the Soviet of Nationalities, is elected by the citizens of the USSR for a term of 4 years on the basis of universal, equal, and direct suffrage by secret ballot. Elections to the Supreme Soviet of the USSR, as to all Soviets of Deputies of the Working People, are universal. This means that all citizens of the USSR who have reached the age of 18, irrespective of race or nationality, religion, standard of education, domicile, social origin, property status, or past activities, have the right to vote in the election of deputies and to be elected, with the exception of the insane and persons convicted by court of law, to sentences including deprivation of electoral rights. Elections of deputies are equal. This means that each citizen is entitled to one vote, and that all citizens participate in the elections on an equal footing. Elections of deputies are direct. This means that all Soviets of Deputies of the Working People, from rural and city Soviets of Deputies of the Working People, up to and including the Supreme Soviet of the USSR, are elected by the citizens by direct vote. The Supreme Soviet of the USSR, at a joint sitting of both chambers, elects the Presidium of the Supreme Soviet and the Council of People's Commissars of the USSR. The economic foundation of the USSR is the socialist system of economy and the socialist ownership of the means of production. In the USSR is realized the socialist principle from each according to his ability to each according to his work. All citizens of the USSR are guaranteed the right to work, the right to rest and leisure, the right to education, the right to maintenance in old age and in case of sickness or disability. Women are accorded equal rights with men in all spheres of life. The equality of the citizens of the USSR, irrespective of their nationality or race, is an indefeasible law. Freedom of conscience and freedom of anti-religious propaganda is recognized for all citizens. In order to strengthen socialist society, the Constitution guarantees freedom of speech, press, assembly and meeting, the right to unite in public organizations, inviolability of person, inviolability of domicile and privacy of correspondence, the right of asylum for foreign citizens, persecuted for defending the interests of the working people or for their scientific activities, or for their struggle for national liberation. The new constitution also imposes serious duties on all citizens of the USSR, the duty of observing the laws, maintaining labor discipline, honestly performing public duties, respecting the rules of the socialist community, safeguarding and strengthening public, socialist property, and defending the socialist fatherland. Quote, "To defend the fatherland is the sacred duty of every citizen of the USSR." Unquote. Dealing with the right of citizens to unite in various societies, one of the articles of the Constitution states, quote, "The most active and politically conscious citizens in the ranks of the working class and other strata of the working people unite in the Communist Party of the Soviet Union Bolsheviks, which is the vanguard of the working people in their struggle to strengthen and develop the socialist system, and which represents the leading core of all organizations of the working people, both public and state." Unquote. The Eighth Congress of Soviets unanimously approved and adopted the draft of the new constitution of the USSR. The Soviet country thus acquired a new constitution, a constitution embodying the victory of socialism and workers' and peasants' democracy. In this way, the constitution gave legislative embodiment to the epoch-making fact that the USSR had entered a new stage of development, the stage of the completion of the building of a socialist society and the gradual transition to communist society, where the guiding principle of social life will be the communist principle, from each according to his ability to each according to his needs. 4. Liquidation of the remnants of the Bukharin-Trotsky gang of spies, wreckers and traitors to the country. Preparation for the election of the Supreme Soviet of the USSR. Broad inner-party democracy as the party's course. Election of Supreme Soviet of USSR. In 1937, new facts came to light regarding the fiendish crimes of the Bukharin-Trotsky gang. The trial of Pyatakov, Radek and others, the trial of Tukhachevsky, Yakir and others, and lastly the trial of Bukharin, Rykov, Krestinsky, Rosengoltz and others, all showed that the Bukharinites and Trotskyites had long ago joined to form a common band of enemies of the people, operating as the Bloc of Rights and Trotskyites. The trial showed that these dregs of humanity, in conjunction with the enemies of the people, Trotsky, Zinoviev and Kamenev, had been in conspiracy against Lenin, the party and the Soviet state ever since the early days of the October Socialist Revolution. The insidious attempts to thwart the peace of Brest-Litovsk at the beginning of 1918, the plot against Lenin and the conspiracy with the so-called left socialist revolutionaries for the arrest and murder of Lenin, Stalin and Sverdlov in the spring of 1918, the villainous shot that wounded Lenin in the summer of 1918, the revolt of the left socialist revolutionaries in the summer of 1918, the deliberate aggravation of differences in the party in 1921 with the object of undermining and overthrowing Lenin's leadership from within, the attempt to overthrow the party leadership during Lenin's illness and after his death, the betrayal of state secrets and supply of information of an espionage character to foreign espionage services, the vile assassination of Kirov, the acts of wrecking, diversion and explosions, the dastardly murder of Menjinsky, Kuybyshev and Gorky, all these and similar villainies over a period of 20 years were committed, it transpired, with the participation or under the direction of Trotsky, Zinoviev, Kamenev, Bukharin, Rykov and their henchmen at the behest of espionage services of bourgeois states. The trials brought to light the fact that the Trotsky-Bukharin fiends, in obedience to the wishes of their masters, the espionage services of foreign states, had set out to destroy the party and the Soviet state, to undermine the defensive power of the country, to assist foreign military intervention, to prepare the way for the defeat of the Red Army, to bring about the dismemberment of the USSR, to hand over the Soviet maritime region to the Japanese, Soviet Belorussia to the Poles, and the Soviet Ukraine to the Germans, to destroy the gains of the workers and collective farmers, and to restore capitalist slavery in the USSR. These White Guard pygmies, whose strength was no more than that of a gnat, apparently flattered themselves that they were the masters of the country, and imagined that it was really in their power to sell or give away the Ukraine, Belorussia, and the maritime region. These White Guard insects forgot that the real masters of the Soviet country were the Soviet people, and that the Raikovs, Bukharins, Zinovievs, and Kamenevs were only temporary employees of the state, which could at any moment sweep them out from its offices as so much useless rubbish. These contemptible lackeys of the fascists forgot that the Soviet people had only to move a finger, and not a trace of them would be left. The Soviet court sentenced the Bukharin Trotsky fiends to be shot. The People's Commissariat of Internal Affairs carried out the sentence. The Soviet people approved the annihilation of the Bukharin Trotsky gang and passed on to next business. And the next business was to prepare for the election of the Supreme Soviet of the USSR and to carry it out in an organized way. The party threw all its strength into the preparations for the elections. It held that the putting into effect of the new constitution of the USSR signified a turn in the political life of the country. This turn meant the complete democratization of the electoral system, the substitution of universal suffrage for restricted suffrage, equal suffrage for not an entirely equal suffrage, direct elections for indirect elections, and secret ballot for open ballot. Before the introduction of the new constitution, there were restrictions of the franchise in the case of priests, former White Guards, former kulaks, and persons not engaged in useful labor. The new constitution abolished all franchise restrictions for these categories of citizens by making the election of deputies universal. Formerly, the election of deputies had been unequal, inasmuch as the basis of representation for the urban and rural populations differed. Now, however, all necessity for restrictions of equality of the suffrage had disappeared, and all citizens were given the right to take part in the elections on an equal footing. Formerly, the elections of the intermediate and higher organs of Soviet power were indirect. Now, however, under the new constitution, all Soviets from rural and urban, up to and including the Supreme Soviet, were to be elected by the citizens directly. Formerly, deputies to the Soviets were elected by open ballot, and the voting was for lists of candidates. Now, however, the voting for deputies was to be by secret ballot, and not by lists, but for individual candidates nominated in each electoral area. This was a definite turning point in the political life of the country. The new electoral system was bound to result, and actually did result, in an enhancement of the political activity of the people, in greater control by the masses over the organs of Soviet power, and in the increased responsibility of the organs of Soviet power to the people. In order to be fully prepared for this turn, the party had to be its moving spirit, and the leading role of the party in the forthcoming elections had to be fully ensured. But this could be done only if the party organizations themselves became thoroughly democratic in their everyday work, only if they fully observed the principles of democratic centralism in their inner party life, as the party rules demanded. Only if all organs of the party were elected, only if criticism and self-criticism in the party were developed to the full, only if the responsibility of the party bodies to the members of the party were complete, and if the members of the party themselves became thoroughly active. A report made by Comrade Zhdanov at the plenum of the Central Committee at the end of February 1937 on the subject of preparing the party organizations for the elections to the Supreme Soviet of the USSR revealed the fact that a number of party organizations were systematically violating the party rules and the principles of democratic centralism in their everyday work, substituting co-option for election, voting by lists for the voting of individual candidates, of open ballot for secret ballot, etc. It was obvious that organizations in which such practices prevailed could not properly fulfill their tasks in the elections to the Supreme Soviet. It was therefore, first of all, necessary to put a stop to such anti-democratic practices in the party organizations and to reorganize party work on broad democratic lines. Accordingly, after hearing the report of Comrade Zhdanov, the plenum of the Central Committee resolved, quote, A. to reorganize party work on the basis of complete and unqualified observance of the principles of inner party democracy as prescribed by the party rules. B. To put an end to the practice of co-opting members of party committees and to restore the principle of election of directing bodies of party organizations as prescribed by the party rules. C. To forbid voting by lists in the election of party bodies. Voting should be for individual candidates, all members of the party being guaranteed the unlimited right to challenge candidates and to criticize them. D. To introduce the secret ballot in the election of party bodies. E. To hold elections of party bodies in all party organizations, from the party committees of primary party organizations to the territorial and regional committees and the central committees of the national communist parties, the elections to be completed not later than May 20th. F. To charge all party organizations strictly to observe the provisions of the party rules with respect to the terms of office of party bodies, namely, to hold elections in primary party organizations once a year, in district and city organizations once a year, in regional, territorial, and republican organizations every 18 months. G. To ensure that party organizations strictly adhere to the system of electing party committees at general factory meetings, and not to allow the latter to be replaced by delegate conferences. H. To put a stop to the practice prevalent in a number of primary party organizations, whereby general meetings are virtually abolished and replaced by shop meetings and delegate conferences." Unquote. In this way, the party began its preparation for the forthcoming elections. This decision of the Central Committee was of tremendous political importance. Its significance lay not only in the fact that it inaugurated the party's campaign in the election of the Supreme Soviet of the USSR, but also and primarily in the fact that it helped the party organizations to reorganize their work, to apply the principles of inner party democracy, and to meet the elections to the Supreme Soviet fully prepared. The party decided to make the idea of an election bloc of communists and the non-party masses the keynote of its policy in developing the election campaign. The party entered the elections in a bloc, an alliance with the non-party masses, by deciding to put up, in the electoral areas, joint candidates with the non-party masses. This was something unprecedented and absolutely impossible in elections in bourgeois countries. But the bloc of communists and the non-party masses was something quite natural in our country, where hostile classes no longer exist, and where the moral and political unity of all sections of the population is an incontestable fact. On December 7, 1937, the Central Committee of the party issued an address to the electors, which stated, quote, "On December 12, 1937, the working people of the Soviet Union will, on the basis of our socialist constitution, elect their deputies to the Supreme Soviet of the USSR. The Bolshevik Party enters the elections in a bloc, an alliance with the non-party workers, peasants, office employees, and intellectuals. The Bolshevik Party does not fence itself off from non-party people, but on the contrary, enters the elections in a bloc, an alliance with the non-party masses, in a bloc with the trade unions of the workers and office employees, with the Young Communist League, and other non-party organizations and societies. Consequently, the candidates will be the joint candidates of the communists and the non-party working masses. Every non-party deputy will also be the deputy of the communists, just as every communist deputy will be the deputy of the non-party masses." Unquote. The address of the Central Committee concluded with the following appeal to the electors. Quote, "The Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union Bolsheviks calls upon all communists and sympathizers to vote for the non-party candidates with the same unanimity as they should vote for the communist candidates. The Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union Bolsheviks calls upon all non-party electors to vote for the communist candidates with the same unanimity as they will vote for the non-party candidates. The Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union Bolsheviks calls upon all electors to appear at the polling stations on December 12, 1937 as to one man, to elect the deputies to the Soviet of the Union and the Soviet of Nationalities." There must not be a single elector who does not exercise his honorable right of electing deputies to the supreme organ of the Soviet state. There must not be a single active citizen who does not consider it his civic duty to assist in ensuring that all electors, without exception, take part in the elections of the Supreme Soviet. December 12, 1937 should be a great holiday, celebrating the union of the working people of all the nations of the USSR around the victorious banner of Lenin and Stalin." Unquote. On December 1st, 1937, the eve of the elections, Comrade Stalin addressed the voters of the area in which he was nominated and described what type of public figures, those whom the people choose, the deputies to the Supreme Soviet of the USSR, should be. Comrade Stalin said, quote, "The electors, the people, must demand that their deputies should remain equal to their tasks, that in their work they should not sink to the level of political Philistines, that in their posts they should remain political figures of the Lenin type. Just as public figures, they should be as clear and definite as Lenin was, that they should be as fearless in battle and as merciless towards the enemies of the people as Lenin was, that they should be free from all panic, from any semblance of panic, when things begin to get complicated and some danger or other looms on the horizon, that they should be as free from all semblance of panic as Lenin was, that they should be as wise and deliberate in deciding complex problems, requiring a comprehensive orientation and a comprehensive weighing of all pros and cons as Lenin was, that they should be as upright and honest as Lenin was, that they should love their people as Lenin did." Unquote. The elections to the Supreme Soviet of the USSR took place on December 12 amidst great enthusiasm. They were something more than elections. They were a great holiday, celebrating the triumph of the Soviet people, a demonstration of the great friendship of the peoples of the USSR. Of a total of 94 million electors, over 91 million, or 96.8%, voted. Of this number, 89,844,000, or 98.6%, voted for the candidates of the bloc of the Communists and the non-party masses. Only 632,000 persons, or less than 1%, voted against the candidates of the bloc of the Communists and the non-party masses. All the candidates of the bloc were elected without exception. Thus, 90 million persons, by their unanimous vote, confirmed the victory of socialism in the USSR. This was a remarkable victory for the bloc of the Communists and the non-party masses. It was a triumph for the Bolshevik Party. It was a brilliant confirmation of the moral and political unity of the Soviet people, to which Comrade Molotov had referred in a historic speech he delivered on the occasion of the 20th anniversary of the October Revolution. Conclusion. What are the chief conclusions to be drawn from the historical path traversed by the Bolshevik Party? What does the history of the CPSUB teach us? 1. The history of the party teaches us, first of all, that the victory of the proletarian revolution, the victory of the dictatorship of the proletariat, is impossible without a revolutionary party of the proletariat, a party free from opportunism, irreconcilable towards compromisers and capitulators, and revolutionary in its attitude towards the bourgeoisie and its state power. The history of the party teaches us that to leave the proletariat without such a party means to leave it without revolutionary leadership, and to leave it without revolutionary leadership means to ruin the cause of the proletarian revolution. The history of the party teaches us that the ordinary social democratic party of the Western European type, brought up under conditions of civil peace, trailing in the wake of the opportunists, dreaming of so-called social reforms and dreading social revolution, cannot be such a party. The history of the party teaches us that only a party of the new type, a Marxist-Leninist party, a party of social revolution, a party capable of preparing the proletariat for decisive battles against the bourgeoisie, and of organizing the victory of the proletarian revolution, can be such a party. The Bolshevik Party in the USSR is such a party. In the pre-revolutionary period, Comrade Stalin says, quote, "In the period of more or less peaceful developments, when the parties of the Second International were the predominant force in the working class movement, and parliamentary forms of struggle were regarded as the principal forms, the party neither had nor could have had that great and decisive importance which it acquired afterwards under conditions of open revolutionary battle. Defending the Second International against attacks made upon it, Kautsky says that the parties of the Second International are instruments of peace and not of war, and that for this very reason they were powerless to take any important steps during the war, during the period of revolutionary action by the proletariat. This is quite true, but what does it mean? It means that the parties of the Second International are unfit for the revolutionary struggle of the proletariat, that they are not militant parties of the proletariat, leading the workers to power, but election machines, adapted for parliamentary elections and parliamentary struggle. This in fact explains why, in the days when the opportunists of the Second International were in the ascendancy, it was not the party but its parliamentary group that was the chief political organization of the proletariat. It is well known that the party at that time was really an appendage and subsidiary of the parliamentary group. It goes without saying that under such circumstances, and with such a party at the helm, there could be no question of preparing the proletariat for revolution. But matters have changed radically with the dawn of the new period. The new period is one of open class collisions, of revolutionary action by the proletariat, of proletarian revolution, a period when forces are being directly mustered for the overthrow of imperialism and the seizure of power by the proletariat. In this period, the proletariat is confronted with new tasks, the tasks of reorganizing all party work on new revolutionary lines, of educating the workers in the spirit of revolutionary struggle for power, of preparing and moving up reserves, of establishing an alliance with the proletarians of neighboring countries, of establishing firm ties with the liberation movement in the colonies and dependent countries, etc., etc. To think that these new tasks can be performed by the old social democratic parties, brought up as they were in the peaceful conditions of parliamentarism, is to doom oneself to hopeless despair and inevitable defeat. If, with such tasks to shoulder, the proletariat remained under the leadership of the old parties, it would be completely unarmed and defenseless. It goes without saying that the proletariat could not consent to such a state of affairs. Hence, the necessity for a new party, a militant party, a revolutionary party, one bold enough to lead the proletarians in the struggle for power, sufficiently experienced to find its bearings amidst the complex conditions of a revolutionary situation, and sufficiently flexible to steer clear of all submerged rocks in the path to its goal. Without such a party, it is useless even to think of overthrowing imperialism and achieving the dictatorship of the proletariat. This new party is the party of Leninism." Unquote. Joseph Stalin, Leninism, Volume 1, pages 87-8. 2. The history of the party further teaches us that a party of the working class cannot perform the role of leader of its class, cannot perform the role of organizer and leader of the proletarian revolution, unless it has mastered the advanced theory of the working class movement, the Marxist-Leninist theory. The power of the Marxist-Leninist theory lies in the fact that it enables the party to find the right orientation in any situation, to understand the inner connection of current events, to foresee their course, and to perceive not only how and in what direction they are developing in the present, but how and in what direction they are bound to develop in the future. Only a party which has mastered the Marxist-Leninist theory can confidently advance and lead the working class forward. On the other hand, a party which has not mastered the Marxist-Leninist theory is compelled to grope its way, loses confidence in its actions, and is unable to lead the working class forward. It may seem that all that is required for mastering the Marxist-Leninist theory is diligently to learn by heart isolated conclusions and propositions from the works of Marx, Engels, and Lenin, learn to quote them at opportune times, and rest at that in the hope that the conclusions and propositions thus memorized will suit each and every situation and occasion. But such an approach to the Marxist-Leninist theory is altogether wrong. The Marxist-Leninist theory must not be regarded as a collection of dogmas, as a catechism, as a symbol of faith, and the Marxists themselves as pedants and dogmatists. The Marxist-Leninist theory is the science of the development of society, the science of the working class movement, the science of the proletarian revolution, the science of the building of the communist society, and as a science it does not and cannot stand still, but develops and perfects itself. Clearly, in its development it is bound to become enriched by new experience and new knowledge, and some of its propositions and conclusions are bound to change in the course of time, are bound to be replaced by new conclusions and propositions corresponding to the new historical conditions. Mastering the Marxist-Leninist theory does not at all mean learning all its formulas and conclusions by heart and clinging to their every letter. To master the Marxist-Leninist theory, we must first of all learn to distinguish between its letter and substance. Mastering the Marxist-Leninist theory means assimilating the substance of this theory and learning to use it in the solution of the practical problems of the revolutionary movement under the varying conditions of the class struggle of the proletariat. Mastering the Marxist-Leninist theory means being able to enrich this theory with the new experience of the revolutionary movement, with new propositions and conclusions. It means being able to develop it and advance it without hesitating, to replace, in accordance with the substance of this theory, such of its propositions and conclusions as have become antiquated by new ones corresponding to the new historical situation. The Marxist-Leninist theory is not a dogma, but a guide to action. Before the Second Russian Revolution, February 1917, the Marxists of all countries assumed that the parliamentary democratic republic was the most suitable form of political organization of society in the period of transition from capitalism to socialism. It is true that in the 70s, Marx stated that the most suitable form for the dictatorship of the proletariat was a political organization of the type of the Paris Commune and not the parliamentary republic, but unfortunately Marx did not develop this proposition any further in his writings, and it was committed to oblivion. Moreover, Engels's authoritative statement in his criticism of the draft of the Erfurt Program in 1891, namely that, quote, "the democratic republic is the specific form for the dictatorship of the proletariat," unquote, left no doubt that the Marxists continued to regard the democratic republic as the political form for the dictatorship of the proletariat. Engels's proposition later became a guiding principle for all Marxists, including Lenin. However, the Russian Revolution of 1905, and especially the Revolution of February 1917, advanced a new form of political organization of society, the Soviets of Workers' and Peasants' Deputies. As a result of a study of the experience of the two Russian revolutions, Lenin, on the basis of the theory of Marxism, arrived at the conclusion that the best political form for the dictatorship of the proletariat was not a parliamentary democratic republic, but a republic of Soviets. Proceeding from this, Lenin, in April 1917, during the period of transition from the bourgeois to the Socialist Revolution, issued the slogan of a Republic of Soviets as the best political form for the dictatorship of the proletariat. The opportunists of all countries clung to the parliamentary republic and accused Lenin of departing from Marxism and destroying democracy. But it was Lenin, of course, who was the real Marxist, who had mastered the theory of Marxism, and not the opportunists. For Lenin was advancing the Marxist theory by enriching it with new experience, whereas the opportunists were dragging it back and transforming one of its propositions into a dogma. What would have happened to the party, to our revolution, to Marxism, if Lenin had been overawed by the letter of Marxism and not had the courage to replace one of the old propositions of Marxism formulated by Engels by the new proposition regarding the Republic of Soviets, a proposition that corresponded to the new historical conditions? The party would have groped in the dark, the Soviets would have been disorganized, we should not have had a Soviet power, and the Marxist theory would have suffered a severe setback. The proletariat would have lost, and the enemies of the proletariat would have won. As a result of a study of pre-imperialist capitalism, Engels and Marx arrived at the conclusion that the Socialist Revolution could not be victorious in one country taken singly, that it could be victorious only by a simultaneous stroke in all or the majority of the civilized countries. That was in the middle of the 19th century. This conclusion later became a guiding principle for all Marxists. However, by the beginning of the 20th century, pre-imperialist capitalism had grown into imperialist capitalism, ascendant capitalism had turned into moribund capitalism. As a result of a study of imperialist capitalism, Lenin, on the basis of the Marxist theory, arrived at the conclusion that the old formula of Engels and Marx no longer corresponded to the new historical conditions, and that the victory of the Socialist Revolution was quite possible in one country taken singly. The opportunists of all countries clung to the old formula of Engels and Marx, and accused Lenin of departing from Marxism. But it was Lenin, of course, who was the real Marxist, who had mastered the theory of Marxism, and not the opportunists, for Lenin was advancing the Marxist theory by enriching it with new experience, whereas the opportunists were dragging it back, mummifying it. What would have happened to the party, to our revolution, to Marxism, if Lenin had been overawed by the letter of Marxism and not had the courage of theoretical conviction to discard one of the old conclusions of Marxism and to replace it by a new conclusion, affirming that the victory of socialism in one country taken singly was possible, a conclusion which corresponded to the new historical conditions? The party would have groped in the dark, the proletarian revolution would have been deprived of leadership, and the Marxist theory would have begun to decay. The proletariat would have lost, and the enemies of the proletariat would have won. Opportunism does not always mean a direct denial of the Marxist theory or of any of its propositions and conclusions. Opportunism is sometimes expressed in the attempt to cling to a certain of the propositions of Marxism that have already become antiquated and to convert them into a dogma, so as to retard the further development of Marxism and consequently to retard the development of the revolutionary movement of the proletariat. It may be said without fear of exaggeration that since the death of Engels, the master theoretician Lenin, and after Lenin, Stalin, and the other disciples of Lenin, have been the only Marxists who have advanced the Marxist theory and who have enriched it with new experience in the new conditions of the class struggle of the proletariat. And just because Lenin and the Leninists have advanced the Marxist theory, Leninism is a further development of Marxism. It is Marxism in the new conditions of the class struggle of the proletariat, Marxism of the epoch of imperialism and proletarian revolutions, Marxism of the epoch of the victory of socialism on 1/6 of the Earth's surface. The Bolshevik Party could not have won in October 1917 if its foremost men had not mastered the theory of Marxism, if they had not learned to regard this theory as a guide to action, if they had not learned to advance the Marxist theory by enriching it with the new experience of the class struggle of the proletariat. Criticizing the German Marxists in America who had undertaken to lead the American working class movement, Engels wrote, quote, "The Germans have not understood how to use their theory as a lever which could set the American masses in motion. They do not understand the theory themselves for the most part, and treat it in a doctrinaire and dogmatic way, as something which has got to be learned off by heart, and which will then supply all needs without more ado. To them it is a dogma and not a guide to action." Unquote. Marx and Engels, Selected Correspondence, pages 449 to 450. Criticizing Kamenev and some of the old Bolsheviks who, in April 1917, clung to the old formula of a revolutionary democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and the peasantry, at a time when the revolutionary movement had gone on ahead and was demanding a transition to the socialist revolution, Lenin wrote, quote, "Our teaching is not a dogma but a guide to action. Marx and Engels always used to say, rightly ridiculing the learning and repetition by rote of formulas, which at the best of times are only capable of outlining general tasks that are necessarily liable to be modified by the concrete economic and political conditions of each separate phase of the historical process, it is essential to realize the incontestable truth that a Marxist must take cognizance of real life, of the concrete realities, and must not continue to cling to a theory of yesterday." Unquote. Lenin, Collected Works, Russian edition, Volume 20, pages 100 to 101. 3. The history of the party further teaches us that unless the petty bourgeois parties, which are active within the ranks of the working class, and which push the backward sections of the working class into the arms of the bourgeoisie, thus splitting the unity of the working class, are smashed, the victory of the proletarian revolution is impossible. The history of our party is the history of the struggle against the petty bourgeois parties, the socialist revolutionaries, Mensheviks, anarchists, and nationalists, and of the utter defeat of these parties. If these parties had not been vanquished and driven out of the ranks of the working class, the unity of the working class could not have been achieved, and if the working class had not been united, it would have been impossible to achieve the victory of the proletarian revolution. If these parties, which at first stood for the preservation of capitalism and later, after the October Revolution, for the restoration of capitalism, had not been utterly defeated, it would have been impossible to preserve the dictatorship of the proletariat, to defeat the foreign armed intervention, and to build up socialism. It cannot be regarded as an accident that all the petty bourgeois parties, which styled themselves revolutionary and socialist parties, in order to deceive the people, the socialist revolutionaries, Mensheviks, anarchists, and nationalists, became counter-revolutionary parties even before the October Revolution, and later turned into agents of foreign bourgeois espionage services, into a gang of spies, wreckers, diversionists, assassins, and traitors to the country. The unity of the proletariat in the epoch of social revolution, Lenin says, quote, can be achieved only by the extreme revolutionary party of Marxism, and only by a relentless struggle against all other parties. Unquote. Lenin, Collected Works, Russian edition, volume 26, page 50. 4. The history of the party further teaches us that unless the party of the working class wages an uncompromising struggle against the opportunists within its own ranks, unless it smashes the capitulators in its own midst, it cannot preserve the unity and discipline within its ranks. It cannot perform its role of organizer and leader of the proletarian revolution, nor its role as the builder of the new Socialist Society. The history of the development of the internal life of our party is the history of the struggle against the opportunist groups within the party, the economists, Mensheviks, Trotskyites, Bukharinites, and nationalist deviators, and the utter defeat of these groups. The history of our party teaches us that all these groups of capitulators were, in point of fact, agents of Menshevism within our party, the lees and dregs of Menshevism, the continuers of Menshevism. Like the Mensheviks, they acted as vehicles of bourgeois influence among the working class and in the party. The struggle for the liquidation of these groups within the party was therefore a continuation of the struggle for the liquidation of Menshevism. If we had not defeated the economists and the Mensheviks, we could not have built the party and led the working class to the proletarian revolution. If we had not defeated the Trotskyites and Bukharinites, we could not have brought about the conditions that are essential for the building of socialism. If we had not defeated the nationalist deviators of all shades and colors, we could not have educated the people in the spirit of internationalism. We could not have safeguarded the banner of the great amity of the nations of the USSR, and we could not have built up the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. It may seem to some that the Bolsheviks devoted far too much time to this struggle against the opportunist elements within the party, that they overrated their importance, but that is altogether wrong. Opportunism in our midst is like an ulcer in a healthy body and must not be tolerated. The party is the leading detachment of the working class, its advanced fortress, its general staff. Skeptics, opportunists, capitulators, and traitors cannot be tolerated on the directing staff of the working class. If, while it is carrying on a life-and-death fight against the bourgeoisie, there are capitulators and traitors on its own staff, within its own fortress, the working class will be caught between two fires, from the front and the rear. Clearly, such a struggle can only end in defeat. The easiest way to capture a fortress is from within. To attain victory, the party of the working class, its directing staff, its advanced fortress, must first be purged of capitulators, deserters, scabs, and traitors. It cannot be regarded as an accident that the Trotskyites, Bukharinites, and nationalist deviators, who fought Lenin and the party, ended just as the Menshevik and Socialist Revolutionary parties did, namely by becoming agents of fascist espionage services, by turning spies, wreckers, assassins, diversionists, and traitors to the country. With reformists, Mensheviks in our ranks, Lenin said, quote, "It is impossible to achieve victory in the proletarian revolution. It is impossible to retain it." That is obvious in principle, and it has been strikingly confirmed by the experience both of Russia and Hungary. In Russia, difficult situations have arisen many times when the Soviet regime, would most certainly have been overthrown had Mensheviks, reformists, and petty bourgeois Democrats remained in our party." Unquote. Lenin, Collected Works, Russian edition, volume 25, pages 462 to 63. "Our party," Comrade Stalin says, quote, "succeeded in creating internal unity and unexampled cohesion of its ranks primarily because it was able, in good time, to purge itself of the opportunist pollution, because it was able to rid its ranks of the liquidators, the Mensheviks. Proletarian parties develop and become strong by purging themselves of opportunists and reformists, social imperialists and social chauvinists, social patriots and social pacifists. The party becomes strong by purging itself of opportunist elements." Unquote. Joseph Stalin, Leninism. 5. The history of the party further teaches us that a party cannot perform its role as leader of the working class if, carried away by success, it begins to grow conceited, ceases to observe the facts in its work, and fears to acknowledge its mistakes and frankly and honestly to correct them in good time. A party is invincible if it does not fear criticism and self-criticism, if it does not gloss over the mistakes and defects in its work, if it teaches and educates its cadres by drawing the lessons from the mistakes in party work, and if it knows how to correct its mistakes in time. A party perishes if it conceals its mistakes, if it glosses over sore problems, if it covers up its shortcomings by pretending that all is well, if it is intolerant of criticism and self-criticism, if it gives way to self-complacency and vain glory, and if it rests on its laurels. The attitude of a political party towards its own mistakes, Lenin says, quote, is one of the most important and surest ways of judging how earnest the party is, and how it, in practice, fulfills its obligations towards its class and the toiling masses. Frankly admitting a mistake, ascertaining the reasons for it, analyzing the conditions which led to it, and thoroughly discussing the means of correcting it, that is the earmark of a serious party, that is the way it should perform its duties, that is the way it should educate and train the class, and then the masses." Unquote. Lenin, Collected Works, Russian edition, volume 25, page 200. And further, quote, "All revolutionary parties, which have hitherto perished, did so because they grew conceited, failed to see where their strength lay, and feared to speak of their weaknesses. But we shall not perish, for we do not fear to speak of our weaknesses, and will learn to overcome them." Unquote. Lenin, Collected Works, Russian edition, volume 27, pages 260 to 61. 6. Lastly, the history of the party teaches us that unless it has wide connections with the masses, unless it constantly strengthens these connections, unless it knows how to hearken to the voice of the masses and understand their urgent needs, unless it is prepared not only to teach the masses, but to learn from the masses, a party of the working class cannot be a real mass party, capable of leading the working class millions and all the laboring people. A party is invincible if it is able, as Lenin says, quote, to link itself with, to keep in close touch with, and to a certain extent, if you like, to merge with the broadest masses of the toilers, primarily with the proletariat, but also with the non-proletarian toiling masses. Unquote. Lenin, Collected Works, Russian edition, volume 25, page 174. A party perishes if it shuts itself up in its narrow party shell, if it severs itself from the masses, if it allows itself to be covered with bureaucratic rust. We may take it as a rule, Comrade Stalin says, quote, that as long as the Bolsheviks maintain connections with the broad masses of the people, they will be invincible, and, on the contrary, as soon as the Bolsheviks sever themselves from the masses and lose their connection with them, as soon as they become covered with bureaucratic rust, they will lose all their strength and become a mere cipher. In the mythology of the ancient Greeks, there was a celebrated hero, Antaeus, who, so the legend goes, was the son of Poseidon, god of the seas, and Gaia, goddess of the earth. Antaeus was very much attached to the mother who had given birth to him, suckled him, and reared him. But there was not a hero whom this Antaeus did not vanquish. He was regarded as an invincible hero. Wherein lay his strength? It lay in the fact that every time he was hard-pressed in a fight with an adversary, he would touch the earth, the mother who had given birth to him and suckled him, and that gave him new strength. Yet he had a vulnerable spot, the danger of being detached from the earth in some way or other. His enemies were aware of this weakness and watched for him. One day an enemy appeared who took advantage of this vulnerable spot and vanquished Antaeus. This was Hercules. How did Hercules vanquish Antaeus? He lifted him from the earth, kept him suspended in the air, prevented him from touching the earth, and throttled him. I think that the Bolsheviks remind us of the hero of Greek mythology, Antaeus. They, like Antaeus, are strong because they maintain connection with their mother, the masses, who gave birth to them, suckled them, and reared them. And as long as they maintain connection with their mother, with the people, they have every chance of remaining invincible. That is the key to the invincibility of Bolshevik leadership." Unquote. J. Stalin, Mastering Bolshevism, pages 58 to 60. Such are the chief lessons to be drawn from the historical path traversed by the Bolshevik Party.